Prologue. Think back. The signs were there. What were they? They all asked themselves the same questions afterward. How did it come to this? Could we have stopped it? That was the key one, Aaron Falk knew. And the answer was probably yes. Even with no warning, and there were warnings, the answer was almost always yes. 1,000,000 decisions paved the road to a single act, and a single act could be derailed in any one of 1,000,000 ways. But choices had been made, some conscious and considered, some less so. And of all the 1,000,000 paths that had lain ahead, this was the one they found themselves on. The baby was asleep when she was discovered. She was just short of 6 weeks old, a good weight for her age, healthy and well, other than being completely alone. She would have been warm enough deep inside her bassinet stroller. She was swaddled carefully in a clean wrap purchased from the state's leading baby wares retailer, and tucked in with an artisan wool blanket, thick enough to have the effect of flattening out the bundle of her shape if placed in the right way. It had been placed in exactly that way. A casual glance towards the stroller would inevitably first see the blanket rather than the baby. It was a spring night and the South Australian sky was clear and starry with no rain forecast, but the weatherproof hood had been pulled over to full stretch. A linen square normally used as a sunshield was draped over the opening between the hood and the stroller. A casual glance would now not see the sleeping girl at all. The stroller was parked alongside a few dozen others in the Marralee Valley Annual Food and Wine Festival's designated stroller bay, fighting for space in the shadow of the Ferris wheel with a tangle of bikes and scooters and a lone tricycle. It had been left in the far corner, the foot brake firmly on. The contents of the bay were collected one by one over the next couple of hours, as families who'd been mixing wine, cheese and carnival rides decided they'd celebrated local produce enough for one night. By a little after 10:30 p.m, only the stroller and the assistant electrical technician's bike were left. The technician paused as he undid his combination lock. He looked around. The festival had officially closed half an hour earlier, and the site was mostly clear now with only staff still around. The technician put his lock in his backpack, swept his eyes once more over the rapidly darkening grounds, then walked over to the stroller. He bent and peered under the hood, then straightened and pushed it all the way down. The swaddled bundle stirred at the rush of cool air as the technician pulled out his phone and made a call. The baby's name was written on the label of her onesie, Zoe Gillespie. Her family wasn't local, not anymore at least, but the festival director and the responding on-duty officer knew both her parents by name. Zoe's mother's phone rang from the diaper bag stowed in the shopping holder underneath the stroller. The tone trilled loudly in the night air. The zipped bag also held a set of car keys and a purse complete with ID, cards and cash. The technician ran out to the visitors' parking lot. A family sedan matching the make on the keyring was one of the few remaining vehicles. Zoe's father's phone rang a couple of kilometres away, in the foyer of the Marralee Valley's better Italian restaurant. He'd waved off his own parents in a taxi and was now paying the meal bill while chatting to the owner and her husband, who both remembered him from school. He was showing them pictures of Zoe, his firstborn, and already 6 weeks old on Sunday. He could hardly believe it. And the owner was insisting he accept a celebratory bottle of sparkling wine on the house, when his screen lit up with the call. The restaurant was a 15-minute walk from the festival grounds. The restaurant owner broke the speed limit that she herself had campaigned for to drive him there in just over 3, slamming on the brakes right outside the main gate. He ran from there past the closed and darkened stalls all the way to his daughter's side. The site was searched. Zoe's mother, 39-year-old Kim Gillespie, was not found. Volunteers were assembled and the area was combed again. Then the parking lot, then the vineyards on either side. The stroller had been parked facing east, towards the back of the festival site and the overflow exit. Beyond the exit lay bushland and a small track that led only one way. The search moved along that track, following it all the way down to the reservoir. Then along the broad leisure trail that circled the water, empty at that time of night of walkers and service vehicles, to the highest point along the rugged embankment, a steep rocky ledge known locally as the Drop. Far below, the reservoir stretched deep and wide. 2 days later they found a shoe. Kim Gillespie's white sneaker, waterlogged and streaked with sediment, was recovered more than a kilometre to the east, jammed in the dam's filters. Specialist divers were called to broach the crack in the base at the centre of the natural reservoir. They went as deep into the cavernous void as they could, while searchers swept the perimeter on foot and in ranger vehicles, and volunteers combed the shallows in their weekend boats. The search continued for another week, then two, then slowed and finally stopped altogether, with promises to return when the water level dropped. Spring turned into summer and autumn. Zoe grew out of her stroller, took her first steps, needed shoes of her own. Her first birthday came and went. What did I see? Those who knew and loved the family were left with their questions. They asked themselves and each other, what did I miss? But Zoe's mother did not come back for her. Chapter 1. 1 year later. Someone else was already there. Aaron Falk felt faintly, if unreasonably, annoyed as he pulled up next to the other car. The turn-off had been as hard to spot as he remembered, almost swallowed by the bushland towering over both sides of the road. It was so well concealed, in fact, that Falk had blithely assumed that what was waiting at the other end of the track would be his alone. Not so, he could see now as he touched the brake and suppressed a sigh. Falk hadn't been alone there last year either. Greg Rako had been in the passenger seat then, Falk following his friend's directions as they neared the end of their 8-hour drive. Rako had ignored the sat-nav, especially after they crossed the Victorian border into South Australia. His high spirits had been infectious, and they'd chewed through the kilometres, taking turns trading news and picking the music. Rako's newborn son was being christened that weekend, in the same church where Rako and his brothers had been themselves several decades earlier. His wife and 2 kids had already made the trip and were waiting at the other end, but Rako's sergeant duties had held him back. He was clearly keen to be reunited with them, so Falk had been surprised when he'd suddenly leaned forward in the passenger seat, peering at the empty road and pointing to a patch of trees. "You see that break ahead? Turn there." They had still been a good 30 minutes out of town, and Falk could see nothing. The stretch of bushland had looked identical to the rest lining the route. "Where?" "There, mate." Falk had still missed it, and had had to illegally reverse several metres before he saw the single-lane track. He'd eyed his car's suspension. What's at the other end? "Quick detour." Rako had grinned. "Trust me, it's worth it." He'd been right. It had been worth the stop, both then and now. With no Rako beside him this year, Falk had slowed to an almost crawl and still managed to slide past the turnoff. He'd caught it in his rearview mirror, and again reversing further than ideal even on a clear road, had bumped up the track that looked like it led exactly nowhere. At the end was a small clearing and one other car. Falk came to a stop and switched off the engine. He sat for a moment, staring ahead to where the heavy bushland parted. The sky was a bright dome, glowing with the vibrant blue of spring. Nestled below was an intricate patchwork of greens that made up the Marralee Valley. Falk had felt last year that the view had been all the more beautiful for being so unexpected. But now, lit up by the late afternoon sun, it was even better than he remembered, if anything. He climbed out of his car and stretched, the movement stirring the owner of the other vehicle. The man was standing a sensible distance from the lookout's wooden safety rail. He was also staring out at the view, but his arms were crossed in a way that suggested he was taking in none of it. A child's sippy cup dangled from one hand, and behind him, a sturdy toddler sat straight-legged on the wooden picnic table, scattering a box of sultanas across the battered surface. At the sound of Falk's car door slamming, the man unfolded his arms and rubbed a hand over his eyes. He turned and handed the cup to the toddler. It was the husband. The recognition came to Falk all at once, followed by a jolt as he realised the little girl now smashing a fistful of dried fruit towards her mouth must be Zoe Gillespie, who up until this moment had remained frozen in his mind at 6 weeks old. The man nodded at Falk, and as his daughter swallowed her last mouthful, he hoisted her up and carried her to their car. He seemed to sense he'd been recognised, and his body language didn't invite questions or conversation. Fair enough, really, Falk thought. The bloke would have had plenty of questions thrown his way at the time. The husbands always did. "You're here for the christening?" The man spoke suddenly, catching Falk by surprise. He'd stopped between the 2 cars and looked a little relieved, like he'd worked something out. "That right, for the Rako's son?" "Yeah." Kim Gillespie had been part of the extended Rako family for close to 25 years, Falk knew. Since that long-ago autumn afternoon when she'd first ridden her bike past the Reiko's house, teenage ponytail swinging, until the night last year when she'd disappeared under the bright festival lights. The christening had been immediately cancelled after Kim went missing. It had taken the Reiko family a full 12 months to reschedule. Falk took a step towards Kim's husband and child and held out his hand. Aaron Falk. Rowan Gillespie. Did we meet? Only briefly. Rowan was nearly as tall as Falk, and while he would only be 42 now, he looked to have aged a fair bit over the past year. You here for the christening too? Falk asked. Yeah. Well, no, the appeal actually. Rowan looked tired as he fastened his daughter into her car seat. But we'll go to the christening as well. When's the appeal happening? This evening, festival grounds. Festival opens tonight? Yeah. Good time to do it. I hope so. Rowan clicked the seat buckles and patted his daughter's leg. He turned back to Falk. I thought you looked familiar when you pulled up. Greg Reiko's mate. You were on the witness list? Yeah. Rowan tilted his head, trying to remember. Remind me, near the entrance? The Ferris wheel. Rowan nodded as he thought back. Yeah, that's right. Falk was surprised the man remembered him after a year, but only a little. Falk had been a visitor in town, one of hundreds, but still worth following up. Rowan had probably flagged Falk's presence to officers himself. There was another bloke there, tall, 40-something, short hair, grey blonde maybe. Friend of the Reikos, but on his own, kind of hanging around. Dredging up whatever information he could hours after the fact. You're police too, aren't you? Rowan tucked the sippy cup in next to Zoe before shutting the car door. That how you know Greg? Yeah, but we don't work together. I'm AFP, Financial Division. He's with the State Police back in Victoria. Right. There was a muffled wail of complaint from inside the car, and Rowan sighed. Anyway, better keep this one moving. Good to see you. You staying at the Reiko's place? Yeah. Then I'll probably see you at the appeal. They'll all be there. Probably. I hope it goes well. Thank you. The reply was reflexive, and Falk recognised the apprehension. It was exhausting to keep hope alive. How well could a missing persons appeal really go after 12 whole months? There were no good answers left out there. Falk watched Rowan reverse and disappear down the track, then walked over to the barrier. He leaned both hands on the railing and let himself relax for a minute, soaking up the sight in front of him. Light wisps of cloud moved across the sky, throwing delicate patterns of shadow below. From that height, the town looked small, its surroundings vivid and lush. Long rows of grapevines stretched out, their man-made perfection drawing the eye. Far in the distance he could make out the aggressively imperfect crack where part of the giant Murray River carved its way through the land. Rowan had the look of a man who did not sleep well, Falk thought as he let his gaze settle. That wasn't surprising given the circumstances, plus the demands of parenting a 1-year-old. But still, Falk wondered what specifically was keeping the guy awake at night, in those hours when he could be snatching some precious rest. A few things, probably. The statement from that young bloke who'd been manning the first aid station, for one. What the kid reckoned he had, or more crucially, hadn't seen. A couple of the alleged sightings, almost certainly. The drunk woman at the bar, maybe. The crying heard from the toilets. Confirmed or not, those were the kinds of things that played on your mind. Falk took one last look at the view, then dragged his eyes away and walked back across the clearing. He climbed into his car and checked the directions for the last leg of the journey. Most likely, Falk guessed as he started the engine and reversed carefully, Rowan Gillespie spent those dark early hours trawling through the choices he himself had made that night. That short stretch of time in which his movements remained uncorroborated definitely. How long had the gap been? Falk tried to remember. Not huge. 8 minutes? 7? Either way, long enough to cause headaches for the spouse of a missing woman. The decision Rowan had taken to leave the festival, that moment when he'd waved goodbye to his wife and child and turned alone in the direction of town, heading into the night. The hours leading up to that moment. The days and months leading up to that night. Those things that you didn't even notice at the time. Little decisions that ultimately added up to something so much bigger. Falk edged his car along the narrow trail, emerging from the trees and back onto the road. He turned the wheels west and pressed down on the accelerator. Those were the decisions that lingered, he thought, glancing over as he flashed past a temporary billboard, its colours bright against the green bushland. The Marilee Valley Annual Food and Wine Festival had told him, just 30 minutes ahead. The little things you could have done differently. That was the stuff that haunted you. Chapter 2. The déjà vu that had been hovering all journey really kicked into full gear as Falk pulled up the long dirt driveway and came to a stop outside the bluestone cottage. The town of Marilee had looked much as he'd remembered, and he'd kept an eye out for the local landmarks Reiko had pointed out a year earlier. That pub the Reiko brothers and their various mates had drunk in when they were old enough, the park bench they'd drunk on when they weren't. A row of shops much more gentrified these days, apparently, with painted heritage awnings and handmade soaps and organic vegetables on display. The tree-lined road that led to the school, the cricket pitch, the turn-off to the festival grounds. Even driving at a tour guide pace via the scenic route, it had only taken Falk and Reiko a handful of minutes last year to travel right through the town and out the other side. The main street had not long disappeared behind them and the land opened up again when Reiko had pointed to the dirt driveway with a painted sign on the fence. Penvale Vineyard, tastings by appointment. At the other end of the driveway, they'd ignored the arrow directing visitors to the office and instead pulled around to the front of the cottage and parked outside Reiko's brother's front door. A year on, Falk stood on the step of that same front door and knocked. It always felt to him like trauma should mark surroundings in the same way it could mark people, but that didn't often happen. Depended what the trauma was, he supposed. Here, anyway, all appeared well. Better than well. The vineyard glowed in the late afternoon sun with the same fresh vibrancy as it had 12 months earlier. The welcome sign had been recently repainted, and carefully cultivated rows of vines stretched out in pleasing symmetry. Their leaves shimmered bold and green, and from that distance had the illusion of almost breathing, alive in the light of the warm spring day. From inside the house, Falk heard a clatter of fast footsteps down the hall, followed by the tread of heavier ones. The door opened, and there stood Reiko, a little girl at his feet, and a 1-year-old in his arms. "You made it. Welcome." Reiko grinned. He didn't have a free hand, so settled for gesturing with a jerk of his head. "Come in, mate. Rita's out the back. Mind your step here," he added as his 5-year-old daughter Eva clung to his jeans, entangling herself in his legs. Reiko's toddler son rested against his shoulder and fixed Falk with a glassy, accusing gaze. The kids looked older than Falk had expected, but they always did. Rita texted him photos, but Falk had last seen them in person a good 6 months ago, when they'd brought Eva to Melbourne to see a musical. Reiko was looking older these days, Falk couldn't help but notice. His dark, curly hair had definite flecks of grey now, and his boyish face had lines that had never been there before. He was younger than Falk, not even 40 yet, but after the past year, for the first time ever, Falk thought he was starting to look his age. "Beer, water?" Reiko called over his son's head as Falk followed them down the hall. "Well, there's heaps of wine, obviously." "A beer would be great, thanks." "No worries." Reiko gently kicked a stray toy out of the way. It may have been his brother's place, but Reiko was as at home there as Falk had ever seen him. In some ways, Reiko had barely changed over the 6 years Falk had known him. He was still quick with a smile and had an invaluable ability to make people feel that he understood exactly where they were coming from, and actually cared about it as well. But he'd shed the green rawness he'd had when Falk had first met him, out in a barn that had once belonged to a friend of Falk's. The heat had been blazing then, the property still bearing the bloodied telltale signs of death. Reiko now wore the quiet, solid confidence of a man who had come face to face with the worst and had proven himself. He had leaned into his role as sergeant of a small country town and was liked and respected by the locals back in Kiwara. As a former Kiwara local himself, Falk thought it was impossible to overstate what an achievement that was. "He's here!" Reiko called as they came into a large, bright kitchen, which in turn opened onto a raised veranda with a spectacular view of the vineyard below. A small woman in a patterned dress was leaning with one hip against the wooden post, her cloud of dark hair shining in the sun. She was ignoring the scenery, instead frowning at a printed flyer in her hand. As Falk stepped out, she put the flyer down on the outdoor table, trapping the corner under her water glass. "Aaron." Her face broke into a smile as she came to him and rested her hands on his forearms. Rita Reiko looked up at him for a moment, before enveloping him in a hug. "Hello, so good to see you." She meant it, Falk could tell, and he felt a rush of pure warmth towards them both. That was the thing about Rita and Reiko. Their friendship was as close to unconditional as Falk had ever found. "How long have they let us have you for in the end?" Rita said, as she took Henry and settled him into his high chair with a banana in his hand. "A week." Falk had tried for 2 and got a flat no, which he'd pretty much expected given the current workload. "If that's okay." "Of course." Rita smiled and didn't add anything. "You really can't stay longer?" And Falk loved her a little bit more. That was the other thing about the Reikos. They never made him feel like what he was offering fell short. "Thanks for driving all the way out," Reiko called as he disappeared back into the kitchen and reappeared a moment later with 3 beers. For a second time, his smile dipped a little as he passed one each to Falk and Rita. "Course, couldn't miss this." Falk had been surprised and touched on that evening a few months before their son's birth, when Reiko and Rita had come down to Melbourne to take him out for dinner. Falk had suggested a restaurant he knew they'd like, and after they'd ordered, the couple had asked Falk if he'd consider being their baby's godfather. Also, if it was all right by him, they'd like to name their son Henry Aaron Reiko. "Really? You don't want to ask someone in the family, or—" "No, mate, we want to ask you," Reiko had said, as matter of fact as he ever was. "So what do you reckon?" "Well, yeah, thank you." Falk's answer came automatically. "What do I have to do?" "Not too much. Be a good influence." "We wanted someone we trusted." Rita had smiled at him. "So who better?" Later, when Reiko had gone to the bathroom, Rita had scraped her dessert bowl empty, then pushed it aside. "So the thing is," she'd leaned in a little, "his parents and grandparents were quite religious. He might be lapsed, but you can never totally get rid of it. Runs quite deep, you know. He'll play down this godparent thing, but it actually means something to him." "I know, I'm honoured. Genuinely, I didn't expect this." Rita had looked at Falk across the empty plates, her face a little sad. "You really didn't, did you? Even after everything?" "Well, it's just that you have so many people." "That's true, but we wanted you." She'd taken his hand, placing it on her stomach. "It's not like the movies, I'm afraid. And fair warning, it's more church than I find ideal, personally." "Noted, but still up for it." Under his palm, Falk could sense the future Henry Aaron Reiko stirring and felt a protective surge. "Thanks, Rita. I'll do my best for you all." "We know you will." Had he really done his best, Falk wondered now, as 13-month-old Henry regarded him with nothing warmer than suspicion. He'd had good intentions. He'd driven out to the Marily Valley last year for the christening, fully ready to play his part, but then everything had been derailed. When he'd got back home to Melbourne, work had been manic, and sometimes he'd blink and find whole months had gone by, and he hadn't once spoken to the Reikos. "Okay," he thought, smiling at Henry. "Starting now." Henry slid his dark little eyes away, as though embarrassed on Falk's behalf. "Ignore him," Reiko laughed and plonked a sun hat on his child's head. "Grab a seat." Falk pulled up the chair next to Rita, while Eva lolled against the table beside him, fiddling with a glittery hair clip. Eva was big for 5, with her mum's curly hair but her dad's eyes. She kept stealing glances at Falk, a little overwhelmed by his presence. Her parents had once mentioned that it had been Falk who'd given her the doll that had been her constant companion for the past few years. That, coupled with the fact that she only saw Falk in person on rare occasions, had given him something of a Santa Claus allure. "Watch the table, sweetheart," Rita said, as Eva leaned in to slip Falk the glittered hair clip and nearly knocked over Rita's water glass. "Oh, thanks very much, Eva." Falk took the clip and moved the glass. Beneath it was the printed flyer Rita had been looking at. Kim Gillespie's face smiled up from the paper. The photo had been taken in sunlight, and the woman's dark brown hair had a sheen to it. She had slightly rounded features that made her appear a little younger than her 39 years, and she looked happy in the photo. Falk wondered when it had been taken. He's been out there for a while, Rita murmured suddenly, and Falk glanced up in time to see Reiko nod. The pair both had their eyes trained on the vines stretching out below. At first the space appeared empty, but following their gaze, Falk could now see the shape of a man moving along the rows. He was alone and walking at a slow pace. He stopped at a fence post, something unseen catching his attention, then after a long moment continued on. "How is your brother?" Falk said, and Reiko and Rita exchanged a glance. "Charlie?" Reiko rubbed his chin. "Yeah, he's not bad, considering." Falk nodded. If there was one person likely to attract even more questions than the spouse of a missing person, it had to be the ex-partner. However amicable the parting of ways was said to have been. Charlie, Reiko and Kim Gillespie had shared a 17-year-old daughter and an on-again, off-again relationship, which had sparked to life with a teenage infatuation, bumped along for 2 decades, and finally fizzled out for good 5 years ago. A co-parenting arrangement and division of assets had been mutually agreed without the need for either party to engage a lawyer. Falk knew this, because everyone knew it now. The details of the relationship had been rehashed and picked over at length after last year. Falk turned back to the vines, but the rows once again appeared empty. He couldn't see where Charlie Reiko had gone. He reached out instead and picked up the flyer from beside Rita's glass. "Zara got them made up," Rita said. Falk nodded. The 17-year-old. He cast his eye over the information. All the important stuff was there. She'd done a good job. "And what's the plan tonight?" "The festival's agreed to do a minute's silence for the anniversary," Reiko said, "plus an appeal on the main stage." "Appealing for what exactly?" The question came out more bluntly than Falk had intended, and he rephrased. "I mean, are there doubts? I thought after they found her shoe it was pretty much—" "Not doubts," Rita said quickly, "but questions, I suppose, about Kim's state of mind on the night." She glanced towards the house and Falk guessed that Kim's older daughter was inside somewhere. "But we're trying to manage Zara's expectations." "She's struggling?" Falk said. Rita flashed a reassuring smile as her own daughter looked up, and waited until Eva wandered off in search of more gifts for Falk before she spoke again. "To be fair, it's not only Zara pushing for this. We'd all like to know. I mean, I still think about it a lot," she said, and Reiko nodded in agreement. What Kim must have been thinking to leave her baby like that. Falk looked down at the caption below the woman's photo. Kim Gillespie, age 39. Last seen at the opening night of the Marrowlee Valley Annual Food and Wine Festival. Brown hair, brown eyes, medium build, 168 centimetres. Wearing a dark grey jacket, white or cream t-shirt, black jeans or leggings, white sneakers. Falk had never met Kim, and as far as he knew had seen her alive only twice, once on a phone screen and once from a distance. "I reckon the locals have probably said all they can say by now, but the opening night's always mostly tourists." Reiko took a long pull on his beer. "They'll probably get maybe 1,000 of them tonight. A lot of the same families come every year, so it'll jog a few memories at least." His frown returned. "Like it or not?" Falk nodded. He'd been involved in all kinds of witness statements over the years, and among the least helpful, worse than those who refused to speak, worse than those who straight up lied, were the well-meaning bystanders who reckoned they'd seen plenty. It was rarely deliberate, most people simply wanted to help. Falk didn't blame them, there was something in human nature that compelled people to fill in the gaps. But what they'd seen and what they thought they'd seen were not necessarily one and the same. Falk looked out to the empty vines again and thought back to his own statement last year. The local cop had been young, and his questions a little leading at times. He should have known better, and if they'd been in the same chain of command, Falk would have pulled him up on it. How did Kim seem? Falk couldn't say. He couldn't even begin to say. He suspected he probably wouldn't have remembered anything much about those minutes at all if Kim hadn't gone missing, but that was life. Insignificant things became significant unexpectedly. He'd tried to pick out only what he could recall for certain. The time. It had been 8 p.m, and he knew that because the children's fireworks had started. Night had crept in, and he remembered the lights and music had suddenly felt brighter and louder, the way they always did in the dark. It had been busy. There were lots of people around, but Falk had been alone. He had been making his way back across the grounds from the east end of the site towards the main entrance on the western edge. He'd been returning from the festival's head office to the Penvale Vineyard store, where Reiko and Rita were waiting for him. He had weaved through families who were parking or collecting strollers and bikes from the bay near the Ferris wheel, and was just past the ride itself when he'd suddenly slowed on the path, and then stopped. The young cop should have asked the reason why, but he hadn't, and so Falk hadn't offered. It had had nothing to do with anything that night anyway. And that's when you saw Kim Gillespie? No. Here's what had happened. A burst of static screeching from the speakers by the Ferris wheel had snatched Falk's attention away from the path, and still distracted, he'd glanced towards the ride. A man nearby had also flinched at the noise, and their eyes had briefly caught in mutual irritation. Falk hadn't really known the man at the time, but was later able to confirm that it was Rowan Gillespie. Rowan had been chatting to a couple with a tired-looking toddler, who were eventually tracked down and positively identified as tourists from Queensland. Above them all, the Ferris wheel had been continuing its slow rotation. The carriages on the wheel were the enclosed kind, like gondolas or cages, designed to seat family or friendship groups together. Perhaps designed also to stop falls, Falk reflected later, of both the accidental and deliberate kind. By this point, Falk had leaned in to make sure the young officer was clear on this. He had already been losing interest in anything happening in the area around the ride. Falk's focus had been slipping elsewhere, even as he and Rowan Gillespie broke eye contact. Rowan had turned to say something to the tourists and then pointed, upwards, to the dark-haired woman and baby at the very top of the wheel. The movement had been enough to snag Falk's gaze, and driven by some animal survival instinct rather than any real curiosity, he'd looked up himself. He'd sensed rather than seen Rowan wave from the ground. For a beat, there had been no response, and then a small movement from the gondola at the top of the ride. Falk had already been turning away as she'd waved back. Now, a year later, Falk sat on Reiko's brother's veranda with the printed picture of Kim on the table. Last seen. There was contention over the exact timings of many events that night, but the children's fireworks had at least pinned that one to a point on the clock. Falk's statement had become one of several used to map Rowan's movements, which, other than those missing 8 minutes or so, had eventually been independently confirmed from the time he'd waved goodbye to his wife and daughter on the Ferris wheel, until the moment 2.5 hours later, when his phone had buzzed in the Italian restaurant with the news that his child had been discovered alone in her stroller. How long Kim had lingered after her husband had left the festival grounds was still a matter of debate, as was exactly what had happened over those 2.5 hours. Maybe she had wandered. Maybe she was the woman who had joined the increasingly boisterous festivities outside the ale tent with a group of people who had never come forward, spirits soaring to a point where the overworked barman had been forced to cut her off. Or maybe she had gone to try her luck on the carnival games, winning a blue stuffed toy kangaroo similar to one later found dumped in a bin. Or maybe she was across the field talking to a man in a beanie, or crying in the toilets, or leaning into the open window of a white or grey car in the parking lot, speaking to the driver. Or maybe she'd done none of those things. Maybe she'd parked the stroller, turned away from her baby sleeping inside, and walked alone to the reservoir. Hopefully something useful will come out of tonight anyway, Rita said now, looking at Kim's face on the appeal flyer. Falk nodded. He would love to be able to tell Rita and Reiko more about that moment at the ride. It wouldn't be an answer, but he knew the family would welcome any insight, however small. He couldn't, though. Most of what Falk could remember now had almost certainly been fabricated after the fact, he knew. Memories were fragile and fluid and prone to error and embellishment. No matter how many times he thought back to that night, how many details he tried to conjure up and how crystal clear they might seem, it didn't change reality. And in reality, Falk knew, he had barely glanced up. Chapter 3. Reiko walked Falk across the drive to the Vineyard's small guest house. It was just as Falk remembered from last year, a tidy, white-painted weatherboard studio, set a short way from the main cottage and complete with a bathroom and basic kitchen facilities, plus a bonus postcard view of the vines. Rita keeps threatening to move in here herself, Reiko said with a smile as he unlocked the door and handed Falk the key. Bloody kids always find you, though. There was fresh linen on the bed and a mini fridge stocked with cold drinks. A stack of paperback novels lay in a shaft of light on the shelf above the bedside table. Falk put his bag down and had the overwhelming urge to pour a large glass of chilled water, collapse into one of the outdoor chairs on the front porch and close his eyes, and just sit as the golden evening sun grew heavy and low. Reiko was leaning against the doorframe, and from the tired stoop in his shoulders, Falk suspected he was thinking the same. Instead, Falk rinsed his hands, splashed some water on his face, and they both made their way back to the house. Reiko's brother Charlie was in the kitchen, chatting with Rita as they set the table for an early dinner. He grinned as Falk came in. "Welcome back, mate," he said, leaning over the placemats to shake Falk's hand. "Good to see you again." Charlie, the middle sibling of 3, was Reiko's bigger brother in every way. He was stockier than his younger sibling, with a thicker and solider version of the family's facial features. But both brothers had the same easy smile. And although Charlie had only met Falk for the first time a year ago, he had the Reiko gift of always seeming genuinely pleased to see him. He looked a little rougher around the edges this year than Falk remembered, though. Under the kitchen lights, his shave was patchy, and the fit of his checked shirt suggested he'd gained a bit of weight. "We thought we'd better eat now." Charlie leaned over to peer at a bubbling casserole dish in the oven. "I'm not sure we'll get much chance later." He straightened and glanced in the direction of what Falk guessed were the bedrooms. "You want me to get Zara?" Rita said, following his gaze. "It's all right." Charlie opened a drawer and dumped a handful of silverware on the table. "I'll go." He disappeared down the hall and Falk heard a knock on a door, followed by a muffled conversation. The tone was calm, and a few minutes later, Charlie re-emerged, a silent teenage girl in his wake. Zara was striking rather than pretty. She looked more like a feminine version of Charlie and Reiko than like her mother, especially around the eyes. They were the giveaway. Falk felt fairly sure that if he'd passed her on the street without context, he would have recognised her as a Reiko. "You remember our friend Aaron from last year?" Reiko said, strapping his son into a high chair. "Oh, yeah," Zara said politely, glancing up from her phone as she pulled out a kitchen chair. "Hi." She sat, but didn't return to her screen immediately, instead running her eyes over Falk's face. She had been crying and didn't try to hide it, and there was a familiar but mildly uncomfortable element to her scrutiny. Falk couldn't immediately put his finger on it until he realised he'd already been subjected to it once that day. It reminded him of the way Rowan Gillespie had considered him earlier, as they'd stood beside their cars at the lookout. Not suspicion, or not exactly, but a distant cousin perhaps. A kind of keen and very specific interest those left behind had in anyone who might be able to shed a ray of fresh light. "What do you know?" "You want to run through anything before tonight?" Charlie asked his daughter. "Practice your speech on us?" Zara finally dragged her eyes away from Falk. "No, it's okay." Charlie seemed tempted to press her, but didn't. Instead, he nodded and passed her a plate. Even before Kim went missing, Zara had been living at the vineyard with her dad. Continuity of schooling and friends, Falk had heard someone explain last year, but he would have been surprised if the fresh dynamics of her mother's new marriage and baby hadn't had something to do with things. Charlie and Kim had never been married, Reiko had told him, even after Zara came along in their early 20s. Looking at Charlie now, Falk wondered if the 2 decades he and Kim had spent together in some form or another would have lasted that long if they hadn't had a daughter together. Falk didn't know him well enough to guess. Either way, Kim, Charlie and their daughter had lived together as a family on the vineyard until Zara was 12. But from what Reiko had said, the deterioration of their relationship had been slow but steady. Eventually, they'd concluded they'd be happier if the off-again status became permanent. Kim had taken a job in Adelaide and married Rowan a couple of years later. Zara had been a bridesmaid, and Charlie had not only attended, but supplied the wine for the reception as a wedding gift. Now, Charlie and Zara mirrored each other's miserable expressions at the kitchen table, heads bowed as they pushed their forks around their plates. It had barely been possible to get a word in edgewise over that same table on Falk's first night last year. Music had been playing from a speaker on the counter, and Falk remembered that Rita had been sitting next to him, her mobile tucked between her shoulder and chin, arranging a catch-up with someone as she breastfed newborn Henry and popped olives into her mouth with her free hand. Charlie had been circling the kitchen, refilling glasses, as he and Reiko engaged in an animated sledging of their oldest brother Ben, who was a detective sergeant up in Brisbane.
and then tries to make out he's offended by the suggestion the way he does, like, I am an officer of the court. I would never tow a trailer without the appropriate registration, and I'm bullshit.
Reiko had laughed and torn off a hunk of bread from the bowl beside the pastor.
It is bloody registered because he was moaning about the hassle a few months ago, so why is he pretending? I know. I said, Ben, mate, look, Greg reckons it's legit. I mean, you might not want to lend out your trailer, but don't pretend you don't have a trailer.
Charlie had broken off from the argument suddenly, Falk remembered, turning as Zara had wandered into the kitchen. She had been different last year, her expression light and soft and a half-smile curling as she read a message on her phone.
Hey,
Charlie had called across the room. What'd your mum say about tonight? You fix another time? Zara had looked up at her dad in genuine surprise. I don't know, I thought you called her.
What? Why?
I told you she didn't answer and you said okay. Charlie blinked at his daughter.
Because I assumed you'd try again.
Oh, well, I thought you were going to.
No, hey.
Charlie was already fishing at his phone.
You were supposed to get back to her, as you bloody well know.
Yeah, I tried. She didn't pick up. I'll text.
Yeah, well, that might have to do with this, right?
Rita had finished her own call and was patting Henry's back. His eyes were closed in satisfaction, and his tiny milk-drunk head lolled on her shoulder as she reached for another olive. Everything all right?
Yeah.
A note of frustration had crept into Charlie's voice.
Just Kim.
She messaged Zara last night, wants to come over tonight to drop off her birthday present, but she'll be turning up to an empty house. Zara had at least appeared shamefaced.
I tried, okay? She hardly ever answers since she had the baby.
Charlie had ignored her, tapping the screen. They'd all fallen quiet and Falk had been able to hear the faint ringing from the other end of the phone. Eventually it had stopped. See? Zara had looked mildly triumphant. She never picks up. Charlie had said nothing as he tried a second time. Again, they'd all listened to the ringtone for what felt like a long time. On the verge of cutting out once more, there had suddenly been a moment or two of nothing, and then a rustle. A woman's face had appeared on the screen.
Kim, hey!
Charlie himself had sounded a little surprised. He'd propped up his phone on the table against the wine bottle. How you doing?
Hi, Charlie,
Kim Gillespie said, her voice instantly softening as her daughter had moved closer to see the screen.
Hello, Zara, sweetheart.
It was the first and only time Falk ever heard Kim speak. The sound was clear, but the phone line lent her voice a flattened, distant quality.
Where are you?
Charlie had reached out to adjust the angle of the phone, and Falk had caught his first real glimpse of the woman. Kim's features had been distorted by the shaky upwards tilt of the camera, but he could see her dark hair.
Still in the car? Yeah, we're near the Eastern Bridge now,
Kim had said, and Falk had been able to picture that stretch of road about 30 minutes from town.
Listen, Charlie, what's up? It's not a great time. Zoe's asleep in the back.
Falk had seen something flicker across Zara's face at the mention of her new sister. It vanished quickly, if not completely. Kim hadn't seemed to notice, turning to focus instead on a murmured voice off screen.
That Rowan there?
Charlie had cleared his throat.
Congratulations on the little one, mate.
The image blurred momentarily as Kim tilted the phone towards the driver's seat, where Rowan raised a hand in greeting.
Thanks, mate.
The man's voice was friendly enough but hushed. Sorry, we had better keep it down though, if that's all right.
Charlie.
Kim's own tone was brisk as she turned the phone back on herself. We'll talk later, okay? I'll see you and Zara soon anyway.
Hang on, Kim, it's actually about you coming by tonight.
Charlie had leaned in.
We're not going to be around, sorry.
There had been a pause. The only sound from the other end of the phone was the low hum of the car engine.
Was that tonight?
Rowan asked.
Yes, remember...
The volume suddenly dropped, like Kim had put her hand over the phone. Another pause and an indistinct exchange.
Stop in while you're at the restaurant.
Across the table, Rita had pulled herself up and passed baby Henry to Falk.
Can you hold him while I go to the toilet?
Sure. Henry was placed in Falk's arms even as he answered. He'd sat up straighter in his chair and put his hand behind the kid's unsteady little head because he remembered that's what you were supposed to do. He'd tucked Henry to his chest, feeling the lift and fall of the tiny rhythmic breaths against his collar. It had been an unfamiliar experience. Nice, though, with the freshly laundered smell and the small, solid weight on his shoulder. When he tuned back to the phone conversation, it seemed to have ramped up a notch, Zara now talking fast. "And I've already said I'd meet them, so that's okay, isn't it?" There had been no answer on the other end of the phone. Charlie was rubbing his chin, eyes on the screen. "I mean," Zara had glanced at her father. "Dad's got to cover the festival stall anyway." Charlie had nodded. "Yeah, you know how it gets, opening night rush." "So neither of you will be home tonight," Kim said, after what felt like a long silence at the other end. "You're both going out to the festival." "Yeah," Charlie had nodded. A beat passed. "Sorry." "What about Rita and Greg?" "All of us are going." "Oh." A pause from the phone. "Okay." "Okay?" Zara had smiled. "Great. Thanks, Mum." Falk couldn't see Kim's face, but it had been clear enough even to him that that wasn't what she'd meant. Still, Zara had seen her chance and taken it. They all fell silent for a moment. "Charlie." There had been a new undercurrent in Kim's voice when she spoke again. Falk didn't know her normal tone well enough to place it, but if he'd had to guess, he would have said she sounded upset. "You and Zara can't wait for me?" Charlie was already shaking his head. "Look, Kim, not really. I'm sorry, but we'll rearrange. I've got to do the stall, and Zara's 16. She wants to hang out with her mates tonight. You remember what—" "Yes, of course, The words abruptly cut short, and there was a hush on both ends as the screen went dark. At first, Falk thought Kim had again covered the phone with her hand, but as the seconds and silence ticked on, he'd wondered if the connection had dropped in a black spot. Charlie had seemed uncertain too. "You still there?" The line had been quiet for another beat. Then it had been Rowan's voice that had edged through, louder now. "Hello? Can you hear us now?" As soon as he heard them respond, he dropped his volume again. "Sorry, guys, this is all a bit hard with Zoe right here. Look, could we just agree Zara should go tonight? Have fun. We'll work something out for another time." "Great. Okay." Zara was more than happy to quit while she was ahead. Kim started at the same time as Charlie had sighed and leaned forward in his chair. "Hey, listen," he'd said. "Why don't you stop by the festival instead? We'll all be there." "No, Dad, I'm supposed to be meeting—" Zara had started to whisper, and Charlie had motioned for her to pipe down. "Well—" A pause. Kim had sounded reluctant, but then appeared to change her mind. "Yes, okay then. We'll come to the festival." "I'm catching up with my parents tonight." Rowan had clearly been less keen. "Dad's got to go in for some more tests for something, but—" Another brief pause. "Yeah, we could maybe swing by." "All right." There had been the smallest hesitation in Charlie's answer, almost as though he hadn't expected them to agree. But by the time Falk had glanced over, he'd been smiling again. "Good. Well, we'll see you three there." "Okay," Kim said, in a way that had made Falk vaguely wonder, even then, if she was already regretting the commitment. "See you there." "Great. Bye, Mum. Love you." Zara had pushed her chair back to stand, her finger already hovering over the screen. "Bye, Zara. I love you." Zara had tapped the screen once, and the call went dead. There was no way she could have known at the time what was coming, Falk thought now, as he looked across the kitchen at the teenage girl 12 months on. There was a dark weight behind her eyes that had not been there a year ago, and Zara's gaze was somewhere else as she stared out of the window at the vines. Falk would bet good money she relived that conversation often, the ending at least, when she'd leaned forward and reached towards the screen. The single tap of her index finger, the light touch of skin against glass to cut short those last words she would now never hear from her mum. Falk hoped he was wrong, but he doubted he was. Zara looked like she felt that movement in her sleep. Chapter 4. The sun was lower over the vineyard by the time they'd finished dinner and loaded the boxes of appeal flyers into Charlie's Land Rover. Rita and the kids came to the front door to say goodbye, Henry already wrapped in a bath towel. Reiko kissed them, then climbed into the back seat next to Zara as Charlie fired up the engine. From the passenger seat, Falk watched Rita wave as they pulled away. Her smile didn't dip, but he knew her well enough to spot the hint of stress. He couldn't decide if she was relieved or sorry not to be joining them. Charlie didn't say anything as he drove. The boxes of flyers slid in the trunk with a gentle thump as he turned out of the vineyard and onto the road. Last year they'd driven this same route, but the trunk had been clinking instead, loaded with a couple of crates of Charlie's own Shiraz. "I make a few bottles most years," he told Falk back then, as they'd loaded those crates into the trunk. "See how it turns out." "It's not a big part of your business?" Falk had asked, and Charlie had laughed. "Not even a small part. A few of the wineries buy pretty much everything from the vines, but I keep a bit back myself for fun. Bottle it up, sell it at the festival, a couple of the farmers' markets, that kind of thing. Give it to friends, whether they want it or not." Falk had reached into a crate and picked up a bottle, turning it over in his hand, looking at the vineyard's logo on the label. He'd tried to imagine creating something like this from scratch, from grapes to crate. "Does it come up well?" "It does." Charlie had grinned. "If I do say so myself." Falk had put the bottle back. "You didn't fancy following in the family footsteps then?" "No, I did not," Charlie had said with such vigour that Falk had had to smile. The Reikos were a police family, and the three brothers had grown up watching their dad oversee this very town as the long-standing local sergeant, keeping the place firmly ship-shape by all accounts, until he'd finally retired 15 years earlier and moved away with their mum to soak up a bit of Queensland's sun. He'd died a couple of years ago, Falk knew, but two of his three sons had continued his legacy with careers in the force. "Never appealed to me at all," Charlie had said. "You've got to be a certain type, I reckon. No offence." Falk had laughed. "None taken." "I'm a little offended," Reiko had said mildly as he straightened up a crate. "I know, mate, that's because you're exactly that type," Charlie had said and grinned back at his brother as he'd slammed the trunk. There was no joking in the car this year as they drove towards the festival site, barely exchanging a word. Marilee's streets were already heavy with tourist traffic, and they hit a slow crawl well before they could see the grounds themselves. The site was only a few kilometres from the vineyard, Falk remembered from the previous year. Close enough for them all to walk, had it not been for the boxes of flyers stacked in the trunk, but no one complained. They were edging into the parking lot when Zara finally broke the silence. "Do you think this'll work?" Reiko shifted in his seat. "The appeal?" "Yeah." Falk glanced at Zara in the side mirror. She was running her eyes over the cars in the next lane, scanning the occupants carefully. He wasn't sure what she was expecting or hoping to see. "I think it depends on what you're expecting, mate," Reiko said. "Will it shake some memories loose? Maybe help fill in the timeline a bit more? Yeah, hopefully. Are you going to come away knowing what your mum did step by step? Unlikely. I'm sorry, I wish..." No, it's okay." Zara's face was still. Only her eyes continued to move, darting from one car to the next. The approach to the site looked exactly the same as Falk remembered. Even from inside the car he could hear the lilt of a band playing somewhere in the distance, the faint notes mixing with the familiar low, steady hum generated by hundreds of people converging in one place. Parking attendants in sunglasses and high-vis vests directed cars into a single file and herded them past rows of earlier arrivals towards an open field. Last year it had been Charlie who had spotted Kim's car. He'd been a little quiet on the drive then too, but his face had relaxed a notch as they crept along with the traffic. "Hey," he'd said then, as he'd eased the car forward. "Looks like your mum made it." "Where?" Zara had raised her head from her phone as Charlie pointed to a silver family sedan parked to their left. A man, Rowan Gillespie, Falk had guessed rightly at the time, was beside the trunk, trying to wrestle a stroller into shape. "Ah, good." Zara's eyes were already drifting back to her screen. Charlie had beeped the horn lightly and Rowan had looked up from the stroller. Charlie touched the brakes, but another horn had blared from the line of cars behind, and a harried parking attendant had urged them onward with a jerking motion.
"Yeah, all right, mate, I'm moving,"
Charlie had muttered and rolled forward. He'd glanced in the rearview mirror at his daughter, a small frown forming behind his sunglasses. "Make sure you catch your mum inside, yeah?" Rowan had been shielding his eyes from the low sun, squinting at their car. Seeming to recognise them suddenly, he'd lifted his hand as they'd trundled past, then put the stroller down and leaned around to call something through the sedan's passenger door. "Zara?" Charlie had said again. "You heard me about Mum?" "Yeah, I will." She'd sounded distracted, though, and in the mirror Falk had seen her eyes fixed on the back of her mother's car as they pulled away. Someone had put stickers on the tinted rear window. A chalk-drawing stick family of 3. Mum, Dad and baby. Zara had blinked once, then dropped her gaze back down to her phone. Her thumb moved fast across her screen. Rowan Gillespie had later told police his family had arrived at the festival site at around 7:15 p.m. Zara had pinpointed that moment to 7:19 p.m, confirmed by the text she'd sent a friend as they'd driven by. Here now, parking. The last alleged sighting of Kim fell somewhere between 90 and 130 minutes later, Falk knew, depending on whether you put more weight on the statement from the kid's face paint artist or the overworked bartender, or, as some people decided, neither. 12 months on and the parking lot was still as slow-moving as Falk remembered it, and Charlie had to park some distance away from the entrance. They each took a box of flyers from the trunk and made their way through the sea of cars. The same wide, bright banner Falk had seen the year before swayed gently overhead in the warm evening breeze. Marily Valley Annual Food and Wine Festival, established 1951. Strings of lights created a canopy leading up to the entrance which glowed a warm gold in the encroaching twilight. At the turnstiles, a pair of grey-haired officials in matching fleeces kept an eye on crowd numbers, opening the side gate every few seconds to let through a family with a stroller or wheelchair. Admission was still free, Falk noted, which he remembered thinking added to the community feel of the event. Beyond the entrance, he could see volunteers collecting gold coin donations for a charity. "Where are we meeting, everyone?" Charlie called to Zara as they joined the bottleneck for the turnstiles. "The main stage?" "No, our stall." "Okay." Charlie mouthed, "Thank you," as one of the officials spotted the boxes in their arms and beckoned them through the gate instead. "I thought you might not do the stall this year," Reiko said to his brother once they were inside. "Yeah, I could do without it, to be honest," Charlie said. "But we committed to 3 years on that spot, and in the end Shane agreed we may as well." "Is he coming tonight?" Reiko asked. "Should be there now, hopefully, setting the casuals up." Charlie led the way through the crowds, and before long Falk saw the distinctive crimson branding up ahead. The Penvale Vineyard stall had a long table along its front, with several bottles already open for tastings. A friendly young woman who looked like she could be a uni student was pouring small measures for a family group, while another pointed out something printed on the bottle's label. Behind them, in the dim back half of the stall, a large bloke was breaking down empty boxes, his shoulders and chest broad enough to stretch the fabric of his Vineyard t-shirt. He'd been there last year too, and although Falk hadn't been formally introduced, he recognised the face. "G'day, guys." Charlie nodded to his staff and cleared a space at the end of the table for Zara to put down her flyers. The stall looked to be more or less in the same spot as last year, Falk thought as he glanced around. He didn't claim to know much about retail exposure sites, but this seemed well positioned for foot traffic. They were right at the top of the main drag between the entrance and the exit, meaning most people had to pass by on their way in or out. Perfect for crowd watching too, as it had been last year. Falk had wondered for a while at the time if that might end up proving useful. It hadn't in the end, other than to suggest that on the balance of probabilities, Kim Gillespie hadn't left the grounds by the main exit. Falk supposed that was useful information in its own way. "Oh, great, Dad, that journalist came," Zara said, and Charlie put his box on the table and looked to where she was pointing. "There, talking to Rowan and Sergeant Dwyer." Falk placed his own box down and turned as well. Rowan Gillespie was on the other side of the white path, standing beside a tall, grey-haired police sergeant. They were both leaning in a little, straining to hear over the noise as a woman with a notebook asked something. Nearby, a photographer with ill-fitting jeans and an equipment bag near his feet waited patiently. The reporter finished her question and the police officer nodded in response, indicating back towards the entrance at something above the canvas roofs of the stalls. Falk looked up to where he was pointing and saw a CCTV camera fixed high on a pole. That was new. They'd only had cameras on the main exit last year. Rowan's eyes drifted down from the camera and back to the stall, with a flash of relief as he spotted the Rakos there. He murmured something to the journalist, who was scribbling fast, then threaded his way across the busy path towards the stall. "Hey, good to see you guys. Zara, that reporter's very keen to chat to—" He stopped as his gaze landed on the boxes. The lids were unsealed, and after a beat, Rowan reached out and took an appeal flyer from the top of the pile. He held it in his hand and stared for a long moment at the picture of his wife and the words beneath. "Thanks again for doing these, Zara." His voice was tight and he gave a tiny nod. "There." He searched for a word but didn't find it. "Where's Zoe?" Charlie asked. "Oh, with my parents," Rowan said, still distracted by the picture. A frown flickered across his face. "Bit of a nightmare drop-off. They're all—" He stopped again, shook his head. "Anyway, doesn't matter. I had to be here." "You're always welcome to leave her with us," Rako said. "We've got all the baby stuff, so it's no extra hassle." "Thanks, mate," Rowan said, but his eyes had fallen back down to his wife. Rako seemed about to say something else, but stopped as the police sergeant began to weave his way towards them, the reporter and photographer in his wake. "G'day all," the officer said as he reached the stall. "Good to see you, mate. Welcome home." He shook Rako's hand, then turned to Zara. "And how are you?" "Okay, thanks." "Yeah? Then you're doing better than most would be." The officer gave her a small smile and picked up a flyer, pulling a pair of reading glasses from his shirt pocket. He was probably in his late 50s, Falk guessed, but his wiry, outdoorsy build suggested he enjoyed the cholesterol and blood pressure readings of someone 10 years younger. The name tag on his pocket read, Sergeant R. Dwyer. "These have come up well, Zara. Good job." Dwyer peered over his glasses at her. "Listen, that journo wants a word before you move off, but the volunteers are here and ready, so if you and Rowan are right to go, I reckon we get this started." Rowan's face automatically firmed into a look of attentive determination. Falk regularly saw that same expression in high-level professional meetings, where it felt crucial that the right decisions were made. It was usually bullshit. Bravado masking fear and self-doubt. He had a version of that expression himself. Zara was counting the few dozen volunteers milling around the edges of the stall, talking among themselves. It was a mixed bag, old and young, and one or two families. Falk vaguely recognised a handful of them as friends of the Rako family. They probably all were, in some way or another, and from the tense, eager way they waited for instruction, he could see that the events of last year still cast a shadow. Falk hadn't been there to witness the aftermath himself. Once the shoe was found and the history of antidepressant prescriptions began to seep out, Kim's death had taken the shape of a very intimate family tragedy. He had suddenly felt in the way. No one had said as much, not at all, but he could tell his bed in the guest house would be more useful freed up for the relatives now arriving by the day. Falk had checked in with Rako and separately Rita, both already turning inwards to their family pain. And less than 72 hours after he'd arrived, they'd waved him off with mutual understanding on both sides. "All right," Dwyer said now, raising his voice over the crowd noise. "If you're here for the appeal, please step in a little there so we don't block the path. Yep, perfect." He gestured for the flyers to be passed around as the crowd formed a loose circle. "Right, thanks all for coming out," Dwyer started. "I recognise a lot of faces and I know a lot of you knew Kim well, but there'll be plenty of people here tonight at this festival who didn't know her as well, or at all. And it's them. Anyone who was here at the opening last year and might have seen her, those are the people we want to talk to. We've got leaflets here. Yeah, thanks, grab a handful each. And our aim tonight is to get people to have another think about that night, what they might have seen or noticed. Maybe it didn't seem important at the time, but I'd rather know about it and make that call myself. I'll be round all evening or can be contacted through the station." "All right." He clapped his hands. "We'll be on the main stage a little later for an appeal and a short tribute from Kim's family, so please encourage people to be there. It's scheduled for—" He looked to Zara and Rowan for confirmation. 8:30? Yep, 8:30. He kept his eyes on the family. Anything either of you would like to add? Rowan glanced at Zara, who blinked. She wavered a moment, and when she shook her head, he cleared his throat. Look, we'd like to thank everyone for being here. Actually, Zara cut him off. Sorry, Rowan, I think I do want to say something. Yeah? Okay, of course. Zara still seemed uncertain as all eyes turned to her, but took a breath. I know most of you were here last year and know what happened, so you'll probably have heard that my mum had postnatal depression, and that's true. You've probably also heard how she abandoned my sister in her stroller and went down to the reservoir drop and... Zara stumbled over the words and stopped. She took a second to gather herself. That bit is not true. Falk saw a few among the crowd shift their weight and throw a glance to the person next to them. No one seemed quite sure how to best react to that, and the atmosphere took on an awkward undercurrent. Reiko and Charlie exchanged a look, a silent communication passing between them. They both slid their eyes back to Zara, who had also sensed the ripple in the crowd. Rowan had felt it too, Falk could tell. The man had been listening to Zara with his head bowed, staring at a spot on the ground. But now he glanced up. The professional face had faded and he simply looked disappointed. He ran his gaze lightly over the gathered group, sending several pairs of eyes skittering away, then took a small but distinct half-step towards Zara. He'd barely closed any distance, but the instant effect was one of solidarity. He gave Zara a little nod of encouragement, and she looked relieved. Charlie, Falk noticed, looked like he wished he'd done the same, but the moment had passed. It was too late now, and he knew it. Yes, so... Zara recovered her train of thought and her momentum. What I'm saying is my mum would never have left Zoe. Or me. She loved us, and she would hate to see what we've all been through this past year. A subtle movement at the back of the crowd caught Falk's eye, and he tilted his head to see better. A lone teenage boy was standing a little apart from the group, his arms folded across his chest as he watched Zara speak. He had a flyer in one hand and was listening with a hint of a frown on his face. Falk felt a faint stirring of recognition. He didn't know the kid, though. He didn't really know anyone here other than the Reikos. The boy had close-cropped hair and looked about 18. He was all angles, with the lean coat-hanger look of a growing body trying to keep up with itself. I know what everyone believes happened. A note of urgency had crept into Zara's voice. And actually I can understand why, but my mum did not go down to the reservoir. Someone, a witness who was working nearby all night, has told police that she never went through the reservoir exit. The teenage boy barely reacted. He kept his gaze firmly on Zara as several heads turned his way, but everything about his stance morphed into something instantly defensive. So that was him. Falk felt the pieces click together now. The one who'd been stuck out at the first aid post near the back end of the site, who'd given his statement and, Falk guessed from the mutinous look on his face, presumably stuck to it over the past 12 months. Something else happened to my mum that night, Zara went on. Either someone made her leave the festival or her mental health was so bad that she agreed to go or got tricked or... I don't know. Reiko and Charlie exchanged another look. Zara caught it this time. But Mum should still be considered out there somewhere until we know for certain otherwise. Her words turned sharp. So here are the things we need to know. The timeline of what she did that night. Falk glanced at Sergeant Dwyer. He was yet to meet a cop who enjoyed being told how to do their own job, but rather than seeming sceptical or annoyed, the officer's face was determinedly neutral. We need to know who she spoke to and when. As Falk watched, Dwyer's head inclined in a near imperceptible nod, almost to himself. That was interesting. Sergeant Dwyer had been on leave last year when Kim left her daughter in the stroller bay underneath the Ferris wheel. Falk wasn't sure he'd ever known exactly why Dwyer was away. Some family reason, maybe. But he did remember being surprised that the sergeant had been granted time off during what had to be one of the town's busiest weeks. Whatever the reason, Sergeant Dwyer hadn't been around to deal with what happened. Falk wondered if he felt the need to make up for that now. I miss my mum and I love her and... Zara sighed. She suddenly sounded very tired. And look, the fact is, someone knows something. That person might be here tonight. We need to find that person so we can find Mum. So if everyone could please take some flyers, that would be great. Thank you. Sergeant Dwyer saw his opening and stepped in. Thanks, Zara. Everyone, let's make a move. Get yourselves into pairs, groups, whatever, and we'll head out, see what we can get back. A buzz of chatter rose as loose groups formed and began to drift away, flyers in hands and varying degrees of enthusiasm on their faces. Falk looked over to Reiko, who was still in the same spot, watching Zara as she shook the journalist's hand. You want me to grab some flyers? Falk said, and Reiko nodded slowly. Thanks. We should, I suppose. Falk walked over to the nearest box, waiting his turn as other volunteers reached in. Nearby, he could hear Rowan being accosted by a couple of older men who were asking about his dad's health. Thank you, yeah, so far he's still ignoring pretty much everything the doctors want him to do, Rowan was saying. But Mum's keeping him in line, lots of veggies, no booze, so fingers crossed. Over by the stall, Falk could see the large, broad-shouldered employee had come out from behind the table and was now standing with Charlie. They had been joined by a petite blonde woman who was wearing a crisp white shirt that opened low at the neckline and was tucked at her waist into dark, skinny jeans. The three of them talked softly while pretending not to watch Zara as she thanked the reporter and photographer, then extracted herself neatly from the crowd and headed directly over to the teenage boy. The boy straightened as she approached, and she reached up and they hugged briefly. Zara handed him some leaflets and said something Falk couldn't hear but could guess from the body language. Is that okay? The boy nodded. Yeah, good. Neither smiled. Zara pointed somewhere towards the east of the festival site, and the boy gave a small shrug of agreement. Falk reached the front of the line and grabbed a stack of paper from the box, then headed back to Reiko, who he could tell had also had his eye on Zara's exchange. Here. Falk passed him a handful of flyers. Thanks, mate, Reiko said, without glancing at them. Listen. He was still watching as Zara and the boy walked off together. I reckon there are enough people covering the grounds. Let's head down to the reservoir, see what we see. Yeah, okay, Falk said, a little surprised. He shuffled the flyers straight in his hands, looked once more at Kim's face gazing out and took a half step towards Reiko. He angled his head so Charlie and the others couldn't see what he was saying and lowered his voice. Mate, is something about all this bothering you? Reiko was still looking past him, his eyes following Zara as she and the boy weaved their way through the festival goers. It's bothering her. Not answering the question was sometimes the same as answering it, Falk thought, but he didn't push it. All right. He turned in time to see Zara disappear into the crowd and nodded to Reiko. Then let's go and take a look. Chapter 5. She reckons she spotted her mum a couple of times this past year, Reiko said to Falk as they headed deeper into the festival grounds. The meandering nature of the foot traffic made it difficult to lift their pace much beyond a leisurely stroll. The warm evening air was heavy with the aromas of deep-fried batter and cinnamon. Zara has. Falk took a quick step to one side to dodge a small child on a scooter. Yeah. Up ahead, Reiko's niece bobbed in and out of view as she and the boy moved through the crowd. Every now and again she gets one of these false glimpses. It's a pretty common response, though, Falk said. Especially when a body isn't found. Suppose they don't feel false at the time. Yeah, that's what I told her. She wasn't convinced? Not really. She doesn't want to be convinced. That's part of the No thanks, not for me, Reiko said politely as a tray bearing free samples of homemade blued cheese was thrust in front of him. One was at the supermarket here in town. Zara said she saw Kim pass by the end of an aisle. Would not let it drop. In the end, the manager let her and Dwyer take the security footage to the station. And did she find who she'd seen? Kind of. It was no one, just some woman. Apparently she didn't even look much like Kim. No one you'd normally confuse her with. Then another time, Zara and Charlie were in Adelaide, and Zara made him turn the car around and follow a bus because she thought she'd seen Kim getting on. She hadn't, obviously. After that, Charlie was... Reiko sighed. I don't know, more worried. He doesn't know what to do either. Rita said you'd been back here a few times to talk to Zara. 3, not counting this trip. Reiko looked down at the flyer in his hand. Charlie thought maybe going through things from a police perspective might help. Talking you through the evidence and statements and things. Doesn't feel like it has, though. Reiko suddenly slowed on the path, apologising as a distracted couple wandering arm in arm close behind bumped into him. Falk glanced over his own shoulder, then stopped too, following Reiko's gaze. Zara and the boy had positioned themselves near the beer tent. The same spot where a woman, drunk, emotional and loosely matching the physical description of Kim Gillespie, had been cut off by the bartender towards the end of the evening. Falk and Reiko watched as Zara engaged a young family who were clearly reluctant to stop. Whatever Zara said was good enough to slow the parents' stride, and in a movement swift enough to be choreographed, the boy had stepped out and presented a flyer in a way that gave them very little choice but to take it. Zara continued speaking, everything about her manner earnest and urgent, and by the time the family was allowed to walk away, they were all looking at the flyer and the man was pointing to it as his partner nodded. A few more people now aware of the appeal, Falk thought, as Zara and the boy quickly homed in on their next targets. The kids were doing a very thorough job. Falk glanced over at Reiko, who seemed to be thinking the same. "Let's keep moving," Reiko said, and perhaps feeling a little guilty, thrust a couple of his own leaflets at a passing group. "So that's him, is it?" Falk glanced back at the teenage boy. "Zara's key witness?" "Yeah, Joel Tozer." Reiko gestured for them to step off the path and cut down the side of what seemed to be a very popular Shiraz tent, and they emerged into a different zone of the grounds, this one a maze of fairground rides. Up ahead, the Ferris wheel dominated the darkening skyline. "Although, I don't know. Are you still technically a key witness if you reckon you didn't see anything at all?" Falk gave a small smile. "Where exactly was he stationed?" "I'll show you. It's up here. We got to go past it anyway." They were nearly at the Ferris wheel now. It had stopped to take on passengers, and Falk looked up as they walked by. At first glance, the very top carriage looked empty against the last light of the day, but Falk could see it tilting a little to one side, so someone must be sitting inside. A moment later, he caught a flash of movement behind the coloured bars as the occupants shifted in their seat. Back on the ground, the stroller bay nearby was once again packed with buggies, bikes and scooters. There was an attendant on duty now, though. Something else that was new since last year. Falk watched the crowd loosely gathered near the base. Some were lining up for a ride, while others waited for friends to come off. A lot was simply chatting and catching up. Either way, it was a busy intersection. Falk tried to pick out the spot where he himself had stopped 12 months earlier as the fireworks had been starting. He couldn't be sure. It all looked a little different a year on. "Nearly there now," Reiko said as they navigated their way through the rides. It was a younger demographic around here than back at the food and wine tents, Falk noticed. Mainly teenagers or families with kids. Even they started to thin out, though, as he and Reiko approached the eastern boundary of the site, and the attractions made way for admin and support tents. The lights and music were mostly behind them, and the track ahead, Falk knew, led nowhere but the reservoir trail. He thought about that for a moment. It was a faintly odd and lonely sensation to leave the bustle and noise behind. "So if Zara doesn't think Kim went down to the reservoir at all," he said as they walked on, "what does she make of the shoe they found in the dam filter?" Reiko shook his head. "Lots of things. Not her shoe, someone dumped it, Kim dumped it herself." He smiled without humour as he saw Falk's expression. "No, I know. Zara tried arguing for a while that it was a coincidence, that the shoe could be anyone's. It's the most commonly sold women's size in that brand, apparently. Zara told me that herself. Do you know how many of those exact pairs were sold in Australia last year?" "No. Me neither, but Zara knows. A few thousand, I think, but she could tell you exactly. She contacted the distributor and found out." "Enterprising?" "Yeah." Reiko looked sad. "That's one word for it. Anyway, it was Kim's shoe, definitely." "Yeah?" "Yeah. She'd dropped a cooking fork off the outdoor grill a couple of months earlier and scorched the side of her shoe. There are photos of her wearing them and you can see the mark. It's distinctive, not just a smudge. I've seen the images of the shoe they pulled out of the filter. Size, brand, whatever is one thing, fair enough. But the scorch mark's right there. The shoe's hers." "What's Zara's answer for that?" "She doesn't have one. I mean, there isn't one really, is there? It's her mum's shoe, and on some level Zara knows that. But at the same time she's grieving. Makes people selective in what they want to see, don't you reckon? Yeah, Falk said. Sometimes. The stalls had completely thinned out as they neared the eastern perimeter, and Falk felt quiet now, keeping half an eye out for something he felt pretty sure was around here somewhere. He was starting to wonder if he'd lost his bearings when he saw it ahead of them as the path curved around. The headquarters caravan. It was a large retro van parked in a secluded spot across a stretch of grass under a huge tree. Falk guessed in the daylight the leaves offered shade, but now its branches glowed with lanterns. A small folding table and chairs had been set up outside. Falk remembered them from the previous year. He had been walking alone back then, heading over to find this very caravan with a couple of sheets of signed paperwork in his hand that Charlie had needed to be delivered. Falk had volunteered for the task, and Charlie, cheerfully distracted by the demands of the stall and still nearly 3 hours away from learning that his ex-partner and the mother of his child had gone missing, had been grateful. Falk had wandered through the festival grounds for the first time then, soaking it all up with fresh eyes, and stopped when he'd found the caravan. As he'd crossed the field, he'd already been watching those windows, looking for a hint of movement inside. It hadn't been easy to tell either way, even as he'd gotten close, ducking under a low-hanging branch and stepping around the table and chairs. He'd had his hand up, poised to knock on the door, when he'd heard a voice behind him. "I can grab those forms off you, mate." Falk had turned to see an older man in an official festival fleece appear from around the side of the caravan, wiping oil from a small wrench with a rag. "What do you got there?" The man had nodded at the paperwork. "Safety check all signed off? Great, leave it with me." Falk had looked back up at the caravan. Was that movement in the windows? Or a reflection of the light? In front of him, the man had his oil-stained hand out. "I'm just giving the generator a once-over," the bloke had said, misreading Falk's hesitation. He'd twisted his head to read the signature on the paperwork and smiled reassuringly. "But tell Charlie that Kev's got him. I'll file him straight after." Falk had paused. He was here now. The headquarters caravan was right in front of him. He should at least try. "I'm supposed to give them directly to... She's not in there." "Oh. Yeah, out on site." Falk had glanced once more towards the windows. All was still. The light moved on the glass, and suddenly he could sense rather than see that the man was telling the truth. There was no one in there. In front of him, the guy had still been waiting, his friendly expression undercut with a touch of something else now. Falk had got a second sense then, strongly along the lines that this man thought he was a time-waster and was debating whether or not to say as much. "The kids' fireworks are starting soon," the man had settled on instead. "So she'll be out for a while, at least until they're done." "Right. Okay." There hadn't been much else Falk could see to do but hand over the papers. "Thanks, I'll tell Charlie." The man had smiled, clearly relieved the exchange had at last reached its sensible and satisfactory conclusion. He'd returned to his generator, and Falk had stepped back from the empty caravan and walked away, carrying nothing but a deep sense of disappointment. A full year on, and Falk realised that he was once again slowing his pace as they neared the caravan. He frowned and picked up speed to keep in step with Reiko. The caravan door was open, though. He looked over. He couldn't stop himself. And there was definitely a light in the small window this time. He thought he could detect movement inside. He slowed again, but no one came in or out. "I heard they'd stepped up the security this year," Reiko said, and Falk's attention was dragged back to the present and the path ahead. Reiko was squinting up at a camera on a temporary pole near the boundary fence, its red light blinking. "There was another one near the entrance as well," Falk said, pulling his focus and thoughts in line. "I get it, I suppose," Reiko said, "but it's a bit of a shame. I've been coming to the festival since I was born, and it never felt like something that needed a lot of surveillance. It was always about families and celebrating what we produced here, looking forward to the seasons ahead. It's got a lot bigger, though. Guess you move with the times." Reiko's face hardened. They'd reached the very edge of the site. "And respond to events." They both stopped. Ahead lay the east exit, although Falk wouldn't even necessarily call it an exit, not compared with the main one at the west of the site. This was simply a break in the otherwise solid chain-link fence, with a single rope running across it at waist height. The rope could be unclipped at either end, Falk could see, or easily ducked under. Do many people come to the festival this way? No one, really, or next to no one, maybe one or two locals, but no tourists. There's nothing to stop them, but it's a pain in the arse to get in around this side. There's no festival parking. You could stop in the reservoir parking lot, but then you've got to trek along the hiking path and back again in the dark with a few drinks under your belt. And it's free entry anyway, so there's no good reason not to come in the west entrance. Why have it at all? Falk said. Safety reasons? Yeah, legally there's got to be an alternate exit. Reiko stepped forward and ran a hand along the rope. He sounded tired. In case of overcrowding or an emergency or whatever. Same with where they position the first aid stations. Falk followed his gaze along the fence to where a small first aid tent had been set up with a chair out the front. A middle-aged volunteer was sitting alone, scrolling through her phone, a radio and clipboard on the ground beside her. That's where the boy was working last year? Falk asked. Joel? Yeah. Falk looked around. This area was very quiet compared with the rest of the grounds. The tent had an unobstructed view of the exit, so he would have been able to see who was coming and going. Yeah? I'm not saying he couldn't, but cameras at the front show Kim didn't go out the main exit and there are no real alternatives, so... Reiko shrugged. You're pretty sure she came out this way? As sure as I can be. Falk nodded. If Reiko was satisfied, that was good enough for him. How long was the kid's shift? 2.5 hours, 7:45 p.m. to 10:15 p.m. Long time to stay focused, especially if you're not watching for anything special. Yeah, Reiko said. And look, in Joel's defence, the fact is he's 18 years old, was only 17 then. And we've all done it, haven't we? Stared at your phone for 5 minutes and when you next look up, 20 have gone. Falk looked at the exit and found himself picturing Zara, her face tight and drawn as she'd addressed the volunteers earlier at her dad's stall. He remembered the way Joel had been watching her, his small frown, her reference to his police statement, their brief hug afterwards. Are they together? Zara and Joel? No, Reiko said. Personally, I reckon it's a factor, though. They were friends as kids, but it's pretty obvious he liked Zara more than that now. So no, they're not together. And Joel would deny this, but whether he admits it to himself or not, on some level that boy is highly motivated to tell Zara what she wants to hear. Highly. So is he lying? It's possible. I think more likely mistaken, though, Reiko said. I can believe he believes what he's saying. Charlie's known him since he was a kid and he agrees. He's not the type to make something like this up for the sake of it. He's Gemma Tozer's stepson. The festival director? Reiko nodded back across the wide expanse of grass to the caravan in the distance. The door was still open, and the warm glow spilling out from the windows looked brighter in the growing dark. The lanterns in the tree rocked gently as the branches caught the evening breeze. I'm not sure if you saw her here last year, but you guys met once in Melbourne a while back, that time when I was... Reiko yawned widely, his palm over his mouth. God, bloody baby brain. What was I there for again? A court case or something. You were stuck late on that one-day course. That's right. Reiko turned and lifted the rope guarding the exit. Yeah. Anyway, so you remember. Well, that's her. Yeah. Falk looked back as he ducked under the rope and stepped onto the reservoir track. The light in the caravan windows dimmed a fraction, then glowed bright again. Movement within. Someone was definitely there this time. I remember. Chapter 6. It had been 16 months earlier. Falk could have told Reiko if he'd wanted to. Back on one of those dark Melbourne evenings that was still technically autumn but felt a whole lot like winter. The rain had come and gone in sharp bursts all day, leaving the pavements slick and shining with reflections of the city at night. Rita had been 5 months pregnant up in Kuwara. Baby Henry was still to be born, still to have his first christening celebration arranged, let alone cancelled. Falk had yet to ever hear of Kim Gillespie, had not yet set foot in the Marilee Valley. He'd recently got a call from Reiko, though, who was going to be in Melbourne briefly for a one-day professional development course. They'd arranged to meet for drinks afterwards. The day had rolled around and it was late afternoon in the AFP offices when Falk's phone had buzzed from the top of a thick stack of battered files that were threatening to take over his desk. Falk welcomed the interruption as an excuse to stand up and get away from them. Grabbing his phone, he moved over to the window. It had started raining again, and he watched a tram come to a stop down below, waiting as passengers shook umbrellas and brushed off their jackets before stepping on. They were all dressed differently. Jeans, uniforms, one pair of scrubs. But from the body language, Falk guessed at least a few had already finished work for the day. He'd felt a faint pang of envy, then turned his phone over in his hand and opened Reiko's message. "A friend from SA is here for a conference," the text read. "She might swing by tonight to say hello." Reiko had followed it almost immediately with another message. "That okay?" Honestly, it wasn't ideal. Falk leaned against the glass and watched the tram close its doors and pull away. He'd been looking forward to catching up with Reiko, but he glanced back at his desk. The files hadn't gone anywhere, unfortunately. He wasn't sure he had the energy to make small talk with a stranger. He swiped his thumb over his phone and wondered if he could simply say that. He probably could to Reiko. On the other hand, it wasn't Reiko's fault he had friends other than Falk. Falk had stood there for as long as it took for another tram to pull up, then texted back, "No worries." He'd watched until the tram moved away, then made himself turn from the window and walk back to his desk. So that was how Falk had come to find himself crammed into a busy bar that overlooked the Yarra River a few hours later, waiting for Reiko. They'd arranged to meet at South Bank, which had been convenient but possibly a mistake on reflection. The Friday night post-work rush was even busier thanks to footy fans stopping for a quick drink on their walk to the ground. To the east, Falk could see the MCG blazing with light ahead of the night's game. He'd fought his way into the bar and carved out a spot near the door to wait, closer than he liked to a table where 3 women were sharing a bottle of wine. One of them flicked her eyes up, mildly irritated by his presence in a way that reminded him abstractly of his most recent relationship. He shifted his angle against the wall. He could still feel the woman's eyes on him and fixed his own gaze through the window to the river outside. This woman in the bar wasn't his ex, obviously. She was still in Sydney as far as he knew, which was probably best all around. They'd met at a mutual colleague's wedding, and for 18 months it had been good without being great for either of them. His colleague Carmen had swung between frustration and disappointment when she heard they'd split up. "You two had so much in common," she kept saying, and she'd been right. Plenty in common, like how they were both with the AFP based out of Melbourne, and how they both had individual workloads that didn't leave much time or space for anything else. There had been other factors as well, though, like the fact she was at her happiest when they visited her family on the peninsula, where she would swim and play with her nieces and help out for hours in her brother-in-law's bookshop, and have long, lazy dinners on the back deck with the scent of jasmine heavy in the evening air. An old high school boyfriend, now a friendly divorced single dad, seemed to be around often enough to make everyone but the pair of them a little uncomfortable. At night she'd whisper to Falk across the bedsheets in her sister's spare room. "It's so parochial," she'd say, in a tone that made it sound both like a joke and something else completely. But there was no denying she was different there. Lighter and softer, her eyes and mouth taking on a new shape. Just as she was always different again on their return to Melbourne and to work. Brittle and brisk for a week as her hard professional edge slowly resurfaced, sharp and painful. "You're different too," she'd thrown back at Falk the one and only time he'd raised it. When she'd been offered a transfer and promotion in Sydney, it had come as something of a relief for both of them. She'd accepted the opportunity almost defiantly. This new role based right in the urban heart of a different state, a long way from her little nieces and the peninsula swims and the independent bookshop. She'd made the arrangements as if daring Falk to challenge her decision. He'd thought about it, seriously and carefully, and then hadn't, and was very aware that she felt let down by that. So she'd gone, leaving some gaps in his social life and a few more in his living room. Why did losing a girlfriend always involve losing furniture, he wondered. And then quickly, very quickly in fact, the gaps had closed over as though they'd never been there. For the past year, whenever Reiko or Rita had asked what he'd been up to, Falk always gave the same honest answer. Work mainly. A gust of cold air blew in straight off the Yarra as the bar's door opened and then closed, and Falk checked the time. Reiko was late, unusually for him, and Falk finally, reluctantly surrendered his spot and fought his way to the counter. He was scrolling through his emails and half-heartedly attempting to get served when his phone buzzed in his hand. A text from Reiko. "Bloody stuck here. We'll try to call." A young bartender suddenly materialised in front of Falk, saw him looking at his phone and turned immediately to the woman at the bar next to him with a snapped, "Yep. I'll..." The woman paused, also distracted as her own screen lit up in her hand. The bartender didn't attempt to suppress his eye roll. She looked up and caught him at it. "Sorry," she said, and he softened a little. "I'm supposed to be meeting someone, but he's just messaged and..." She stopped herself. The bartender clearly could not care less. She gestured to Falk. "Maybe let this guy go ahead while I..." Her navy blue coat was dotted with rain, and she'd brought the cold in with her. She put her phone down on the countertop and wound her damp hair into a quick loose bun on top of her head as she frowned at the lit-up screen. As she lowered her arms, she eased her bag off her shoulder and onto the empty stool in front of her. 2 wrapped children's gifts were visible inside. The label on the top one read, "Baby Reiko." Falk twisted to look at her properly now, bumping against a young guy standing too close behind him. "You're here to meet Greg Reiko?" he said. "His friend from South Australia." "Yeah." She turned in surprise. The bartender threw them both a look of impatience and moved on. "Are you... Adam?" "Aaron. Falk." He held out his hand. "That's right, sorry." She smiled as she took it, her palm cool from the evening air. "Gemma Tozer, hi." She glanced at her phone. "Did you just get..." As if on cue, Falk's own mobile rang. "This is him now," he gestured as he answered, covering his other ear to drown out the chatter and music. "Mate, sorry, this is the first chance I've had to step out." Reiko launched straight into a rambling explanation that Falk only half caught. The course instructor had been urgently called away, the replacement was now running well behind. They had to get through it tonight so the officers could all get back to their home turfs before the weekend shifts. "Listen," Reiko was saying, "Gemma will be arriving any minute, I'll call her." "She's here now, mate. Hang on, I'll pass you over." Falk had held out his phone to the woman. He's stuck there. "Not going to make it?" "Doesn't sound hopeful." "Okay." She'd undone her coat, and underneath was wearing a knee-length patterned dress that gathered at the waist. She dried her damp hands against the hem before taking Falk's phone and listening for a minute, concentrating to hear over the noise. She fell somewhere between him and Reiko in age, Falk guessed. Probably closer to Reiko, or maybe she was just religious about applying sunscreen. Her hair was light or dark brown, depending on how it caught the overhead lights. "No, Greg," she was saying. "Don't worry. Absolutely, it happens. It's..." The reassurances went on for so long that Falk had to smile. Gemma met his eye and grinned as well. She leaned against the bar, picking up a promotional beer mat with her free hand and turning it over idly as Reiko continued to apologise. "I think we can forgive you," she said finally. "Give my love to Rita. Okay? Yes, look, sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do." She cringed as she spoke and immediately stopped fiddling with the coaster, placing it down firmly on the counter. On the side facing up, Falk could see a slogan for a new craft ale. "Sometimes you got to do what you got to do." He felt a flutter of amusement and glanced up. Gemma shrugged with her free hand. "Been a long day," she mouthed. "Fair enough," he mouthed back. She smiled at him then. "Okay, I'll make sure he knows," she said into the phone, still looking at Falk. "No worries. Bye." She hung up and returned Falk's phone. "He was being called back in. He's very sorry about tonight." Falk laughed. "Yeah, I got that." "He said he'll call you tomorrow." "I'm sure he will. He's a good bloke." "He really is. Always has been." Gemma's gaze skimmed the packed room. "Well?" "Yeah." They teetered on the brink of awkward. "So, stay or go?" Outside, the rain seemed to have passed at least. Gemma still had her coat on. Falk had some work he needed to catch up on at home. He could put the footy on TV in the background. Reiko wasn't going to make it. The bartender pointedly served someone behind them. It's a shame. Gemma fiddled with a button on her coat but didn't do it up. I'm sorry not to see him. Me too, Falk said. You've known him a while? Yeah, and his brothers. I don't see him that much these days. But we were all at school together, so I don't know, what's that, 20 years now? More? She widened her eyes good-naturedly at the number. How about you? Met him and Rita about 5 years ago, Falk said. So we're not quite close enough yet to be giving each other advice from beer mats, but, I'm hopeful we'll reach. Yep, you can stop right there, thanks. But she was smiling as she flipped the coaster over on the counter. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, now hidden against the scratched marble. I mean, if we were close enough, I'd obviously say... Falk turned over the beer mat nearest his elbow to reveal, you regret the things you didn't do more than the things you did. Jesus, Gemma said. Her sleeve brushed his as she leaned in to read. She smelled nice, he noticed. What brand is this? It's not calling to you? She wrinkled her nose. But I'm probably not the target audience. I guess the no regrets thing works for some people. Craft beer marketing teams? Clearly. She absently turned over Falk's mat too. Tattoo enthusiasts? Bungee jumpers? Energy drink companies? Disgruntled employees who've told their boss to shove it, he said, and are now going backpacking through Thailand. Middle-aged executives signing up for a marathon against their doctor's advice. People who've never really had to, Falk stopped himself. No, wrong tone, too heavy. He'd tried to steer the thought a different way, but she'd already sensed it. Reflect bitterly on things they can't change? Exactly. He made his voice light. They caught each other's eye. Neither said anything for a moment. Her face was open and relaxed, but there was a shadow of something he couldn't quite read. Do those people exist? Gemma said. Apparently. Falk nodded at the coasters. Lucky them. She smiled then, warm and deep, and in that tiny moment he suddenly felt it, as clear and resonant as a bell. Stay. Gemma was already looking past him, though, outside, to where the river lay black and shining. Her coat was still undone, but now she reached into her pocket and pulled out her own phone. Falk could feel her thoughts sliding to the evening that lay ahead, the same question rising in her, stay or go. Do you have time for a drink? Falk heard himself say the words with a faint sense of surprise. He'd been thinking it, but it seemed his head was a half step behind his mouth, stumbling to catch up. Seeing as we're both here. Gemma turned to him, her own face still. It felt like a long moment, as Falk watched her calculate whatever she was weighing up. She turned her beer mat over, then flipped it face down again. Does the drink come with a life-affirming motto? You have my word, it will not. Well, when you put it that way. That smile again, and Falk felt a rush of something he could only describe as relief. She put her phone back in her coat pocket. They turned together towards the bar, and the back of her hand touched his. Stay. Chapter 7. The surface of the reservoir lay still as glass as Falk and Reiko approached. They'd been walking for no more than about 10 minutes, first in single file along the narrow track leading down from the festival site, then side by side when it widened. From the old parallel rut marks carved in the dirt, this stretch had clearly once been accessible to vehicles. Now, according to the signs Falk could see, it was walkers only. They slowed, as up ahead the track opened out even further, incorporating a small ledge of earth and rock bulging out from the main trail. A waist-height wooden fence guarded the edge. The body of water lay far below. Reiko stepped off the main track and Falk followed him to the guardrail, testing it with his palms before he put any real weight on it. It certainly felt sturdy enough. The sun had set now, and above them, a slim crescent moon hung silver and pale against the rapidly darkening sky. Below the reservoir followed the natural pattern of the land. Even in the gloom, Falk could see it stretching out, vast and open in its centre, then twisting and curving to fill the turns and gullies that formed the banks. It was big. Bigger than he remembered. The opposite bank was just visible across the swathe of water, but he couldn't see the westernmost edge, or the dam that lay somewhere to the east. The festival grounds felt far behind them, but Falk could hear a distant low thrum of music and crowd noise undercutting the stillness. Testing the wooden safety barrier once more, still solid, Falk leaned over and looked down. To the left and right, the rocky embankment mostly formed a medium to steep slope from the hiking track down to the water's edge. Up here at the ledge, though, it fell away abruptly in a sharp drop. "How far's the fall?" Falk asked. "Depends on the water level." Reiko threw a small stone over the railing. They watched it tumble, hitting the surface and sinking without sound. The water gently rippled. "But last year it was 23 metres. "Fair way," Falk said as they both stared down. "The water's so—" A sudden blast of music sliced through the air behind them, and Falk and Reiko turned in unison. The sound was far closer and louder than anything drifting from the festival, pumping out from somewhere in the dense bushland that rose up on the far side of the track. Through the music, Falk caught a burst of girls' laughter and the sharp clink of bottles in a bag. A young male voice followed, the words deep and indistinguishable. The voice was lost as the music was cranked up another notch. "They've started earlier this year." Reiko checked his watch. "That's the famous opening night party, is it?" Falk scanned the tree line again. The bushland was thick and dark. He could see nothing. He wouldn't know anyone was up there if not for the noise. "Yeah, one of our town's oldest and proudest traditions," Reiko said. "I'm only half joking. It's been going on since I was a kid, before that even, probably about as long as the festival's been running realistically." "This is where Zara was headed last year?" Falk knew they weren't far from the festival in terms of distance, but the dense bushland and the relative stillness of the water made it feel very isolated. Charlie was okay with that? "Yeah, well, he kind of had to be. He was up there himself every year back in the day. We all were. Me, Kim as well. Everyone, really." Reiko listened to the throb of music and laughter for a minute. "Not as bad as it sounds from down here. It's mostly kids from the high school, some of their mates back from uni for the break. A few regular tourist kids used to come too. Let off some steam, catch up over a few more drinks than we should while the adults were busy with the festival." "So will Sergeant Dwyer be along at some point to break it up?" "Yeah, earlier each year from what I hear," Reiko said. "He hates it, but the rest of us are all suckers for nostalgia. We all did it, and it never got broken up when I was that age, but—" He looked a little misty-eyed at the memory. "My dad was the sergeant then, so maybe he went easy on us." Falk scoured the tree line once more. He could still find no break in the growth. "Can they see us from up there?" Reiko rubbed his chin. "Depends. Short answer, yes, if they want to. You maybe can't tell in this light, but there's a small gap in the trees somewhere around—" He pointed up, slowly moving his finger along, paused, backtracked, then dropped his hand. "Yeah, well, somewhere anyway." "What's the longer answer?" "They can see down, but it doesn't necessarily mean any of them are actually looking. There's a clearing up there set back from the tree break. That's where all the action happens, or used to anyway. Unless getting drunk and trying to talk to girls has changed massively since my day, and I don't know, look, maybe it has, but that's where we used to hang out. No one was too bothered about checking out a view they'd grown up with." Reiko turned back to the water. It was a silky pool of ink now under the night sky. "That's one of Zara's issues, though. She reckons one of them up there last year, her specifically, would have noticed Kim down here. What do you think?" "Silently stepping off this edge?" Reiko's eyes were almost black in the evening light. "I think you could be here and gone in 10 seconds. They both stood with their palms on the barrier, considering that. "I keep thinking about the day Charlie first met Kim," Reiko said suddenly. He straightened, removing his hands from the rail. "She was on her bike. She was 15 then, I think, because Charlie had turned 17. We were still living in our old house over near the police station, and we had this big front yard. Me and Charlie and Ben were out there one afternoon, messing around, kicking a footy and stuff, and this girl rode by. Kim's hair was really long back then, and it was tied up in a ponytail, kind of swinging behind as she was cruising along, doing these big, lazy loops on her bike along the road. She'd moved here that week with her family, so none of us had met her yet, and I remember as she rode by, Charlie was like, whoosh." Reiko had a faint smile as he whipped his head from left to right, following the imaginary path of the long-ago girl and her bicycle across the silent water in front of them. And Charlie just dropped the footy, ran to the driveway, grabbed his bike and was... Reiko opened his hand like a puff of air. Gone. Straight after her. And that was it. His smile faded. For as long as it lasted anyway. Falk thought back to Charlie and Kim on the phone last year. As far as separated couples went, they seemed to have avoided the bitterness that usually followed. What happened with them? They just burned out eventually, Reiko said. Maybe they liked the idea of each other more than they actually liked the reality, because they kept gravitating back. It was all intense for those first few years, and they managed to keep it going on and off through uni. I mean, Rita loves that story of how they met, but really it was a teenage thing that probably lasted way longer than it was meant to. Then when Charlie was, 25, Zara came along, and he and Kim tried to do things seriously. But realistically, I'm not sure they would have stayed together without her. Falk nodded. Charlie wasn't upset when Kim ended up marrying another local bloke. Reiko raised his eyebrows. Yeah, well, there wasn't much he could do about it. Him and Kim weren't together anymore. He paused, as though he were remembering something. The breakups when they were younger used to hit him pretty hard. The arguments would get worse and it took them longer to get back together each time. But Charlie's mellowed with age, like we all have, I suppose. So that's helped. And Rowan hasn't lived here for a while, so he wasn't exactly local in that sense. I mean, he and Charlie and the others were all friends at school, and Rowan's folks are still here, but after he left for uni, he never really came back. He and Kim were both working in Adelaide when they got together over there. Still, small world. God, yeah, can feel that way, especially around here. I don't think it was a huge surprise, though. They used to be friends, both had this place in common, so there was that shared family background, but Rowan's more... Reiko paused, considering. I don't know, he's an engineer, so he's different from Charlie. Charlie... He stopped again, and Falk caught a flicker of guilt. Charlie had a bit of a habit of letting Kim down, like with that stupid birthday visit last year. I mean, why couldn't he plan ahead for once and organise something, so everyone knew what we were doing and it wasn't a last-minute scramble? Falk thought back to the phone call last year. Disappointment, punctuated by awkward, tense silences. I know it's not really Charlie's fault, but it's shit to know that was the last time we spoke to her. Reiko looked down at the water. Kim was always one of those people you were happy to run into, you know? After talking to her, you'd walk away feeling better than you did before. That's what I remember most about her, all the way back to that first day on her bike. Maybe that wasn't so true lately, though. I don't know, I hadn't seen her for a few years. Was that confirmed, what Zara said about her having postnatal depression? Reiko nodded. She had it after Zara was born as well, apparently, but sounds like this time was worse. We found out later she'd been on antidepressants for a while before she was even pregnant with Zoe, so it wasn't just postnatal. She didn't tell anyone? Rowan knew, but says he didn't realise the full extent of it. What do you think? Well, she didn't tell anyone else at all, as far as I know, so it's believable that she was hiding things. Falk nodded. It was a warm night and the moon was rising. The way the water pooled out in front of them, shining and placid, it looked almost inviting. Had anything like this thing with Kim happened before around here? Anyone jumped? Reiko shook his head. There are old stories, but not in my time. Everyone knows this is a dangerous spot, though. We all warn the kids not to muck around. Reiko leaned against the barrier and sighed. Near his hand, Falk could see a small plaque screwed into the wood. He tilted his head, but it was too dark to read the inscription at that angle. Reiko saw him looking and glanced down. Accident. Few years ago now. Reiko guessed his question. Back when the track used to be open to cars as well as walkers, and... He broke off as behind them the music abruptly spiked, bass booming from the tree line in a new, faster tempo. It stayed ear-splittingly loud for half a minute, before someone more responsible presumably stepped in, the volume dropping a few notches and the song changing from something Falk didn't recognise to something else he didn't recognise. He scanned the bushland again. He still couldn't see anyone, but even without the music this time he had a definite feeling of movement somewhere in there. "Sounds like they're all arriving now," Reiko said. "How do they get up there?" Falk asked. "The clearing? There's a turn-off a minute or two back along there." Reiko pointed down the track towards the festival grounds. "Nothing official, just a little trail through the bush." Falk peered into the dark. The track was empty as far as he could make out. He hadn't heard or sensed anyone coming at all. He turned back to the reservoir. At odds with the hidden activity in the bushland, the water remained eerily still. He leaned over the railing again. So calm. You feel like she'd still be right there below the surface. Reiko nodded. Zara really can't get her head around the fact that she's not. I can see why. Me too. I'd look at this water and think the same. In the end, Charlie and I found a local waterways expert. Got her to meet Zara out here and talk to her about the currents and things. What did she say? She explained things like how the dam was partially open this time last year, and we'd had good rainfall, so there were a couple of feeder streams that had water coming in. The filters create movement too. He sighed. Would have been quite interesting actually in any other scenario, but basically once Kim hit the water and plunged below a certain depth, the underwater currents could have pulled her literally anywhere. Right. Yeah, so we're talking like 50 stadiums worth of liquid, plus there's a natural gully in the centre, so it's 60 metres deep in places. I don't care what Zara's seen in the movies or online. The divers can't search that deep, just can't do it. You need sonar equipment on a boat. Didn't you try something like that? Yeah, of course, we tried everything realistic. But to do it indefinitely, you need unlimited cash or a lot of luck. Falk nodded. Neither spoke for a long moment. Is this... How to phrase it? Falk could think of no subtle way. The town's drinking water supply. It actually didn't really bother him. He'd grown up in the country. He knew what ended up in dams and rivers. Every drop on Earth was recycled water when it came down to it. But Reiko was shaking his head. Nah. He flashed a wry smile. Probably get more people lining up to fund an underwater search if it was. We get ours from further upstream. This is privately owned, some agribusiness consortium, livestock and vineyard use, maintaining river levels. A few wineries in that consortium, I'm guessing. Yeah, definitely. Want to keep the growers in business, protect their investments. Behind them, the music had ratcheted up another notch, and Reiko checked his phone. Time for the appeal? Falk said. Soon, we'd better head back. Be interesting to see what comes of it. Falk looked over. It was hard to see Reiko's face now in the dark. Zara's not here? Falk prompted. No. Just us talking. Okay. So, what are you thinking about all this? Something still to find? Reiko didn't answer immediately. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his back to the reservoir, listening to the noise from the party. Hard to say, he said finally, and they started to walk. Maybe. Whether it makes a difference to what happened here or not, I don't know. But there's usually someone who's sitting on something useful, isn't there? Yes, Falk thought, as they fell into step together back down the trail, leaving behind the vast spread of water and the laughter ringing from the trees. That was true. But Falk knew Reiko well now, or well enough at least to be pretty sure that wasn't all that he'd been thinking. Chapter 8. Shit. Reiko's eyes were heavy with guilt as they dropped to the handful of missing person flyers still clutched in his fist. Falk had managed to give out the last of his by the time they approached the vineyard stall, but Reiko had mostly seemed to forget he even had them. He'd been unusually subdued as they'd made their way up from the reservoir, battling back through the festival crowd along paths that were lit up now night had fallen. As they saw Charlie's stall ahead, Reiko frowned at the remaining flyers in his hand. Here, Falk beckoned, and Reiko gratefully passed him half the sheets. And over the next few minutes they worked together to press them onto every person who passed. Most barely glanced down before shoving one in their pocket or bag.
This feels...
Reiko's voice was resigned. He didn't finish his thought. Falk knew exactly what he meant, but they stayed anyway until their hands were empty. The stall was still busy, Falk could see as they finished up. The large man who'd been stacking boxes in the back of the tent earlier was now positioned up front, alongside the two young women. He was pouring samples for a big group, and nodded a greeting as he saw Reiko approach. "They've gone on ahead, mate." The bloke put down the wine bottle and wiped his hands on his jeans. He batted away a persistent moth hovering around a light near his head. "Zara wanted to get there early. Charlie says to call him when you're near the stage." "No worries," Reiko said. "You coming?" There were potential customers circling, but the man's eyes fell instead on a stack of flyers lined up neatly at the edge of the table. Kim Gillespie gazed back at him from the printed paper. "Yeah, look, I wouldn't mind." He turned to the employee nearest him, who was already nodding. "You'll be right, will you? 20 minutes?" "Absolutely, all good, Shane." The woman stapled a flyer to the receipt she was about to hand to a waiting couple. "Take your time." "Great, thanks." The man eased himself out from behind the table, having to duck his head to avoid brushing the tent canopy, and joined Falk and Reiko on the path. "Did you two meet last year?" Reiko asked as they began to walk. "Aaron—" He stopped as his phone lit up. "Sorry, this is Charlie now." He lifted it to his ear. "Yes, mate, we're heading over." The guy extended a large, calloused hand to Falk. "I don't think we did meet, did we? Shane McAfee." "Yeah, I know, actually." Falk introduced himself. "I saw you a few times at the MCG. Great player." "Oh, yeah? Thanks, mate." Shane McAfee's tone was light, but Falk could tell he was pleased. He had an interesting habit of pausing slightly as though considering the words before he chose them, and was more softly spoken than Falk would have expected. That's going back a bit now. 20 years at least by Falk's reckoning. Shane was his age, but with all the height and breadth of a professional AFL player. He was clearly still fit, but with the softened, stocky look of a former elite athlete, now left in charge of his own meal plans and exercise routine. "You into the footy then?" Shane asked as they walked. "Yeah," Falk nodded. "Since I was a kid. I grew up in regional Victoria, so..." "Pretty much inevitable?" "Pretty much. Plus my dad absolutely loved it. Played a bit himself when he was young. Country league stuff, you know. Like to go to games, watch it on TV. We were at that grand final, actually," Falk said. "The year you..." "Yeah." Shane smiled at the memory. "Yeah, now that really is going back. You probably weren't barracking for us, eh? Being from Victoria?" "Well, no. The other guys." "I owe you an apology then." Shane's face broadened into a grin. He didn't sound the least bit sorry, but Falk could hardly blame him. It had been the kind of game that Falk still felt lucky to have seen in person, despite the result. He'd been living near uni then, deep into his studies and barely making the 50-minute trip back across Melbourne to his dad's place even for holidays, let alone weekends. If Falk had been forced to stop and consider his relationship with his father, he'd have said honestly that a bit of distance had been good for them. Their interactions had been laced with a polite formality, and it was only years later, after his dad had died, that Falk reflected that good was probably not the right word for it at all. Falk had been flipping unenthusiastically through a textbook in his student house when his dad had called. His voice had been filled with a pure energy that Falk hadn't heard in years. A raffle had been drawn at the agricultural supply business where Eric Falk worked, and guess who was now the proud and lucky owner of a couple of tickets to the grand final. The thrill was instantly infectious, and Falk's desk chair had clattered to the floor as he rose and punched the air. It was also only later that it occurred to Falk there were literally dozens of other people his dad probably could have invited to that game. Workmates, neighbours, his dad might have even had friends Falk didn't really know, and any one of them would no doubt have jumped at the chance. But footy, especially this kind of footy, transcended family drama. That went without saying. So Eric Falk had of course invited his son. They'd met at Flinders Street Station wearing their identical team scarves. The careful, loaded courtesy that usually hovered between them evaporated over 4 quarters, somewhere between the celebrations and commiserations. Afterward, they'd crammed into a pub for a few beers together and picked over the game, agreeing with mirrored passion that it should have gone their way. At the train station, they'd hugged goodbye in a movement both spontaneous and instinctive. Falk had inhaled. His dad's footy scarf had smelled exactly the way he remembered from when he was a kid. And all those years later, far too late by then, Falk thought it had been one of the best days they'd ever had. That was a great game, was all he said now to Shane McAfee as they walked side by side. A good day. Yeah. Shane sounded a little wistful himself. Really was. Shane cleared his throat and Falk wished he knew him well enough to ask what he was thinking. What would all that have been like for him? The pressure and adrenaline on field, and the emotion and energy coming from the stands. Shane would have been barely into his 20s, pretty much the same age as Falk had been, but instead of being one of 100,000 faces in the crowd, he'd experienced it all from the heart of the action. One of the sweaty, dirty, victorious, chosen few who got the chance to run on that ground. If Shane was reliving it all now, he gave no sign, focusing instead on the busy path ahead as he walked. He didn't really need to, not with his bulk. The crowd tended to part for him. What had happened to Shane McAfee? Falk tried to remember. He felt he should know because the guy had been an exceptional player. Injured out. It had to be. Precisely because Shane had been such an exceptional player. And yet after that game, Falk couldn't recall thinking about him ever again. Right up until last year when Reiko had pointed him out, working behind the table of Charlie's vineyard stand. You grew up here then? Falk said now, easing his way around a noisy family who had stopped dead in the centre of the track. Yeah, mates with Charlie. Greg too. Shane nodded at Reiko, who was a pace ahead of them, still on the phone. I worked in Melbourne for a while after the footy, did a bit of radio commentary, things like that, but... He shrugged. Ended up back here. It's good. He added quickly. You still play at all? Oh, not really. I tried the social stuff for a while, but it's not the same. No. Falk pictured the crowd at the MCG. I bet. Plus, it wrecks my knees. Not worth it end of the day, not for the social stuff. I coached the local men's team, though. Shane ran his eye up and down Falk. You play like your dad? No. Used to, though? Shane continued his appraisal. Looked like you'd have the foot speed. Just at school, a bit at uni, Falk said. Nothing serious, and not for ages. Everyone says that. Shane looked faintly amused. Never too late. I'm really not sure that's true, Falk said, and they both smiled, slowing on the path as Reiko paused in front of them. Yep, all right, see you there. Reiko hung up and turned to Shane and Falk. Charlie says they're over by the left side near the speakers. This way, I think. They fell into loose single file as they picked their way through a sea of picnics towards a large central stage. The music was getting louder, and up ahead a band bathed in spotlights was playing a fast number. Falk saw Shane bend to pick up something from the ground, then straighten again, barely breaking stride. He held a crumpled flyer, a dusty boot print stamped over Kim's face. Shane ran his large thumb over the dirty mark, then folded the paper carefully into quarters and slipped it into his back pocket. They found Charlie and Zara by the stage, along with a group of the volunteers Falk recognised from the vineyard stall. Zara was clutching a page of handwritten notes, her eyes moving over the words. Joel stood at her side, his arms folded across his tall teenage frame, reading over her shoulder. Charlie was frowning at his phone, managing to seem oddly alone amid the crowd. Glancing up, he saw them approach and clicked off his screen. Hi, mate. Shane had to raise his voice over the music. The girls are looking after the stand. I'll head back soon. I just wanted to... It's fine. Charlie waved a hand, then checked his watch. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Time this got started anyway. As if on cue, the band struck their final chord, the note ringing out as the stage lights changed from bright blue to a soft yellow. A sound technician beckoned Zara over to a set of stairs leading up to the stage, where she was joined by Rowan Gillespie and Sergeant Dwyer. All three listened intently as the tech guy demonstrated where to find the on-off switch on the handheld microphone. You ready? Falk saw rather than heard the man say, and the three of them nodded. Sergeant Dwyer was the only one who looked like he meant it. The technician squinted across the stage, raised his hand and signalled to someone on the other side. Good to go. Falk knew before he knew. He felt it, even as he turned his head and looked up across the empty expanse of stage to the darkened wings. And he was right, because there she was. Gemma Tozer's hair was cut a little shorter 16 months on, and the navy winter coat and patterned dress had been swapped for dark jeans and a linen shirt. As he saw her now, Falk allowed himself to admit, completely silently and just to himself, that he'd been half looking for her all night. More than half looking, really. He exhaled. "All right, mate?" Reiko's voice caught him by surprise. Falk had briefly forgotten he was there. "Yeah, why?" "Nothing. Thought you said something." "Oh, no," Falk said. But Reiko wasn't paying attention anyway, his focus fully on Zara, who was scanning her speech rapidly now, her brow furrowed. Falk turned back to the stage. Gemma was currently bathed in an absurdly flattering golden light, giving her the effect of a warm, glowing aura. "Oh, for God's sake." Falk watched with a touch of amusement. That hardly seemed fair. She signalled something back to the technician, then turned, her gaze running out over the crowd. Falk suddenly felt acutely conscious that he was staring and dropped his eyes to the ground. Jesus Christ. He almost laughed, embarrassed on his own behalf. He wasn't 16. "Stay." He levelled his gaze. Gemma's attention had returned to the stage. And it was ridiculous, Falk told himself, because it was dark, and there was a bit of distance between them, and his face was 1 in 100, and there was probably, to be honest, some serious wishful thinking at play on his part. But still, he looked at Gemma standing in the wings. What was different? A tiny change in her expression, or a shift in her posture? Maybe. Basically nothing. But at the same time, Falk's skin was tingling like there was a faint new charge in the air. It felt, as the golden light on stage lifted to a crisp, clean white, just close enough to something. And he wondered if, a moment earlier, she'd been looking at him too. Chapter 9. The South Bank bar had transformed from standing room only to space to breathe in a matter of minutes as the footy crowd moved on to catch the start of the game. Gemma pounced with targeted precision on an empty table, a good one, looking out on the city lights reflected in the Yarra, and the bartender found it in his heart to forgive their earlier time-wasting and serve them. As they settled in their seats, Gemma made a passing reference to a TV series that Falk had also been watching, and the work of dissecting the book versus the adaptation propelled them well into a second drink. Falk went to the bar, and when he came back, she'd taken her hair down. He'd proposed dinner before his glass was even empty. She'd smiled. Sounds good. The rain obliged by holding off as they walked side by side across the bridge over the Yarra and into the heart of the city. Falk suggested a restaurant he'd heard good things about, and they left the main street cross-sections and wandered instead down the side lanes until they reached a small place with a sign outside. A serious young guy with an apron and complicated facial hair checked a handwritten ledger near the door, then without a word led them through the tight knot of chairs and place settings to a tiny table squeezed into a corner. The room was toasty after the damp night air, and they shrugged off their coats, seated elbow to elbow with an infatuated couple at the table next to them. Falk and Gemma grinned at each other over their menus, and when he shifted in his chair, his knees brushed hers. "What's it like running the festival?" Falk asked after they'd ordered. "Interesting." She sat back, apologising as she elbowed her neighbour who had reached out to clasp his lover's hand. He barely noticed. "It's fun and the community's behind it, so that helps. A lot of us out there grew up with it, so there's this huge nostalgia factor. But then the festival's got bigger over the years, which means different considerations have to come into play. And Marilee's still essentially a small town, so..." She shrugged. "A lot of diplomacy required." "Yes, so much. Great, thank you," she said as he poured the wine they were sharing. She took a sip. Nice. Have you ever been?" "To the Marilee Valley? No." Falk tried the wine himself. She was right, it was nice. "But I grew up in a small town, where Greg Reiko works now, actually." "Okay, yes, so you know what it's like." Gemma smiled over her glass, balancing all the politics. Although really it's only because people care. There's a definite sense of local ownership, and it's an exciting feeling seeing it come together every year. Her enthusiasm was refreshing. Most people Falk knew vaguely loathed the way in which they made a living. "Have you always..." Falk stopped as their waiter edged his way over to them, balancing plates in both hands. Noticing that the small candle in the centre of their table was unlit, he tutted, put the plates down and whipped a box of matches from his pocket. "No, it's fine," started Falk, who was not keen on open flames in any context. "No trouble." The waiter misinterpreted his hesitation as politeness, or possibly it occurred to Falk romantic nerves, and with a reassuring smile and a flourish that seemed a little unnecessary, he struck a match and lit the wick. "There." He positioned the candle carefully between them. "Much better." It wasn't, but it would be okay, Falk told himself. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. He could cope with this. Gemma was watching him across the tiny flame as the waiter squeezed away. Falk wasn't sure if she'd noticed the burn scars on his left hand or, knowing Reiko, put two and two together. But as soon as the waiter was out of reach, she pointed to the offending candle, flickering innocently. "Sorry, would you mind if I blew this out?" She circled her finger to indicate the room. "It's just, this place has a kind of snug, flammable vibe, and I'm flying back to Adelaide first thing, so you know." She smiled. "I'd really rather not get stuck because I've knocked it over and caused an incident." Falk looked at her. "Stay." He just nodded. "Great, thanks." She leaned in with pursed lips and, job done, picked up her silverware. "You're heading off tomorrow?" he said as they began to eat. He tried to keep his tone casual. "Just here for tonight?" "Yeah, got to get back. I've got a 17-year-old at home, even though I'm sure he's in no particular rush to see me." Gemma focused on her food, but she was gauging his reaction to that information, Falk could tell. "What's his name?" "Joel. He's my stepson, technically, but..." She paused to save a twirl of pasta threatening to fall off her fork. "He's a smart kid and no trouble really. Can be trusted on his own for a night at any rate." "That's good." Falk was curious what the current relationship status was between Gemma and her stepson's father, but she didn't offer an explanation and so he didn't ask. "Have you always lived there?" he said instead. "In Marilee?" Gemma swallowed and shook her head. "I grew up there, but I was at uni in Sydney, and then after I graduated, I worked in the States for a few years, in California." "Oh yeah? You don't have the accent at all." "No, I'm not sure I ever did, and it was a while ago now." "You were in the events industry there?" "Not even close, actually." Gemma laughed. "I should make you guess, people are always surprised. I was in programming back then, the whole Silicon startup scene. I worked for one of the tech companies." "Really?" Falk was impressed. "Which one?" She nodded subtly towards a businessman a few tables away who had his laptop open to a website and was scrolling and typing one-handed as he ate. "The big one." "Seriously? What was that like?" "God, full on. Wasn't quite as big back then. The competitive landscape's changed, obviously, but yeah, I got an internship from uni, managed to turn that into a job, working mainly on all the back-end functionality that goes into the consumer product." She took a sip of wine, remembering. "Looking back now, it was a crazy few years, but I learned a lot." "I can imagine." Out of the corner of his eye, Falk saw the waiter lighting a candle at a neighbouring table with a familiar flourish, before zeroing in on their own unlit tea light with concern written all over his face. He took half a step towards them, but was fortuitously derailed by a request for more water. Falk turned his attention back to Gemma. "Do you still do it at all?" "The programming?" She shook her head, but not unhappily. "I can still remember some of the stuff I used to work on. Muscle memory, I guess. But I think you become obsolete in about 5 minutes these days, let alone this many years." "So what brought you back here?" "From the States to small-town SA? Few things, really." Falk waited for her to elaborate, but instead she looked at him over her glass. "Would you ever go back to live in your hometown?" Falk blinked. "God, no." "Okay," she laughed. That was pretty definitive. He had to laugh too. I suppose it was. Falk's feelings about Kiwara ran deep, but in fact had softened considerably in the last few years. Still, just because he could look back on his memories of the place with a new fondness didn't mean he was in a rush to make a whole lot of fresh ones. But that was a story for another day, so instead he said, "I like it better here." "In the city?" "Yeah, well, Melbourne specifically, and the job and everything." "Enjoy working for the AFP?" "I do, yeah. For the most part, I like the investigations, the financial stuff. Seeing where the money takes you can be pretty eye-opening. It's not for everyone, but it suits me. Some of the other stuff, the meetings and politics and paperwork, are a little less." As if on cue, his phone beeped in his pocket. They both heard it. He ignored it, but it beeped again, then twice more. Shit, sorry. Falk took it out to turn it to silent. I thought I'd better leave it on in case Reiko... No, don't worry, Gemma said. Go ahead, I've got to go to the bathroom anyway. She wiped her hands on her napkin and stood. She held the fabric of her dress clear of the table as she edged out, and Falk felt the faint heat from her body as she passed. He watched her cross the room. His phone beeped again, insistent, and he dragged his eyes downwards. When she came back, he was still deep in it. He looked up as she squeezed by. I'm so sorry, we're right in the middle of this... He cut the excuse short, hit send, and turned to her. Sorry. It's okay. No, it's not. It's rude. Work's just hectic, but still... He put his phone down. Busy time? Yeah, it always is, but I recently got placed. For God's sake, A return reply bounced in. Marked urgent, of course, but they always were. He tapped back a single-word response, put his phone on silent, and buried it in his coat pocket, where he felt it buzz almost immediately. He made himself ignore it. I got placed a few months ago onto this task force, and it's... He felt his phone buzz again. Ignore. Gemma was watching his face closely as she took a mouthful and chewed. Is it a move you wanted? She asked. Yeah, I'd been trying to get on that team for a while. Well, congratulations. She tipped her glass to him. That's great. Yes, thank you. He meant it, but she caught the undertone. Not what you expected? Well... It was a good question. By and large, the job was what he'd thought it would be, he supposed. He'd known it would be a lot of work, and it was, but he'd wanted it. He'd pushed to be part of it. So yes, in that sense, it was both what he wanted and expected. It is, but it's also quite... Falk felt his phone buzz again. He placed both hands on the table to stop himself reaching for it. Demanding. Yeah, I can understand that, she said, in a way that made him think she actually could. Be careful what you wish for. He smiled back. Something like that. She topped up their glasses and seemed to decide something. It was like that in California. Yeah? A bit. I'd really wanted to be part of it, and the work was challenging, and it pushed me in a good way, but I don't know, there were things I hadn't really expected as well. The culture, for example, was all a bit cutthroat because the tech bubble had been... She shrugged. Well, a bubble, with all the layoffs and job insecurity and losses and everything else that brings. So the whole industry was raw for a long time. I stuck with it for most of my 20s, so I had the full experience, but eventually I wanted to change, I suppose. So you came back? She took a bite and swallowed. Not at first. I did the travelling thing for a while, burned through some savings, let off some steam, trying to work out what to do next. I ended up in London and was at one of those Aussie backpacker parties. You know, where you go along with some random person from your hostel and end up seeing both your cousin and your high school nemesis. Falk smiled. She was playing it lightly, but it had been a happy memory, he could tell. Anyway, I went along to this thing and, surprise, surprise, I ran into this man I'd grown up with back in Marilee, but hadn't seen for a while. Dean Tozer. We connected, I guess. She bought a moment by taking a sip of wine. Falk waited. Dean worked for an accountancy firm and had been seconded to London for 6 months, but he had a son, Joel, from a previous relationship. Joel was... She counted back lightly on her fingertips with her thumb. He was 7 then, living with his mum back here in Australia. But she was a dancer professionally and had been offered a steady role with a cruise ship line, so when I met Dean, he was about to head back to Marilee so she could take that up, and Joel would live with him for a while. He left London. I hung back long enough to make it clear to myself and him that I wasn't following him back. She laughed. And then obviously I followed him back. I wanted to, though. I was ready to be somewhere that felt more like home. The waiter swept by, and Gemma paused and fiddled with her glass on the table. Falk could feel a cloud gathering. So yeah, Dean and I were together, with Joel, of course. And then Dean died. And that was nearly 5 years ago now. Falk looked at her. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's okay. I mean, it wasn't, obviously, but it was a little while ago now. Unexpected? Falk asked, though he could guess the answer. This had been no gentle hospice goodbye. There had clearly been a cleaving in two, before and after. It was an accident, so yes. He was hit by a car. It was... Gemma searched for the word. Horrible, honestly. The police were involved. It was a really bad time. She closed her eyes for half a beat longer than usual, almost like a tiny reset, then opened them and gave Falk a small smile. I'm sorry, I've never found a good way to tell that story. No, well, some stories aren't good ones. They looked at each other over their unlit candle. Falk could see her sadness, tired and old, surfacing like it needed a glimpse of light and air before submerging again. I'm really sorry to hear that, Gemma. Thank you. He could tell she wanted to change the subject and felt around for a natural link. So that's when you started working with the festival? When you moved back? Yes. Gemma sounded relieved to be on firmer ground. It was different from the tech stuff, but... She shrugged. Kind of the point, I'm guessing, Falk said. Exactly. I volunteered at first with the festival committee and I was quite good at all the organisation and planning, so I got a paid job pretty fast. Took on some more senior roles within the team, and when the director role opened up, I got it. That's great. And you're happy there? Not tempted to head back overseas? No. Gemma shook her head. I suppose you can never rule anything out, but no. Joel and I did talk about leaving after, Dean's accident, fresh start or whatever. But in the end, neither of us really wanted to. Joel's at school, he has friends, support, we both do. And Marilee's a beautiful town, great community. Greg would tell you. Yeah, Falk said. Maybe I should get him to invite me, check it out myself. I hear they've got a pretty amazing festival. They do. She smiled at him across the table. And maybe you should. They stayed late, and when their plates were clear and the wine was gone, they stood and edged their way out, stepping onto the cold street. Before he even really thought about it, Falk reached over and took her hand. It was raining again, with all the intensity of a brief passing shower, and they stopped under an awning to wait, watching the cascading water light up white and gold under the streetlights. The rain drummed against the awning and the hum of the city at night rumbled all around them. It was cold, but Gemma was standing close and her hand was warm in his. He turned to say something. What exactly he wasn't sure, but stopped as he saw her looking up at him in a way he felt pretty sure he recognised. They smiled at each other in the dark, and Falk thought how some things just seemed right as he stepped in, bent his head and kissed her. He felt her smile, her fingers tighten his own, as she kissed him back in the cool, quiet night. The rain stopped first. Chapter 10. The Marilee Valley Annual Food and Wine Festival offered many things to many people, but fortunately the picnic crowd seemed a happily settled bunch. Even so, some were clearly in two minds about whether to stay or go as they watched the band leave the stage and Sergeant Dwyer climb the steps instead, holding a microphone. A look of anguish crossed Zara's face as a handful of groups began packing up their blankets and paper plates, but most appeared to take the view that having arrived early enough to grab a prime spot, they'd prefer to keep it, thanks very much. As Sergeant Dwyer waited for his cue, Reiko leaned over to Falk. Back in a minute. Just going to say good day to Naomi. Reiko paused, considering and rejecting a thought. It's probably better to introduce you tomorrow if that's okay, and it's easier to talk. No worries. Falk hadn't met baby Henry's godmother-to-be last year. The scheduled coffee catch-up had been shelved along with so many other things after that opening night. But he watched now as Reiko made his way over to a blonde woman with skinny jeans and shiny blonde hair. Falk recognised her from the vineyard stall earlier, where she'd been talking to Charlie and Shane. So that was Naomi Kerr, was it? The woman pushed her hair over one shoulder as she reached up to hug Reiko, her shirt lifting to reveal a slice of flat torso above her waistband. She said something Falk couldn't lip-read beyond the word Henry, and Reiko promptly whipped out his phone, photo at the ready. At first glance, Naomi wasn't quite what Falk had expected, but then again he'd never really considered himself typical godparent material either. The stage backdrop suddenly changed and a hush of sorts fell over the crowd as Kim Gillespie's face appeared on a large screen. It was the same photo as on the flyers, but this time with the words, "Have you seen me?" written in bold across the top, with a hotline number below. Sergeant Dwyer waited for the swell of muted chatter to fade. When the crowd was as close to quiet as could reasonably be expected, he raised the microphone. Kim Gillespie, Please take a moment now to have a close look at the photo behind me. Kim's family has not seen or heard from her for 12 months. We are appealing for information from anyone who was at the opening night of this festival last year and may have had any contact with her, however brief. Dwyer was pretty good, Falk thought. Most eyes were on him now, half-eaten sausage rolls temporarily forgotten. If you were on site then, particularly between the hours of 7:15 p.m. and 10:30 p.m, and believe you may have seen Kim, please contact me or my fellow officers at the station or via the details here on the screen. We're particularly keen to hear from anyone who may have noticed Kim around the east exit. That's the one all the way towards the back of the site. As Dwyer pointed east, Falk glanced over at Joel Tozer. The teenage boy had kept his reaction tightly controlled earlier at the stall, but this time he gave a funny, reflexive shake of the head in, what, embarrassment? Frustration? Falk couldn't tell. The expression on his face as he watched Sergeant Dwyer made Falk wonder if the cop had given him a hard time over his statement. Possibly. Falk thought back to what Gemma had said about her stepson over dinner in that Melbourne restaurant 16 months earlier. The boy could be trusted, she had thought. On some things at least, such as being left home alone. Still, Joel insisting Kim had not gone through the east exit complicated things, and complications, in Falk's experience, were rarely welcomed by even the best cops. Falk allowed himself another fleeting glance at the stage wings. Gemma was still there, but now with a small frown on her face as she also watched her stepson. Her phone lit up in her hand and she checked the screen, frown deepening, then stepped back and melted into the dark. Falk waited, but she didn't reappear. Under the bright stage lights, Sergeant Dwyer was running through the facts. Kim Gillespie, aged 39, was last seen wearing... The officer wasn't using any notes, Falk noticed. The bloke had the details of times and descriptions seemingly at his fingertips. He seemed fully across the case for someone who hadn't been there at the time. Where was he last year? Falk murmured as Rako edged back through the crowd to join him. Who? Dwyer? Shit, sorry. Rako shuffled his feet off an irritated woman's picnic blanket. Camping, Dwyer was. Out in the Flinders Ranges, personal leave. Busy time of year to be taking leave, isn't it? Definitely, Rako nodded. I know Dad was never allowed back when he was running things, but Rob Dwyer's daughter died last year, a couple of months before the festival, so I guess under the circumstances. Rako shrugged. I feel for the bloke, but it was bloody unlucky timing. Took a few days to actually get hold of him after Kim disappeared, do you remember? Yeah, vaguely. Okay, so that's why. Him and his wife had gone off on their own to the middle of nowhere, turned their phones off trying to get their heads straight. Falk watched the officer address the crowd. His head seemed screwed on pretty straight now. His appeal was calm and clear, and he came across as wholly focused. Whatever he'd missed in those few days, he appeared determined to make up for now. What happened to his daughter? Falk asked. Drank too much at a party and suffocated on her own vomit. Bloody hell. Yeah. A couple of her housemates over in Adelaide found her in the morning. She was only about 22, I think, so... Rako fell silent abruptly as up on stage Sergeant Dwyer turned to introduce Zara. The officer drew the crowd's attention one last time to the photo and phone number on the screen before passing the microphone to the girl. Has Zara told you what she's going to say? Falk asked. No. Rako glanced towards his brother. Charlie didn't react as his daughter crossed the stage. Reckon I can guess, though. Zara made eye contact with someone in the wings, and the image behind her dissolved. A video clip began playing instead. There was no sound, and it had clearly been shot on a phone. A younger, smiling Kim Gillespie silently sang "Happy Birthday to You" as she held out a homemade cake. Sun filtered through the windows and the candles on the cake flickered. Kim's gaze moved slightly off-centre as she locked eyes with the person filming, with the air of a private joke passing between her and whoever was behind the camera. Falk glanced over. From the expression on Charlie's face, there was no question at all it had been him. This is my mum, Kim. Zara was nervous, but her unchecked emotion only drew more eyes to the stage. And I know some of you will have heard what happened here last year. But the facts... It was a more polished version of the speech she'd delivered at the vineyard stall, and Falk heard Rako sigh. A slideshow continued behind her, with photos and videos spanning several years. Purely from an appeal perspective, it was better to use only recent photos, the cop part of Falk couldn't help but think, but at the same time he could see why Zara had chosen them. They helped drive home that Kim Gillespie had been a real person, as urgent and vital as anyone watching, and Falk felt something shift in the mood of the crowd. Kim had walked among them, recently here, living and breathing, and probably also smelling the popcorn in the air and trying to avoid trampling on picnic blankets. My mum would never do this to her family. On screen, Kim was laughing now, understated but bridal in a simple cream gown. Zara, then 14 years old and in flattering bridesmaid pink, was at her side, eating cake and trying to pretend she wasn't thoroughly enjoying herself. Rowan was wearing the traditional smart suit and had the happy, slightly stunned smile favoured by grooms everywhere as he held Kim's hand. Another scene from the wedding followed, of Kim with her arms around an older couple who were clearly her parents. They lived in Canada, Falk remembered now, but had rushed over last year after it had happened. He ran his eyes quickly over the crowd of supporters. No return trip for the anniversary, he guessed. Some experiences were not ones anyone wanted to relive. Someone here tonight knows something. Zara was gathering momentum as the image behind her faded and resolved. Kim at the vineyard this time, laughing with Rita, their heads close. Falk felt Reiko breathe out sharply. Where did she get that? Reiko muttered, even as the picture changed again. Kim at the finish line of a 10-kilometre charity fun run. Flushed but pleased, she raised a celebratory cup of water to her fellow runner, who herself appeared to have barely broken a sweat, her blonde hair pulled high in a ponytail. Falk turned in time to see Naomi Kerr caught completely off guard to find herself up on the screen. Maybe Zara hadn't felt she needed permission to use photos of her own mother, but she clearly hadn't sought it from Naomi. The woman stared glassy-eyed at the picture until it disappeared. I want to finish with a message for my mum, Zara said, as behind her now Kim was holding a baby. It was Zoe, judging by Kim's age. The baby in her arms looked brand new. Kim herself looked exhausted. An unconvincing smile was plastered across her face. If you hear this, and if you can come home, Mum, please come home. Zara paused. And if you can't, I want you to know we're all working to find you. Okay? That's it, I guess, thank you. The awkward smattering of applause morphed into a rumbling murmur as she lowered the microphone and passed it to Rowan. Falk wasn't surprised. People were always interested in the husband. If Rowan noticed, and Falk couldn't imagine he'd missed it, he didn't react. Thanks, Zara, he said simply, and he took her place as the screen changed back to the standard missing person photo. No emotive montage for Rowan. It was the right decision, Falk thought. What had seemed moving and heartfelt from Zara could have easily come across as manipulative from Rowan. Instead, the man's wife simply gazed out. Have you seen me? I sometimes feel like I got to meet my wife for the first time twice. Rowan launched straight into it. The second time was on a Sunday afternoon on Glenelg Beach. I was going for a run along the sand and Kim was there in the sea with her daughter, Zara. It felt like a moment where Rowan might have naturally paused to remember had he been telling this story to friends. But he was not, and this crowd, while not hostile, was certainly keeping their acquaintanceship at arm's length for now. He carried on. I'd known Kim for a lot of years. We were at school together. It's where I met her for the first time. And we were friends then, part of the same big group. Charlie didn't react to that. His arms folded and chin tucked down into his chest, but Falk saw Shane nodding. Kim and I went our separate ways after school with uni and first jobs and things, Rowan continued, until that afternoon on the beach when I saw her again. And I knew straight away it was Kim because she had this way about her that drew you in. It's hard to describe, but everyone who remembers her knows what I mean. Charlie reacted that time, a tight instinctive dip of his head in agreement. So Kim was standing knee-deep in the sea, Rowan said, and I stopped running and probably said something smooth and witty like, I didn't expect to see you here. A light but genuine laugh flitted through the crowd. It was smart of Rowan to humanise himself, Falk thought. Calculated or not, for an appeal to work, people needed to care. And Kim probably said something genuinely smooth and witty back. I wish I could remember what, because it worked, and that was it for us. We were together for 3 years. We have a daughter who's just turned 1. Reiko leaned in, his eyes still on Rowan.
I tested that gap in his night myself, in case you were wondering.
Falk smiled. He had, in fact, been wondering exactly that.
The 8 minutes?
Yep, Reiko said. It was only 6, actually. Sergeant Dwyer checked it out too, I know. But I walked it myself anyway, once with Zara, a couple of times on my own. To put her mind at rest, or?
Pretty much.
And mine, I suppose, just in case. I mean, I like Rowan, so I'm not saying anything by this, but... He shrugged. Spouses, statistically, you know, got to check 'em. You can't not check 'em. No, obviously. How long did the walk take you? 7 minutes 30 at a steady pace. I did it in the high 6s a couple of times, so no detour. If anything, he hustled. Couldn't have got back here? To the grounds? No way, not possible. So that was... Reiko sighed. Oh, a relief, I suppose. Falk watched Rowan on the stage. His wife's face still loomed large behind him. Does he know?
That I checked him out?
I doubt it, not specifically. But he was obviously questioned at the time, so he'd know Dwyer would have. I think he sort of welcomes it, though. You'd have to feel a bit guilty for leaving Kim alone, don't you reckon? Reiko paused. Plus, he's not an idiot. He knows he's bloody lucky it's only 6 minutes and not more. That was true, Falk agreed. He could still recall Rowan Gillespie's official movements from a year ago, partially because his own had helped corroborate them. After Falk had seen him at the base of the Ferris wheel waving goodbye to his wife and child on the ride, Rowan Gillespie had continued chatting to the Queensland tourist couple and their tired toddler for a few moments more, and when they'd asked him about the shortest route back to town, he'd offered to show them. They'd all walked together through the festival grounds, and were captured on the CCTV camera at the main west exit. They had carried on through the parking lot and strolled toward the main street, a 15-minute walk. At the edge of town, Rowan had taken the couple's phone to snap a photo of the family in front of a vertical floral wall. The image was time-stamped 8:17 p.m. He had then pointed them towards their hotel the next block over, wished them a good stay and, here fell the gap, continued on alone. 6 minutes later he was again captured on CCTV, this time walking up the steps into his parents' favourite Italian restaurant. Surrounded by 40 other diners, he and his parents had sat for more than 2 hours over 3 courses and picked through the implications of Rowan's father's recent cancer diagnosis. Shortly before 10:30 p.m, Rowan had put his parents in a taxi, stood on the street outside the restaurant and phoned his wife. When the call had gone through to voicemail, he'd sent a text instead. Are you still up? On my way back now. In fact, he'd gone back inside to pay and spent a further 5 minutes chatting with the owner and her husband. He was showing them pictures of newborn Zoe when his phone rang to let him know his daughter had been found at the festival grounds, alone. I'm an engineer by profession, Rowan was saying now, and Falk focused again. I've done that my whole career, so there are some things I feel I know how to do well. I know how to make sure buildings don't topple and bridges don't fall down. And part of the reason I know how to do that is because it's very logical. If you do one thing after another, you get the result you expect. But over this past year, Rowan faltered for the first time, his face flickering with something like disbelief. His wife was missing. He looked like he was learning it for the first time. His wife was missing. He exhaled. It echoed loudly in the microphone. Kim was really creative, he said at last. She worked in marketing with design and branding, so she could always think outside the box. We saw the world in a different way, and I wish I could ask her what I should do now, because she'd have ideas that I can't seem to come up with. Rowan's expression was darkening with every word. But Kim's not here, and she hasn't been for a year. And all I can think to do for me and Zoe is fall back on logic. Because that logic tells me that someone here tonight has information that could tell us what happened to my wife last year. The crowd was still, and those watching had fallen quiet in a way they hadn't for Dwyer or even Zara. There'll be people listening to me now who saw Kim here. We're about to have a minute of silence to think about Kim, but while we do that, I'll ask you to keep something else in mind. Rowan was slowly scanning the faces turned towards him. If you were one of the people who flagged a sighting with the police, thank you. But think again now. Look around. Is there anything else you can remember about that moment? There was no hiding the edge in his voice.
And if you saw Kim last year and didn't tell anyone, for any reason at all, now's the time, okay? Don't leave it another day. We're not interested in why, but we need to know what you know. So think back, please. What did you see? In the wings, Falk saw the tech guy give a signal, and Rowan nodded. So on behalf of Kim and her family, I'll ask you to please join us now for a minute's silence. Rowan lowered the microphone and walked across the stage to stand beside Zara. The soft chime of an electronic bell rang out, and most of the crowd bowed their heads at least a little, and many shut their eyes. Falk had settled his weight when he felt Reiko shift beside him. He glanced over. Reiko's head was up, and at first Falk thought he was looking at Zara, but no. Reiko's focus was instead off to the side, where Sergeant Dwyer stood at the very top of the stairs leading down from the stage. "All right, mate?" Falk said under his breath. Reiko didn't reply, just gave a tiny nod in the direction of the other officer. Falk followed his gaze. Dwyer had a good view from the top of those stairs, and his head was not bad either. Instead, Falk could suddenly see what Reiko had already spotted. Dwyer was making the most of his vantage point. His face was lifted and his eyes were wide open, sliding slowly and methodically, one by one, over the gathered friends, supporters, and members of Kim Gillespie's family. Chapter 11. "Hey, you two," Rita said softly as Falk and Reiko came out onto the veranda. The vineyard had been still and quiet and the cottage lights low when they'd pulled up. They'd found Rita sitting outside, Henry dozing against her chest. She had a book in one hand and was patting his back with the other. Just beyond the veranda, a small metal fire pit glowed against the dark of the night. Rita put down her book and reached out to her husband. "How was it?" Reiko took his wife's hand. "Okay, I think." "That bad?" He smiled at her. "Just a hard couple of hours." "Where is everyone?" "Zara's still there." After the appeal, Zara had simply taken another handful of flyers and shrugged off Charlie's suggestion that she call it a night and come home. "I've got my key, I'll be back before 11, she'd said, and disappeared into the crowd with Joel. Falk was glad no one else seemed to have had an appetite to do the same. It hadn't even been 9 p.m, but he'd felt drained. "And Charlie's inside." Reiko glanced towards the kitchen. "He'll be out in a minute." "No worries." Rita shifted Henry's weight. "I might try putting this one down." "Here, let me have him for a minute." Reiko took his son and nestled him against his shoulder. Rita stretched, her back clicking. She noticed Falk's eye on the fire pit below, and her expression softened. "It's okay, they're just lights." Falk craned his head to see. She was right. Instead of glowing embers, there was a nest of solar-powered bulbs. Charlie gave in after I wouldn't let him light it for like 3 years. Used to piss him off in winter, but tough shit. Reiko smiled and pointed to his neck. The skin where his son rested, breathing heavily, had an odd puckered quality to it. Couldn't really argue with this. Made him look like an arsehole. Falk turned his own left hand over. The skin there had improved a lot, but he could still see the scars. "The lights are nicer anyway," said Rita, and Reiko ran his free hand over hers. Falk settled into his chair, listening to the nocturnal chirps floating from the vines in a gentle, chaotic rhythm. "How was the fire season this year?" "Back in Kawara," Reiko said. "Yeah, not too bad this time. Cooler summer, you know." "And hey," Rita put her glass down, "you heard the river's running again?" "Yeah," Falk said. "I did. That's great." It was. Reiko had emailed through some pictures. The locals had lined the banks in the rain to watch as the water had finally forged its way through for the first time in years. Even in the still images, Falk could sense their joy and relief. "You should see it," Reiko had written. "Beautiful sight." "I should," Falk had replied, both of them knowing that he probably wouldn't. Not now, at least, but maybe, he thought, one day. Things had changed a bit in Kiwara in the last few years. His friends Barb and Jerry Hadler had sold up, their own house, their son's farm, and moved along the Great Ocean Road. Granddaughter Charlotte was learning to bodyboard.
Falk had been to visit them 4 or 5 times, and Barb Hadler regularly texted him blurry photos of birds on their porch and the sun over the waves. A nice bloke from Gippsland called Paul had bought the farm from them, plus the Deacon property next door, looking to roll up his sleeves and make a go of things. He had succeeded, apparently, in both a professional and personal sense. On his second night in town, he'd gone to the Fleece for a drink and spotted a tall blonde woman sipping a white wine and making friendly conversation with a wild red-headed barman. Paul had asked if he could buy her next glass, and a few months ago they'd got married in the local church. "Gretchen sends her best, by the way," Rita said, reading Falk's mind. "How was her wedding?" "Yeah, good, you know. Small." Reiko glanced at his wife, who was watching Falk over the rim of her glass with a look he couldn't interpret. "Very small, really, mainly immediate family, couple of locals. How many, Rita?" "A few," she said simply. "Just a few," echoed Reiko, and Falk had to smile. "It's really okay, mate. I didn't expect an invite." Gretchen had called to tell him, though. They'd chatted for a while, catching up. It had been nice. She had in fact implied that an extra spot could probably be found for an old friend should he want it, but Falk could tell they were both relieved when he didn't take her up on the offer. He'd wished her the best and truly meant it. She'd done the same, and he knew her well enough to know she'd meant it too. "Her bloke all right?" he said now. "Paul? Yeah, seems it. Really good with Lockie." Rita looked over her shoulder as the back door opened and Charlie stepped out, a bottle under his arm and glasses in his hands. "The kid can't get enough of him, always tearing round together." "Good," Falk said, and it was good. He accepted the glass Charlie was offering him. "Thanks." "No worries." Charlie opened the bottle of red and poured, then lowered himself into a chair with a heavy sigh. He had a large book wedged under his arm and pulled it out now and passed it to Reiko. "Zara got it from here, by the way. That photo with Rita you were asking about." "Oh, yeah?" Reiko reached out with his free hand and opened the book on the table. Falk could see it was in fact a thick album with photos printed onto the pages. "Zara had it made up last year," Charlie said. "Went through all the photos in the house, all the pics on the computers. Found everything she could of Kim and put it all together. I think she was planning to give it to Zoe, but ended up keeping it." He swirled his drink, then took a long swallow. "I guess you can always print another copy." "What's this about?" Rita asked, leaning over to see. "Zara did a slideshow at the appeal," Reiko said, flipping through the pages. "You were in it, a few others too. I hadn't seen that photo before. Was just curious where it had come from." He found the page he'd been looking for and turned it so Rita could see. "Yeah, I remember that visit. Kim and Rowan had got married not long before. That was a nice week." Rita turned another couple of pages, Kim's face appearing again and again before gently closing the cover. "Can I?" Falk asked, and Rita passed it to him. The photos were in rough chronological order. Kim as a baby smiled out from the opening page, followed by missing teeth and Santa visits and a first day at school. Falk flipped forward, then stopped, because suddenly there was Charlie. He was sitting on a wall with Kim. Their faces were unlined and their hands were flat on the brickwork, fingertips touching. "Did tonight go like you wanted, Charlie?" Rita asked gently. "Well, what I really wanted was to help Zara." He took another deep swallow and considered. "So as far as that goes, I'm not sure. Give it time to settle," Reiko said. "See how she feels in a few days. I think it was still worth doing. Hopefully." Charlie rubbed his eyes. "I suppose we were lucky Gemma said yes to it at all. Some of the committee didn't want to approve it, did I tell you? The appeal." Reiko was whispering now as Henry stirred. He rose delicately and began to pace a slow circuit up and down the veranda. "Felt it was too much of a downer for the opening night. I can see their point, to be honest." Charlie stifled a yawn and glanced at Rita. "I caught her on the way out to say thanks, and she said hi, by the way." "Gemma?" Rita said. "Yeah, and to you, mate." He nodded at Falk, then leaned back and closed his eyes. "Said you guys met once a while back, in Melbourne or something." "Oh, yeah." Falk tried to keep his voice casual. "That's right." Reiko, still pacing, didn't seem to notice, but Rita certainly did. Her interest instantly piqued. Honestly, the woman had the instincts of a bloodhound when it came to any hint of activity in Falk's largely dormant love life. They eyeballed each other steadily across the table, and Falk suddenly had the strong sense that while Reiko could barely remember him and Gemma crossing paths, this was not news to Rita. Finally, a tiny smile on her lips, she looked away, leaving Falk wondering what exactly she'd heard. Rowan and Shane didn't want to come back for a drink? Rita returned her attention to Charlie, who opened his eyes. No, Shane said he'd stick around at the stall, and I guess Rowan needed to get back to Zoe. What did he talk about at the appeal? Few things, Charlie said. How he and Kim met. As they chatted, Falk turned several more pages of the album. He was deep in high school territory now. Kim with her ponytail. Charlie's hair was certainly a statement, although so was his younger brother's, and Falk couldn't stop himself flashing a grin at Reiko. Reiko was still rocking his son and laughed when he saw what Falk was looking at. Tread carefully, mate, he whispered. You're one choice comment away from being invited to step into your car and drive yourself back to Melbourne. Falk smiled and turned another page. Footy games, parties, the usual rites of passage. God, look at that. I remember my own formal, Rita said suddenly, leaning over for a closer look at the ill-fitting suits and shiny dresses. I went with Caleb Maloney. Wait, Maroney? She shook her head and turned back to the book. And there's Shane. Wow, he was big, wasn't he? Even then. She tapped a kid already head and shoulders above the others in the group shot. And Rowan there? Charlie? Falk pointed to a blonde girl he also thought he now recognised. Is that Naomi? Let's see. Rita leaned in. Yep. I'm sorry you haven't met her, but she's coming to the house tomorrow, by the way. The priest wants to meet you both. She winked at Falk. Brief you on your godparent duties. Okay, sounds good, Falk said, with as much enthusiasm as he could manage at that time of night, and Reiko laughed. Power through it, mate. It's a 15-minute chat. Falk smiled and went to close the album, but Rita put a hand out. Oh, God, look at Dean, she said, turning the page to better see a young guy captured laughing at something just out of shot. That's a lovely one. Zara should make a copy of that for Joel. Let's look. Charlie leaned in and stared at the boy without saying anything more, then handed the album back. That's Dean Tozer, Reiko said quietly to Falk over the baby's head. The bloke in that accident I started telling you about at the reservoir, with the memorial plaque. He died about, 5 years ago this year? 6. Charlie didn't have to think about it. Gemma's husband. Rita glanced at Falk. Joel's dad? Falk nodded. He looked at the man, back when he was still a boy. He had been stocky, with freckles running along his arms and a friendly open face. Falk wondered what exactly had happened. Car accident, obviously. Unexpected, Gemma had said. The police were involved. Hit and run, Charlie said, guessing his question. Start of festival weekend that year. Early morning, while he was out walking his dog. Shit, really? Yeah, back when he used to be able to drive along the reservoir track. Some people used to try and go that way to avoid breath tests on the highway. And it was at the drop, same spot as Kim. Falk felt himself frown at that, and Reiko caught the look. I know, mate. He shrugged as best he could with Henry in his arms. We all hear how that sounds, but the fact is the rest of the reservoir is pretty flat and safe. If an accident's going to happen, it's pretty much always going to be at the drop. It's a blind bend. Then you've got walkers stopping there, catching their breath, looking at the view or whatever, so it's a bad mix. That's partly why they blocked the track off to cars after what happened to Dean. Service vehicles only now, so I don't know, I guess that's better at least. Falk looked over at Charlie, who was frowning into his empty glass but had not reached for a refill. I'm sorry, mate. That's rough. Thanks. Yeah. Dean was a good bloke. Kim was mates with him too, so maybe... I don't know. The frown deepened. Maybe she was... Charlie stopped again. He pushed his empty glass away and sighed. Jesus, I really don't know. Anyway, on that cheery note, think I'll call it a night. He pulled himself up with a low groan. Or at least lie awake listening until my bloody daughter comes home. Night, Charlie. Rita watched him disappear inside, then shook her head. "God, I'm such an idiot," she said in an undertone. "I can't believe I brought up Dean." "Nah, it's fine, he'll be right. Just with Kim and everything else." Reiko rubbed his shoulder with his free hand and looked across at Falk. "Charlie and Dean were good mates, at school and then again when Dean moved back here. So he took it pretty hard when he died, obviously." "Shane too," Rita said. "I think maybe more so even. They were friends as well," Falk asked. "Yeah, all of them. Charlie, Shane, Rowan, Dean." Reiko looked at the album, still open on the table, at Dean's picture. But Shane was first on the scene. He was out running and saw there'd been an accident. Had to make the call to the police. Falk nodded slowly. He thought about the memorial plaque and pictured Gemma's face across the restaurant table. He could guess the answer before he even asked. "So did they get the driver?" "No." Reiko shook his head. A light went out somewhere inside the house, and Dean Tozer's face darkened in shadow. "Never did." Chapter 12. Falk and Reiko sat together and listened to the hum of the night as they looked out over the long rows of vines. Rita had taken Henry inside, and Falk could hear her now moving around the kitchen. "You going to wait up for Zara?" Falk asked as Reiko yawned. "I don't think I'll make it. Hope she's feeling okay, though." "Bloody hard when someone's not found," Falk said. "I can see why she's hung up on things." "I know, but a lot of these theories she grabs onto just go nowhere. I mean, Kim being out there still?" Reiko rubbed the corners of his eyes. "Think that through realistically for 1 second. Where's she supposed to have been living for an entire year? What's she doing for money? I mean, Kim was my family too. So I'll follow these things up for her as much as Zara, but..." He waved a hand in futility. "Things lead where they lead, you know. I can't change that because Zara wants it to be something different." "No." Falk thought back over the evening and the appeals for answers. Not just from Zara and Rowan, but from the sergeant too, with his unexpected, to Falk at least, scrutiny of the gathered supporters. "What are your thoughts on Dwyer out of interest? Seems a curious type." Reiko looked faintly amused. "He is, isn't he? Which is what you want, I suppose. But yeah, look, he's solid. Good with the locals, good at the job, I would say. My dad trained him up, actually, back when this was one of his early postings, so you'd hope so." "The way he was watching all of you tonight at the end," Falk said, and Reiko nodded. "You worried?" "No." "Not at all?" Reiko seemed to weigh something up for a moment, then hauled himself out of his chair and disappeared inside the house. He returned a moment later with a large bound folder in his hands and passed it to Falk. "Been keeping a few notes of my own about all this." "Yeah, mate, so I see." It was a thick file, and Falk ran his thumb over the edge. He wasn't surprised Reiko had his own resources, but this was even more comprehensive than he'd expected. He glanced over and Reiko shrugged. "Yeah, I know. Look, it's for peace of mind mostly, so when Zara asks something I can give her a decent answer. Anyway, feel free to flick through. Maybe you'll see something I haven't." "I doubt that," Falk said, meaning it. "At this point, I'd be happy if you did, honestly." Reiko gathered up their empty glasses. "And you never know, fresh pair of eyes?" "Well," Falk was less convinced. "Maybe." After they'd said goodnight, Falk walked back to the guest house on his own. It was very peaceful, he thought. Away from the lights of the cottage, the vineyard took shape under the silvery moon. The perfect rose gleamed in the pale light, and the distant hills rose up around the valley in their tones of black and grey. Above, the night sky was huge. The stars glowed. He stood for a minute, drinking it in. Finally, the mosquitoes biting, he unlocked the guest house and let himself in. He flicked on a couple of lamps, bathing the room in a warm, low light, and put Reiko's file on the bedside table. Opening the fridge, he poured himself a glass of water, then went to the bathroom, turned on the taps and took a long, hot shower. He emerged feeling better, more relaxed and his head clearer. He put on the t-shirt and shorts he usually slept in and stood at the window, rubbing a towel over his hair. Through the blinds, Falk could see the edge of the house. It was all in darkness except for a soft glow from one window. He mentally tracked the internal layout and decided it was Zara's room. There was some movement of shadow behind the curtains. So the girl was home, but she wasn't sleeping, he thought as he hung up his towel. Or at least not yet. Falk brushed his teeth and sat on the bed. He settled back against the headboard, his hand reaching towards the light on the bedside table, but his eyes on Reiko's file. 5 minutes, he decided. He was ready for sleep, but also curious what exactly his mate had found to fill a folder quite so thick. The answer Falk could see immediately when he opened the cover was a robust and practical job typical of Reiko's policing style these days. Maps of the town, the festival site, the reservoir, the bushland had been catalogued and annotated with notes and times and helpful lists of key points. Reiko had summarised some witness statements, including Falk's own, and had managed to get his hands on photocopies of the originals of others. The bartender in the ale tent. The couple who had seen a woman arguing with a man in the parking lot. She had on dark jeans or pants. I could not see her top clearly because she was leaning into the car on the driver's side, but it was white or light-coloured. The woman sounded annoyed and said to the driver something like, "If you are lying to me, I will find out." I did not hear his response because we were walking away and... Falk turned the page. Another one, this time from a woman in the ladies' toilets. Waiting in line, and I could hear crying from inside a cubicle. It was the second or third cubicle on the left. It was a woman and she was upset, and I considered asking if she was okay, but there were a lot of people in the line and I felt like it wasn't any of my business. I go to the festival every year, and you do get people who have overdone it and are emotional. I heard a mobile phone ring from inside the cubicle, and the woman stopped crying. She answered it and she said, "Hello," and then, "I'm still here, where are you?" I was at the front of the line by then, so went to use the toilet myself and did not hear any more. I knew Kim Gillespie between the ages of approximately 16 and 20. I was friends with her mother, Deborah, before she and her husband moved to Canada, and since then I have run into Kim from time to time when she came back to Marralee to visit. I believe it was Kim's voice I heard. Falk moved on, marking spots to return to when he felt more alert. It was an interesting collection of material. Reiko had said he'd compiled this to help Zara's understanding, but there was information in there that Falk highly doubted he'd ever show her. Studies of body decomposition rates in South Australian waters, for one. Several times Falk found himself staring blankly at a page for several minutes, trying to work out its significance. An algae report, or the minutes of the previous year's festival committee's annual meeting. Falk yawned and half-heartedly opened a worn envelope to find a packet of grainy nighttime photos. They had the familiar blurred quality that instantly dated them as having been taken before smartphones and instant edits. He recognised Kim in the first photo, no more than 16 or 17 at the time, but a beer bottle in her hand. It was dark, and her face was lit by something out of shot. A campfire, Falk guessed from the glow. She was sitting on a blanket with her legs tucked under her and was making a face at the camera. Falk could feel exhaustion creeping over him, and he'd seen plenty of photos of Kim that evening. He started to replace them in the envelope, then stopped as something on the back of a picture caught his eye. He turned it over. It was a number in Reiko's handwriting. 11. Falk flicked through the rest of the shots. Each had been numbered from 1 to 36. Recently 2, he guessed. The ink looked far fresher than the photos. Falk checked inside the envelope again and found what he'd been hoping for. A folded sheet of paper, also with the numbers 1 to 36 in Reiko's writing. Falk scanned the list. 3. Kim. 4. Kim. Naomi. ? Falk searched through the photos until he found the ones numbered 3 and 4. Number 3 showed Kim sitting alone on the picnic blanket with her beer. In 4, Kim was in the same spot but had been joined by Naomi, along with an unnamed teenage boy with cropped hair and a bottle in each hand. He was leaning over the girls, his arms heavy on their shoulders. Both girls' faces were fixed in tight, dutiful smiles, but neither looked particularly happy about it. Falk shuffled through the rest of the pictures. From the clothes, he could tell they'd all been taken on the same evening. A party around a campfire, almost everyone holding drinks. He didn't recognise most of the faces and flicked back and forth to the list. 15. Me and... ? Maybe Wade's cousin? Reiko had ridden against a photo of himself, laughing like best friends with the tall bloke whose name he obviously could no longer recall. 16. Shane, Gen C, Charlie, ? Shane, huge next to Gen C, was bending down to plant a drunken kiss on her cheek. Her eyes were bright and she was pink-cheeked with what looked like pure delight. Charlie was grinning at the camera, his arms snug around the waist of an unnamed girl who was decidedly not Kim. Falk paused. Reiko may not know the girl in the photo, but anyone could recognise the flirtatious energy in the shot. How had Kim felt about that, Falk wondered, if she'd even been aware? He worked through the images again, more slowly this time. He could find none of Charlie and Kim together. He paused at shot number 19, though, labelled in Reiko's neat handwriting. Dean, Rowan, Gemma. The scene was badly lit and Falk had not recognised her immediately, but he could see it now. She looked softer and very young, but so did everyone. He looked from her to Dean. If there had been any hint of the romance that would blossom, it was derailed quite neatly by Rowan. Bang in the middle of the pair and tipping a beer to the photographer, his face flushed. He wasn't alone in that. Every one of them looked worse for wear. Falk continued, through faces and names that meant nothing to him. At the end of the list, Reiko had added a few names that didn't seem to correspond with any of the images. Dean's friend, short dark hair, from Warrnambool. Kyle. Ryan S. Tanya's cousins ×3. Falk checked the back of the photos and the envelope for any further explanatory notes from Reiko, but there were none. Another question to add to the Algae reports and the AGM minutes. He leaned back against the headboard and briefly considered texting Reiko, but immediately decided against it. Whatever it was had waited this long. It could wait until the morning. Tired now, he sorted the pictures back in order, looking at Gemma's face for a moment longer than the others, then slid them back into the envelope and turned out the light. Falk had kissed Gemma under the awning at the corner of the dark Melbourne laneway until the rain had passed. They'd taken each other's hand as they'd stepped back out onto the slick pavement and headed through the city towards Flinders Street Station, where the trams and trains went to a lot of different places. Falk's flat in St Kilda, for example, Gemma's hotel in Richmond as well. Falk wasn't quite sure what might happen next, so instead he concentrated on what was happening right then. Walking along together, the city lights shining, her hand in his. At the station, they both hesitated on the footpath outside. Stay or go? Then Gemma glanced over his shoulder to the late-night newsagent near the ticket gates. I need to top up my travel card, she said. Right. Was that a signal for him to say goodbye and leave, Falk wondered. But then she'd smiled. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, great. Even as he spoke, Falk felt his phone buzz in his pocket, and he pulled it out as she disappeared inside the shop. He stood near the door, his shoulders hunched against the wind, scanning a long string of work messages and tapping out a few fast replies. Hey! He glanced up at Gemma's voice as she came back out of the news agency. She looked happy to see him. Falk put his phone away. So, this was a complete impulse buy, but I actually got you something. She had her travel card in one hand and was holding something out to him with the other. Here. Falk looked down at the gift. It was a week-to-week office diary with a blue ballpoint pen. And it's really so nice of you to try to look grateful. Gemma laughed as she caught his expression. But seriously, the most organised person I've ever known gave me this tip. A paper diary? Yeah, it's good when you've got a lot on. Does the same as a phone calendar, but without beeping at you all the time with meetings and things. The idea is that you feel a bit more in control of the day because you check it when you're ready, not the other way around. Does it work? For some people, it does for me. Your task force sounds pretty busy. I thought it might be worth a go. She frowned. And then I also bought you the pen, because I've drunk too much and forgot you probably already own one. Well, you can never really have too many. Falk flicked through the diary. Maybe he'd had a bit too much to drink himself, but he was genuinely touched. Thanks, Gemma. I'll give it a try. Falk lifted his eyes to her, and she smiled back at him, pleased. Her face was a little flushed under the station light, with her hair hanging damp around her shoulders. And all at once he had the sudden, urgent sensation that something was about to pass him by. He turned to the back of the diary and held out the contacts page. "Gemma, can I grab your number?" She took the diary and the pen straight away. Once they were back in her hands, though, she seemed to pause. As Falk watched, her expression dimmed and she stood there, thinking, as the seconds ticked by. She pressed the pen against the paper for what felt like a long time. Falk just waited, but she still didn't write anything. "I think..." She tapped the pen on the page, then wrote a G. She stopped again. The pen now hovered an inch above the diary. Gemma glanced up at him, then down again. She breathed out and closed the cover. "I think it's actually better for both of us if I say no. I'm really sorry." "Ah." Falk blinked. He couldn't think what to say. "Okay." He wasn't often sure about these things, but he'd been sure this time. In his mind, her number was right there in the book she was now handing back to him. He had already jumped ahead, debating whether to text or call as a follow-up the next morning, before or after her flight back home. Call, he'd decided, after the flight, and hopefully she'd have time to talk. Instead, he turned the empty diary over in his hands, then slipped it into his coat pocket. He took a breath and a longish moment to recalibrate expectation with reality. Gemma was watching him. "I'm sorry," she said again. "No, God, please don't. There's no need." He was replaying the entire evening in his mind, though, skipping ahead and rewinding, trying to find the flaw. It really still felt like a yes. "I think I just got the wrong..." "No, you didn't." She stopped. Falk waited, genuinely curious, but when she didn't go on, he said, "It's honestly fine. You don't have to explain." A pause. "Thank you." He'd kind of hoped she would, though. Was it her late husband? On some level, that had to be part of the equation for anyone, but it didn't feel like the whole answer. Falk had been around grief, spouses, children, friends, enough times that he was pretty well attuned to the complexities involved. This felt like something else, though. He ran through the last few hours again. The bar, the drinks, the walk, the restaurant, the candle. "It's nothing you did, Aaron. It's not you." He smiled at that, and despite herself, she smiled back. "Really?" she said. "Okay." He nodded. He'd take her word for it, but he'd love to know what it was in that case. "Well," he breathed out. It was a no. "All right then, move on. Thanks anyway, Gemma, for tonight. I really had a great time with you. It was a lot of fun." She was wavering, he could tell, but then she simply nodded. "Yeah, it was. And I'm glad I got to meet you." "Me too." "Stay or go?" "Go." He couldn't help it. He paused for a moment, hoping for a last-minute change of heart. But all she said was, "Good luck with the new job." "Thanks. Have a safe flight home." He raised a hand. "Well, bye then." "Goodbye." Falk turned and headed off towards the tram stop. He thought he could feel her watching him for a way, but when he glanced back, she had gone. The spot where they'd been standing outside the station was now occupied by a pair of teenage girls embroiled in a teary argument. No. No number, no text or call debate, no follow-up. It was a no. And that was her choice to make, and her decision was fair enough. But Falk still wished it had been a yes. Chapter 13. Falk had spotted Gemma only twice during his brief visit to Marilee 12 months earlier. The first, perhaps not surprisingly, had been at the festival. It had been just after 8 p.m. on the night Kim Gillespie would later disappear, and the sky was dark. Falk had been walking back from the HQ caravan, having tried and failed to deliver Charlie's safety reports into Gemma's hands personally, when suddenly there she was, just beyond the Ferris wheel, a little further along the path. She'd been deep in conversation with a blonde woman Falk hadn't recognised at the time, but now knew to be Naomi Kerr. Falk had paused, considering what to do. Above him, the Ferris wheel had circled slowly on its axis. His impulse had been to walk straight up to Gemma and say hello, but instinctively he'd been able to tell this wasn't a great time. Both women were talking fast, standing close to hear each other over the noise. Naomi had seemed agitated, her hands moving in quick, tight gestures. She'd made a point emphatically, and in response both women suddenly lifted their heads and looked in Falk's direction. He had hoped for a second that Gemma would see him, but she and Naomi had been focused on something else, their gaze settling beyond him. Gemma had nodded, firm but calm. "Okay, I understand." And Naomi had looked slightly mollified. It had been that same moment that a feedback loop had screeched from the right speakers behind Falk and he'd automatically turned. The moment he'd caught Rowan Gillespie's eye, vaguely registered him talking to the Queensland tourist family, seen him waving up to the top carriage. And that, as Falk would have explained to the interviewing officer later if the guy had pressed him at all, was why 2.5 hours before Kim was reported missing, his own focus had not been on her at all. It was instead on Gemma, who had been right there on the path before he'd glanced away, and was maddeningly, frustratingly gone by the time he'd looked back. He did see her once more after that. The following day, in those strange black hours when the urgent question of Kim's whereabouts was taking on a surreal, nightmarish quality. Falk had spotted Gemma leaving the police station as he'd been arriving to make his own statement. From the pavement on the other side of the road, the main street traffic moving between them, he'd watched her come quickly down the station steps. She'd got into her car, started the engine and driven away. If she'd seen him standing there, she hadn't acknowledged it. Falk had kept the diary, though. The pages were crinkled with pen marks and crossings out. The days had been crammed full of meetings and reminders and corrections and calls to return and questions to check and reports due. But it still didn't have her number. Falk and Reiko sat outside the guest house, drinking coffee in the morning sun, while 5-year-old Eva attempted to thread dandelions into a crown. Falk had woken up naturally before his alarm, which was somewhat unusual, and he'd lain in bed for several seconds, bathed in the light from the window and trying to remember where he was. Now, he and Reiko watched in silence as the back door to the house opened and Zara wandered out. She crossed the veranda and walked down to the grounds, absorbed in her phone. She was hunched too far over to properly see her face. "She told me she thought yesterday went quite well," Reiko said. "Well, that's something at least." Reiko swallowed a mouthful of coffee. "Hopefully she won't get her hopes up too high, but there's not a lot that can be done about that." Falk thought he was probably right. "I got through some of your file last night." "Yeah?" Reiko drained his mug. "Anything—" He stopped as the door opened again, and this time Rita appeared on the back veranda, shielding her eyes. She spotted them outside the guest house and waved for them to join her. "Naomi must be here." Reiko pulled himself out of the chair. "Come on, Eva." "So yeah," he said to Falk as they began to walk. "Any thoughts?" "It's pretty thorough, mate," Falk said. "No stone unturned." Or clutching at straws. "What was the significance of the AGM minutes?" "Which ones?" "The festival committee last year." "Oh, them. There was a plan to do a safety audit. I put the minutes in so I remembered to follow up, but nothing new came out of it." "And the algae report with the spring and summer bacteria levels?" Reiko frowned. "Dunno, might have to remind myself. Think it was something to do with indicating water movement." "There were some old photos too," Falk said. "Numbered, names listed, taken at a party." "Yep." Falk caught the change in Reiko's voice. "I know the ones." Reiko looked like he wanted to say more, but instead lifted his hand to greet the second woman now waiting for them on the veranda. "G'day, Naomi." Naomi Kerr stood next to Rita, holding baby Henry on her hip. "Hi, Greg. And Aaron, hello at last." Naomi smiled, bright and warm. Her sunglasses were not quite dark enough to hide her swift look of appraisal, up and down. "Good to finally meet you." "You too," he said. Naomi was small, her head barely reaching Falk's shoulder. She was wearing leggings today, and they were skin-tight and glossy black, ending mid-calf to show a smooth, tanned ankle. Beneath her lightweight fleece, a fitted t-shirt hugged her body. "Thank you both again for doing this." Rita took Henry back as he started to whine and motioned vaguely for them all to sit down. And Father Connor has another appointment after this, Naomi, so you should be back at the clinic for... That's fine. Naomi waved her hand. I've swapped to the afternoon roster anyway. Naomi's a GP, Reiko called, as he disappeared into the kitchen and re-emerged with a jug of water and some glasses. At the medical centre in town. Speaking of... Naomi pulled out a chair but didn't sit, her gaze settling on Zara, who was now under the shade of a distant tree, staring at her phone. Make an appointment for her to come in and talk to someone, even if she doesn't want to. We've got a new woman recently started who's very good. Thanks, Rita said, and Reiko nodded as he poured. We'll tell Charlie. How's the general feeling this morning? Thank you. Naomi accepted a glass of water and pushed her sunglasses onto her head. She had the reassuring presence of a medical professional, and Falk was starting to get a sense of why the Reikos had chosen her to be his counterpart. We're all just keen to see what comes out of the appeal, Reiko said. Would help to have some answers, whatever they look like. Absolutely. Naomi's face softened, her eyes still on Zara. I think that would help a lot. It's hard not to try to imagine what was on Kim's mind. Yeah. Reiko cracked his knuckles the way he sometimes did when he was silently debating something, and Rita discreetly winced at the sound. He stopped and nodded towards Falk. We were actually just talking about that opening night party. Naomi's gaze slid back at that. She didn't ask what he meant. I've been thinking about that too. Falk frowned. What's this? He asked, and Reiko and Naomi simultaneously drew breath, then locked eyes with an identical, sorry, you go, gesture. Go ahead, Reiko said. You found her. There was a pocket of silence when all they could hear was the hum of insects. Rita was stroking her son's hair with an expression Falk couldn't read. Naomi stared down at her hands for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then looked up at Falk. You'd have heard about this bushland party that happens at the festival every year? All the local teenagers and any tourist kids they can drag in go up behind the reservoir on the first night and get absolutely shit-faced. Naomi glanced at Henry in Rita's arms. Excuse my language. Rita smiled, pushing back her chair. I don't think he minds. I need to get him changed anyway. And look, Naomi went on as Rita disappeared indoors. Unpopular opinion here because I'm aware I'm a hypocrite who used to do this myself, but that's one tradition that needs shutting down. Before some kid has a bad reaction to something, or falls down the embankment and breaks their bloody neck, or slips and drowns in that water, because I know no one wants to hear it, but it will happen. But teenagers will always... Reiko started, but she shook her head. No, Greg, come on. You know where the border of my property is. I hear those kids coming and going, and I'm telling you, it's not like you remember. Back then it was all people we knew and a handful of out-of-town cousins or whatever. This has grown with the festival. And as I keep saying as a doctor and concerned resident, local busybody, whatever, I don't care, it's getting out of hand. Anyway, Naomi swatted a fly away irritably. For all the good it does me to keep saying that. Her tone was level and brisk, but underneath she sounded a little uneasy, Falk thought. So something happened involving Kim? He asked. Naomi and Reiko exchanged another look, and then she nodded. We're talking years ago, she said quickly. But it was a big night, that one, because a lot of us had turned 18 by then. Me, plus Charlie and Shane and Rowan, and another friend of ours, Dean. His name sounded faintly different in her mouth than the others, and she cleared her throat. Anyway, it was obvious Shane was going to be drafted by one of the footy teams, and the rest of us were off to uni after the summer, so it was the last time we were all going to be around for this thing. I mean, people did come back. There were always a few older faces home for a visit or whatever, and there were younger kids as well. You would have been, what? She asked Reiko. 15? Yeah, I went for the first time when I was 14. Naomi's eyes turned back to Falk. But the point is, there were a lot of people there that year. A lot of drinking, possibly more than usual. And for whatever reason, maybe because of that, I wasn't really into it that night. The whole thing just felt off. She glanced at Reiko. You thought so too? Yeah, he said. Everyone got really drunk really fast and there was definitely a weird atmosphere. There were all these kids there we didn't know. Naomi was nodding in agreement as he spoke. The dynamic was wrong. Little fights kept flaring up over stupid stuff, and Charlie and Kim had fallen out before they even got there. Beyond the veranda, Falk could see Charlie out among the vines. Shane was there as well. Falk hadn't seen him arrive, but the pair were talking, their stances almost identical from that distance. Shoulders hunched and arms folded across their chests. Do you know why Charlie and Kim weren't getting on? Falk asked, and both Reiko and Naomi shook their heads. Oh, it would have been nothing, Naomi said. Charlie says he doesn't remember, and I can believe it. They were always breaking up and making up even then, so they'd had another argument, and of course Charlie did the mature thing and spent the whole night talking to girls and trying to make her jealous. And Kim, being 16, did what you'd expect. Drank too much, pretended she didn't care what her boyfriend was up to, and went off every 5 minutes to secretly cry behind a tree. They got like that sometimes. Reiko sounded weary thinking about it. But basically at some point Kim had had enough and she left. I didn't actually see her go, but when I realised, I wasn't surprised. No, me neither, Naomi said. I know it must have been still pretty early, only about 10 p.m, because that was when I decided to leave myself. I was trying to find someone to come with me so I wouldn't have to walk back alone, but no one wanted to. So in the end I just went. Naomi paused and Falk sensed that uneasiness again. He just waited. I found Kim, near this spot where the track hits the reservoir trail. Naomi motioned a meeting point with her hands. She wasn't even on the path, probably 5 meters deep into the bushland, kind of half propped up against a tree. I had a flashlight with me because it got really dark out there. Still does. But I only saw Kim because she had some sequin detailing on her top and it caught the light. Naomi took her sunglasses off her head, opening and closing them in her hands. So I stopped and I called out to her, and she didn't answer. She had her eyes shut and there was no one else around. Open, close. And it was dark, and for this horrible second I thought she was dead. Naomi tossed her glasses on the table and reached for her water. The memory still troubled her, Falk could tell. But as she looked up again, he had a sudden faint but unshakable sense of something being a fraction out of place. I mean, she wasn't dead, obviously. Naomi's voice was brisk. Thankfully, but God, she was absolutely wasted. So drunk. More than I'd realised for sure. I could see she'd thrown up. There was this puddle of vomit beside her. So I went over to check on her. She had vomit all up the back of her top and in her hair. She was still really out of it. So I took her arms. Naomi lifted a hand lightly as though reaching out and pulled her up. Something about the gesture, the specific, precise way Naomi moved, set the oddly false note ringing again in Falk's head. The story felt edited, he realised suddenly. To what degree he couldn't tell, possibly not by much at all, or no more than was to be expected after 25 years with all the gaps in memory that might entail. Falk looked across the table at Naomi, straight-backed and clear-eyed, trusted by the Reikos. He could believe she was recounting this as closely as recall allowed, but even so, no story had just one side. So Kim was at least on her feet. Naomi took a sip of water, her fingers trailing through the condensation as she put the glass back on the table. She was pretty unsteady, but back then my friends and I were helping each other get home drunk every weekend, so it wasn't much more than I was used to. I could tell she'd been sick, so I was hoping she'd start to sober up. I got her onto the path, but something... Her face hardened. God, I don't know. The whole thing felt wrong. I checked her clothes, because with the vomit on her back, it looked like she'd been lying down in it, and her skirt was... Naomi's hands fell to her own thighs. Kind of rucked up. But her undies were still on, and I remember feeling... She stopped again, breathed out a sigh. Relieved, I suppose, because at least they seemed fine. As far as you can really tell something like that anyway. So I straightened her clothes, but to be honest, I was freaking out myself by then because we were alone and I had a really strong... Naomi hesitated, touching her hand to her chest. You know that adrenaline sensation? She said finally. That you just dodged a bullet? Like when you hit the brakes in time and miss that other car, or slip with a kitchen knife on the chopping board but get away with it. Well, That's what it felt like out there with Kim. Like I'd come along and interrupted. Naomi could tell she didn't need to spell it out. Well, you can both guess as well as I can. Something bad. Chapter 14. Did Kim say anything? Falk watched Naomi across the table. Once you had her back on the path? A light breeze swept through, rustling the vines below the veranda. The sun came out from behind a cloud and Naomi slipped her sunglasses on again. It made it hard to read her expression, but her mouth was a firm line as she shook her head. She was past the slurring stage even, so no. I walked her home, helped her get into her bedroom without her parents realising the state she was in. She drained her water glass. I went around to see her the next morning, though, to check if she was okay. Ask her what had gone on. God, she was so hungover. She did remember some parts, like arriving at the party, Charlie being a dickhead and her being upset about it, but after that... Naomi's eyes flickered behind her dark glasses. Not much. Not deciding to leave or who she left with, if anyone, not me finding her, not getting home. A lot of blank space there, Reiko said, frowning into the light. Yeah. I told her how I'd found her, what it looked like, but honestly she seemed embarrassed as much as anything. Naomi said. I know it sounds stupid sitting here as adults, but back then... She shrugged. Kim didn't want Charlie or anyone at school finding out. And what can I tell you? I was a teenager myself and I thought no real harm had been done. Naomi gave a dry, humourless laugh. Underneath, Falk sensed rather than heard that faint false note again. So I did what she asked. Never brought it up again. Never told anyone. Falk nodded slowly. Until when? Last year? Yep. The word was clipped, and Naomi's face was set. After Kim abandoned her newborn in a public place and walked off alone to take her own life 100 metres from where it had happened. So at that point, yes, big pat on the back for me for finally stepping up. I told Sergeant Dwyer because I thought, I still think, it was relevant to her state of mind. They were all quiet for a moment. It's not a cop-out to say things were different back then, Naomi, Reiko said. We were all young, and the three of us can sit here now thinking the word assault and considering consent issues under the influence because we're both police and you're a GP and it's 25 years on. But that's not always how it was. And definitely not when it came to teenage girls drinking at a party. I know, I do. And I believed Kim at the time when she said she was okay. But Jesus. Naomi took off her glasses and ran a distracted hand through her hair. It's just so bloody sad. I wish I'd done things differently, that's all. Did Kim ever tell anyone else? Falk asked. Reiko and Naomi exchanged a glance and shook their heads. I don't think so, Reiko said. The first I heard of it was in the week after she disappeared, when Dwyer asked me if I could tell him anything. It was news to Charlie and Shane as well, I know. Even Rowan, I'm pretty sure, he said, and Naomi nodded. Yeah, she hadn't told him either. Are you surprised she didn't tell anyone? Falk could tell Naomi had asked herself the same question, probably a few times. Still, she thought about it again now. Not really. I mean, she never mentioned it again to me, so I could imagine she didn't talk about it to anyone else. It was almost like it had never happened until... Naomi stopped as Rita put her head out of the door. Sorry to interrupt, Father Connor's car's pulled up. Okay, thanks. Reiko finished his water and made to stand. So that's why you catalogued the party photos? Falk asked him, pushing back his own chair. Working out who was there. Reiko nodded. It's impossible, though. There were kids there who aren't in the pictures, people I never knew and don't remember. And where Naomi found Kim, it wasn't far from that main reservoir track. Naomi was nodding in confirmation. So anyone could have come along there. Someone from the festival, dog walker, late-night jogger, you'd never know. From inside the house, they heard the front door close. That's him. Reiko immediately straightened and hurried inside. Falk watched him go and suppressed a smile. Father Connor was in the building. Naomi caught his eye. She also looked a little amused, and the tightness in her face relaxed. "Come on." She stepped around the table, slipping her honed body through the gap between the chairs. "We'll get through this together." She linked her arm through Falk's. "Do you have kids, Aaron?" "No," he said. "You?" "3. "Really?" "They're with my ex-husband for the school holidays." She peered up at him from beneath her eyelashes. "You sound surprised." "Oh, no?" He was. Definitely. "Sometimes people are," she said with the kind of confidence unique to a woman who knew she looked spectacular in leggings, and Falk had to smile back. A round, white-haired man who exuded the welcoming warmth of a freshly boiled kettle was already settled and waiting for them in the kitchen. He was slipping cookies from a plate on the table to Eva, who was cramming them into her mouth with gusto while Rita made coffee. Henry was dozing, so Reiko passed him to Falk and then hovered, getting in everyone's way. Falk pulled up a chair next to Naomi, ready to engage in his first real conversation with a representative of the church since... when? He tried to think. Organising his father's funeral, possibly. Before that he couldn't remember. Falk had never been religious, but after a while he had to admit there was something innately soothing about sitting here in his friend's sunny kitchen, drinking good coffee and holding his sleeping godson-to-be, while listening to this affable man talk about how a child was a blessing and it took a village. Afterward, Naomi asked a couple of questions that Falk suspected were more out of courtesy than confusion, and which Father Connor was delighted to answer. He finished by pumping their hands and congratulating them on their roles so enthusiastically that it was almost as though Falk and Naomi were the proud new parents themselves. As he rose to leave, Falk felt almost disappointed. He could have sat there longer. "Well," Naomi said when she and Falk were alone again. She leaned back in her kitchen chair and smiled at him. Reiko had taken Henry back, and the soft murmur of him and Rita saying goodbye to the priest floated along the hallway. "I think between us we'll manage. What do you reckon?" "I think so," Falk said, although possibly believing it for the first time. "So, no kids of your own?" Naomi was still looking at him. She raised an eyebrow. "How about girlfriends? Got one of those?" "Nope." "Oh my goodness, more than one, Aaron." He laughed. "No, fewer." "I see. Just curious." Naomi flashed him a teasing smile. She wasn't interested herself, he felt sure, but was watching him with the private satisfaction of a woman who'd received the right answer. "Does—" he started, then stopped as Rita reappeared. Her face was a little worried. "Everything okay?" "Oh, yes, thanks." Rita let Falk top up her coffee mug, but her face didn't change. "You sure?" He glanced at Reiko, who also seemed flat. "It's just—" Rita swallowed a mouthful of hot coffee and grimaced. "Is this whole thing ridiculously insensitive?" "What thing?" Naomi blinked. "The christening?" Father Connor mentioned Kim in passing as he left. Reiko's voice was a little subdued. "Saying he was glad we'd rearranged after last year. But so many people are going to make that connection," Rita said, remembering why we cancelled, the fact it's the anniversary, all of it. Naomi reached across the table. "I realise people are always claiming to know what someone would have wanted after they're gone, but honestly, Rita, Kim would have supported you in this." "Yeah, I mostly feel that too." Rita's mouth tightened. "But then I can't stop thinking about last year, that I should have made more of an effort at the festival. I mean, Kim had a 6-week-old baby, for God's sake. I know how hard—" "Come on." Reiko put his palm on her back. "Don't." "I know, but I keep coming back to that moment early on at the toilet block. I had the chance to catch her then, and I still didn't bother." Rita looked to Falk for support. "You remember?" "Yeah, Rita, I do, but—" It was clear from her guilt that they recalled the incident differently. They hadn't been at the festival long, and the opening night crowd was continuing to grow as twilight drew in. Falk had been standing with Rita, watching Reiko and Eva on the carousel, when Rita had leaned into the stroller, sniffed and said, "We need a toilet stop." To Falk, who was draining his beer, that hadn't sounded like a bad idea either. "I'll come with you." Rita had waved to Reiko, released the stroller brake, and she and Falk had wandered over together. The toilets were housed in an ugly grey cinder block structure that at least looked clean and well maintained. "Oh my God, look at that queue," Rita had said as they approached, and Falk followed her gaze to the line, snaking out of the women's side and around the corner. The entry to the men's side beckoned, wide open and empty, and Rita rolled her eyes. "You go ahead," she'd said to Falk. "If I'm not out before the festival closes, tell my husband to send supplies and—" "Rita, hey, how are you?" Rita had turned at the voice. "Rowan, hi there, how nice to see you." The man waiting outside the toilet block was jiggling a stroller with his foot, and in each hand held an ice cream, one almost eaten, the other melting fast. He'd seemed a little stressed, but had smiled as they'd gone over. "Rowan, this is our friend Aaron," Rita had said, distracted as she peered into the stroller where a baby girl was asleep. "Oh, is this Zoe? She is so beautiful. Look at that hair. Congratulations." "Thank you. You too." Rowan had grinned approvingly at baby Henry. "He's a fair size, isn't he? Definitely feels it when I pick him up." Rita's smile had fallen away as she glanced at the endless line for the women's toilets. "Is Kim inside?" "I'd really hope so by now." "That's slow, is it?" Rita had said, nodding at the melting ice cream. "Yeah." Rowan's face had clouded as he scanned the queue. "I mean, it looks to be moving, but—" He'd shrugged. "If you see Kim in there chatting, tell her Zoe and I are about 30 seconds away from eating this ourselves." Rita had laughed. "I'll—" She'd stopped, inhaling sharply as the door to a nearby portable toilet creaked open. An elderly woman with a stick stepped out. On the door that slammed shut behind her was both a wheelchair and a parent and baby sticker. There was no one else waiting. "Oh my God, I'm sorry, this is a parental perk I can't say no to." Rita had spun the stroller around smartly. "Really lovely to catch you, Rowan. Tell Kim I'll call her." "No worries." Rowan had raised his wife's dripping ice cream in farewell. "I'll see you back out here," Rita had shouted over her shoulder to Falk as she'd peeled off, making a beeline for the empty cubicle. Falk had said goodbye to the man who was now trying to stop melted vanilla trickling onto the stroller and had gone into the men's toilets. He'd been at the sinks when he'd heard a familiar voice through the open window. Reiko, he'd thought immediately, but no, the pitch was deeper. Charlie. "Hey," Charlie was saying. "Before you head off, you said hi to your mum yet?" "Dad, no." Zara had sounded frustrated. "I'm supposed to be meeting Sophie right now. They're all waiting for me." "Zara, mate, seriously, come on, don't make me do this. Rowan and Zoe are right there. Your mum won't be far off. At least say hello to your sister." "She's a few weeks old. She really doesn't care." "Your mum will, though." "She won't." "Of course she will. They've come all this way to see you." "Dad!" Zara had snapped. "Jesus, she won't. Stop trying to force it." "Force what?" "The family thing. We are all family." "No, we're not. Not like that. Whatever you do or don't do. Why can't you—" "Hey, watch it, thanks. Don't speak to me like—" "Okay, fine. Sorry, but you really need to stop." "Stop what?" "You know what. This. About Mum. Look, I've got to go, okay? My friends are waiting for me." "Zara!" "Tell Mum I'll talk to her tomorrow." Falk had washed and dried his hands and walked outside. He'd half expected to see Charlie making conversation with Rowan, but neither man was there. The spot where the stroller had been parked was empty, except for a splattering of ice cream drips in the dust. Falk had leaned against the wall and waited, and a minute later Rita came out of the parents' cubicle. "All good?" she'd said, and Falk had nodded, and together they'd headed back to find Reiko and Eva. In the Reiko's kitchen a year on, Rita was fiddling with her coffee mug. And I knew she was upset about Charlie and Zara not being at home that night, and it still didn't cross my mind to go in and talk to her. Just make that effort. I was so focused on myself and what was easiest. "You had a baby to cope with," Naomi said. "Yeah, but so did Kim. That's even worse because I knew how hard it was and I still did nothing. And then afterwards, you remember how the next day or so someone reported that they'd heard a woman crying in the toilets?" "That was a lot later in the evening," Reiko interjected. "And it's a wine festival. There's always someone crying in the toilets." Naomi gave a small smile. "He's right. And look, we all have our own guilt about this. I'm not even talking about... Her eyes flicked up to Rako, then down again. The reservoir stuff, I'm talking recently. I mean, do you know how long it had been since I'd spoken to Kim? It was more than a year, I worked out later. And I hadn't seen her properly since her wedding. I called a couple of times when the baby was born, didn't get through. I didn't keep trying though. Just sent her a gift and left it at that. Naomi sighed. So yeah, Rita, we all have things we wish we'd done differently. Like what? They all looked up at the voice from the doorway. Zara was watching them. Falk hadn't heard her approach and could see from the others' faces that they were also wondering how long she'd been listening. Hi, sweetheart, Rita said, gathering herself. Lunch isn't far off, but do you want something now? No, thanks. Zara's gaze was still fixed on Naomi. What do you wish you'd done differently? Naomi met her eye. I was saying I wish I'd been a better friend to your mum. Zara watched her for a long moment. Then, so are you here to see my dad again? What? No, I'm here for... A flicker of something crossed Naomi's face, and she waved a hand towards Rako and Rita. For the christening meeting, Rita said, frowning. Oh. Zara suddenly looked drained. Is my dad around, though? He's outside somewhere, Rako said. What do you need? Can someone please drive me to the festival site? I'm meeting Joel. Sure, I'll do it after we've fed the kids. I'm going to be late, he's already down there, and I want to drop off another box of flyers at the store. Well, I'll drive you, Falk said. Zara looked over in surprise. Yeah? Thank you, I'll get my stuff. You don't have to... Rako started as she disappeared down the hall, but Falk shook his head. It's fine, happy to. Yes, Naomi said suddenly. She visibly brightened. He should. She whipped her head round to Falk. It's a great festival. You should definitely go, Aaron. Check it out properly. It's actually run by a very good friend of mine. She drained her coffee and stood, gathering her fleece as she shot another glance at him. Coy now. You know her, I think. Gemma Tozer? Yes, Falk said carefully. She was at the festival last night. Of course, of course. Naomi pursed her lips thoughtfully and nodded. She leaned a toned hip casually against the table. But you've met, I mean, before last night, in Melbourne, right? Yeah. Great. How nice. And tell me, what did you and Gemma get up to out on the town in the big city? Few drinks? Dinner? Naomi glanced at Rita, who was doing her best not to appear wholly invested. They were enjoying this. That sounds about right. Falk couldn't help but smile himself. Fabulous, Naomi enthused. And I don't know about you, but I always think Melbourne is so beautiful at night, all lit up. It is. Did you, I don't know, get the chance to take a walk at all, soak up the atmosphere? A little. It was raining. Ah, yes. Naomi managed to look practically misty-eyed. Although in the right circumstances, a little rain can be quite pleasant in itself. It can. Well, I have to say it sounds like it was a really lovely evening. Yes, thanks, Naomi. Falk saw Zara reappear in the hall, ready to go. It was. Naomi zipped up her fleece, flipped her blonde hair over one shoulder and fixed him with a conspiratorial smile. That's what I heard too. Chapter 15. They all pretend that they were still friends with her, Zara said out of nowhere. Who does, sorry? Falk looked over as he turned into the festival parking lot. They had driven in silence most of the way to the site. He had been lost in his own, not unpleasant, thoughts, largely involving a replay of Naomi's words on a loop. That's what I heard too. Zara shrugged in the passenger seat. All of them. Naomi, Rita even. Like they're so sorry they didn't go and speak to my mum on that last night. But it wasn't unusual or anything. Naomi said it herself, she hadn't really talked to Mum in a year. Probably hadn't seen her for 2. Rita would be the same if you asked. Well, Adult friendships can be like that sometimes. Falk touched the brake as a parking attendant indicated for him to wait, then directed him to an empty spot. You can go for long stretches without. Yeah, I get that, and I know Mum wasn't the easiest person to get hold of, over in Adelaide, new husband, new baby, but everyone acting like it was so out of character that they hadn't made the effort to catch up with her. Zara fiddled with her seatbelt. It just annoys me, that's all. Falk looked at Zara and remembered that call in the Reiko's kitchen last year. Kim on the phone screen, Zara leaning forward to tap her finger against the glass, cutting off her mum as she spoke. Falk doubted, as he drew the car to a stop, that Kim's dwindling friendship circle was the whole issue here. So, Zara was staring out of her window as Falk killed the engine. Do you want me to show you why none of this stuff about Mum makes any sense? When he didn't answer, she twisted in her seat towards him. My uncle's probably shown you his notes, hasn't he? The ones he thinks I haven't seen. She frowned when he didn't respond. I mean, you're a cop too, right? So, what did you think? Falk shook his head. Zara, I honestly don't know enough to even. My uncle says you're good at working stuff out, though. He's good at that himself. Excellent, actually, so I'd be inclined to trust his judgment, but he thinks there's something wrong too. There was a silence, broken only by the distant lilt of music and the chatter of families passing by the car. You've seen his notes, Zara said. All those notes. You know it's true. How many hours have gone into that huge file? Falk pictured Reiko's folder. Heavy. Exhaustive. He says he did that for you. No. She gave Falk a look. It's not for me. He didn't reply, and they stared at each other for a minute. So, Zara unclicked her seatbelt. You want me to show you or not? Falk paused, then reached for the door handle. Yeah, I do. They walked across the festival site together, stopping only to drop off the box of flyers at Charlie's stall. The same two young women from the night before were back again, still pouring samples and cheerfully answering all the same questions. Falk followed Zara through the crowd, past the rides and admin tents to the east exit, where they paused only to duck under the rope. It was as quiet as ever. A different first aid volunteer was sitting on the chair nearby. He lifted his eyes briefly before dropping them back to his phone. Falk and Zara walked in single file along the bushland trail, the sounds of the festival fading behind them as the path flattened out and broadened. There was this theory going around for a while, Zara said as they hit the broad dirt track that circled the reservoir. People didn't tell me directly, but I knew anyway, that my mum came looking for me because she was upset about me cancelling my birthday thing to go drinking or whatever. And then Zara focused on her feet. I don't know, they said she was so depressed that she changed her mind and went to the drop instead. I see, Falk said. I don't think that makes sense, though. Zara's voice was firm. She had thought it through, Falk could tell. I mean, if Mum was seriously so pissed off that she'd leave her 6-week-old child to find her teenage one, which she literally never would, by the way, then why didn't she actually come and get me? She knew I was right up here. Zara slowed and indicated for them to step off the main track and onto a thin side trail. Not even a trail, more of a subtle fracture through the bushland. Falk wouldn't even have noticed it, but now something deep inside him instantly recognised it plain as day as the route to a teenage drinking spot. He followed Zara through the trees and could briefly see the official reservoir track continue the other way, the water wide and silent beside it, before the branches closed in again and it was lost from sight. If Mum wanted to find me, she would have found me, Zara said as she picked her way up the small trail. The bushland was thick on both sides and Falk could no longer hear the faint hum from the festival. Why would she just walk past? I don't know, Falk said. No, Zara shrugged. Well, it's a hypothetical question anyway because she didn't come down this way. Falk said nothing to that, and Zara glanced back, disappointed. You too? She turned away and he felt a bit bad. They continued on. The uphill path was uneven and wildly overgrown and suddenly took a steep turn. Falk could see where the slope fell away. He wouldn't want to navigate his way down here after a few too many. What had Naomi said? It was only a matter of time before some kid fell and broke their neck. Beloved teenage tradition or not, Falk was tempted to agree. Ahead, Zara pushed a large overhanging branch aside, and all at once the path gave way to a clearing. It was unofficial, but Falk could see that years of use had left it as established as any campsite. A charred metal fire pit in the middle was surrounded by a circle of fallen trees, the trunks worn almost smooth from being sat on over the years. A few bottles and empty wrappers lay scattered about, and a handful of dirty crushed cans had been shoved under one log. This space had clearly held dozens of people, recently, but it was deserted now. Zara looked around, a little perplexed to find it empty. "I thought Joel—" she started, and pulled out her phone. Falk walked a slow lap, overcome with the distinct sensation of having been there before. He wondered for a moment if it was a throwback memory to when he and his 3 closest friends used to go to a clearing a bit like this, at the top of a lookout in a different town and another time. But no. He realised as quickly as the thought arrived, he simply recognised the surroundings from the photos he'd seen in Reiko's file. The space looked different in daylight, and the colours were much brighter than they'd been on the faded prints, but this was the place. Things obviously hadn't changed much over a couple of decades, but Falk wasn't really surprised. A good drinking spot was a good drinking spot. Zara frowned and slipped her phone into her jeans pocket. "He'll be down at the water." She walked to the edge of the clearing and eased an armful of overgrown shrubbery aside, revealing an unexpected natural gap in the bushland. Falk looked beyond her. A tree had fallen at some point in the distant past, creating a window effect through the trunks and scrub. Zara motioned for Falk to follow, and they took a handful of steps before she stopped. The view spread wide in front of them. Below, Falk could see down to the reservoir. The broad dirt track was some distance below them but clearly visible, as was the drop. A tall, lean figure was standing there, right by the safety railing, his hands on the barrier and his head down. A dog lay docile at his feet. The water pooled out in front of him, vast and still. "Joel, hey!" Zara's voice echoed out, and a flock of startled lorikeets took off from a nearby tree. The young guy turned. Unlike Reiko yesterday, he seemed to know exactly where to look to spot the source of the voice. He raised a hand. Zara pulled out her phone and texted something, and a moment later the boy looked at his own screen, then nodded. He raised an arm and pointed. "I'm coming up." Satisfied, Zara put her phone away and watched as he called his dog and stepped away from the railing. Only part of the track was visible, Falk realised now as the boy vanished from sight. It curved close to the bushland, hiding sections to the right and left. Falk took half a step forward. "Careful." Zara put out a hand. "It's a bit loose round here." "Right. Thanks." Falk stepped back, and they stood side by side, looking out. You can actually see really clearly at night. The bushland's so dark that the moon kind of bounces off the water and lights everything up down there. Zara glanced at Falk with her mouth set and her eyebrows raised, as though her point was self-evident. "So someone would have seen Mum," she explained when he didn't immediately respond, a note of exasperation creeping in. "There was a whole group of us up here. Some people were here all night. Every year it happens. It's like a tradition, this spot right here." She tapped her heel into the ground to indicate where they were standing. A small circle of ground was worn bald. "People are always standing around here, because it's nice to look down on the water while you chat." Falk looked pointedly behind them to the crushed beer cans dumped in the clearing. "Yeah, okay," she conceded. "And obviously have a few drinks. But what I'm saying is you can see." Her voice caught. "If my mum had gone down there and climbed over that railing, someone would have—" Zara stopped and they both turned at the sound of footsteps crunching through the bushland. 2 sets, light and heavy. The overgrown branch lifted, and Joel appeared in the clearing, his dog following. "Hey!" Zara called. "We're over here!" Joel walked across the clearing to join them as Falk watched, a little surprised. The young bloke had got up there faster than he'd expected. It couldn't have taken him much more than a minute. A combination of youth and familiarity, he guessed. It was the first time Falk had seen him up close, and he found himself looking at Joel with curiosity. Gemma Tozer's stepson. He had that odd teenage ability to look both older and younger than his 18 years, depending on the way his face fell. Joel's angular frame and dark hair didn't bear much resemblance to the few photos Falk had seen of his father at the same age. Dean Tozer had been sturdy and grinning, his sandy complexion a little pink from the beer in his hand. "This is my uncle's friend Aaron," Zara was saying. "He's a cop too." Joel simply nodded. "Hi." He showed some interest but no recognition, so Gemma had not mentioned Falk, not that he would have expected her to. The dog, a bundle of energy and mystery pedigree, lavished Falk with friendly attention. "I was showing Aaron how much she can see from up here," Zara said, and Falk glanced at Joel to gauge his reaction. The boy's eyes had settled on Zara but moved away quickly as she turned. Other than that, he gave nothing away, just squinted a little into the glare, his arms folded. Falk looked down again. The view to the reservoir was clear, that was true, but it was not broad. He could see the track at the point where it swelled out to form the drop, where Joel had been a moment earlier, but on either side it was hidden by bushland. He couldn't make out the path beyond that for more than a dozen metres in either direction. Falk took a couple of careful steps to the side. Even at the best vantage point, he could only see a little more towards the festival side. The other way was now completely obscured. "What was it like up here?" He turned to Zara. "On opening night?" She shrugged. "Just the usual thing, I guess. A bunch of us get together to catch up." "I mean last year specifically. How many people were up here?" "Maybe 40, 50? I'm not sure." Falk looked around the clearing. It wasn't huge. "So it gets pretty packed?" "Yeah." "Noisy?" "I suppose." "Music playing?" "Yeah, of course." "Got the fire going?" "Yeah, if there's not a fire ban." "Was there last year?" "No, so yeah, there was a fire." Falk didn't even bother asking how much they'd all been drinking. He looked down to the reservoir again. It didn't really matter how many people had been up here that night. He knew how sessions like this got, and view or no view, there was no way this gap was being watched at all times, let alone by someone still sober enough to see and remember. His eyes moved along the part of the track that was hidden, one side and then the other. He thought for a long moment. He couldn't imagine this vantage point had been well monitored, but was it naturally good enough to rule out a struggle taking place down below? Falk weighed up the scenario silently, imagining it playing out. The sudden flash of a forced movement. The oddity of a cry for help in the night. That probably would have been enough to draw the eye, maybe, or maybe not. It depended on how noisy the party was and how violent the struggle. A lone woman in the dark, though, that Falk could picture. Even standing in the broad light of day, he could imagine the music, the flickering lights of the fire, the booze, the hormones. Reiko was right. Kim Gillespie could have slipped herself over the edge and plunged into the silent water below without anyone even glancing up from their beer. "I saw Naomi," Zara said suddenly, as though reading his mind. That desperate note was back again. "Her property borders the reserve a bit further up." She pointed away from the festival. "She walked home this way. I was standing here and I noticed her myself." Falk didn't reply. He heard Joel shift his weight. "So if you're thinking someone down there wouldn't necessarily be seen," Zara said, "I'm telling you they would have. Zara's mum didn't come this way anyway." It was the most Joel had said since arriving, and he shrugged when they both looked over at him. "I was working near the east exit. I would have seen Kim. I didn't." "So I hear." Falk watched him. "Tell me about that." "There's nothing to tell." Joel's voice was quiet, but his eye contact was solid. "I was stationed at the first aid tent. I was there for 2.5 hours, no break. Kim didn't come past. That's it." Falk waited, but Joel said no more, as if that really were it. "You would have seen a few people come through, though?" he asked finally. "On their way out?" "Not many. That exit's hardly used. Naomi came through, like Zara said. That was around 9:30 p.m. She said bye to me as she passed, that she was heading home. Viv and Graham Marsh, they live on the property next to Naomi's. They left pretty early after the kids' fireworks. They had their grandsons with them. The little one was having a meltdown. Who else? Falk said. Like I said, no one. No adults, anyway. Joel glanced at Zara. Just kids heading here. Falk nodded. You didn't want to join them? No. The answer came fast. Joel looked faintly troubled by the suggestion. Falk just waited, and eventually the boy took a breath. The festival week's a bit... Joel stopped. No eye contact now. Instead he frowned out towards the water. Doesn't matter, I just don't get involved in it, but Gemma, she's my stepmum, she's the director, and a couple of first aiders are called in sick, and legally they need a certain ratio. I've done the training and she was stuck, so I said I'd help her out. She got them to put me in an easy spot just to make up the numbers. Falk still said nothing, and Joel shrugged, his shoulders tight and hunched. Look, my dad was killed by a car. Joel didn't bother trying to hide the edge in his voice. 6 years ago during festival week. So I don't know what to tell you. When I say Kim didn't come past me, it's not some stupid bloody joke to make things harder for everyone. He jerked his head in the direction of the drop, a tiny controlled movement. I mean, my dad died right there. I know what that feels like. Joel's face was dark, and Falk followed his gaze out through the bushland to the water glinting below. I'm sorry, mate. Falk looked down at the drop. The danger spot, Reiko had said. Everyone knew it. Do you mind if I ask you what happened? Joel shrugged. Dad used to come down here most days to walk Luna. The dog perked up at her name and he reached down to rub her head. Early, like 6:30 in the morning. But on that day, Gemma and I were having breakfast and it was nearly 8 a.m. and he wasn't back, which was... He swallowed, frowned. Weird. So Gemma was texting him to see if he'd gone into town or something, and then Shane called. Shane McAfee, he works with Zara's dad? Joel clarified, and Falk nodded. Anyway, Shane had been jogging around the reservoir and said he'd found Luna on her own, barking and stuff. The safety railings around the drop were smashed, and so he'd tried to call my dad and couldn't get through. Joel's hand rested on Luna's ears. The festival had opened the night before and the cops always did breath tests on the highway in the mornings. They've closed off the track to cars now, but you used to be able to drive along there, skip a section of the road. They reckoned someone over the limit used it as a shortcut to miss the testing. Right. Where Gemma's grief had seemed worn in, Joel still felt raw and jagged. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, I know, thanks. Joel waved the condolences away, embarrassed. The point is, my dad was knocked into the water, and they didn't find his... A tiny hesitation. His body for 5 months and 9 days, and that was... Joel cleared his throat. I don't know, a really shitty 5 months and 9 days. And Sergeant Dwyer's never managed to find out who did it, so it's still pretty shitty, to be honest. So yeah, I know what everyone thinks, that I'm full of it, or I wasn't watching the exit, or I'm saying this for attention or whatever, but I'm not. Okay, mate. Falk nodded as Joel crouched to stroke his dog, conveniently hiding his face. Understood. Zara's eyes slid from Joel to Falk and back again, her expression morphing from sympathy to frustration. But don't you think that's all a bit of a coincidence? She said, her gaze zeroing in on Falk. I mean, his dad not being found for months? My mum is still missing. This is not a big town. How often does something like this happen? Don't you think it's at least possible there's a connection? There was a silence, and Joel stood again. They were both watching Falk carefully, waiting for his response. They looked abjectly miserable, and Falk felt a wave of compassion, deep and complex. Zara was only 17 now, and Joel couldn't have been more than 12 or 13 when he'd lost his dad. Formative ages to go through something like that. Standing there in the bushland, Falk had a sudden sharp flash of cancer clinics and the disinfectant smell of the respite care home and the sun shining hot and harsh overhead at his father's funeral. Losing a parent was pretty formative in its own way at any age, really. He looked from one to the other. "Okay," he said. "Tell me." "Well, there are lots of similar things," Zara said. "My mum and his dad knew each other. Our parents have all been friends since school. What happened to them both happened around the opening of the festival at the reservoir." "But you reckon Kim didn't even come down here?" Falk said to Joel, and caught the look that passed between the teenagers. Interesting. They at least acknowledged the cracks in their theory. "Well, what I'm saying is that Kim didn't come through the east exit." Joel's voice was firm. "Yeah," Zara nodded quickly. "Something's happened to her, that's obvious. But the point is it's not what everyone thinks. Not Mum leaving her own baby and coming down here to—" She stopped and pressed her mouth into a line. "Look, Kim's shoe was found in the water, so the reservoir's involved somehow," Joel said. "But there are other ways you can get down here. There's a parking lot a few kilometres up near the far end, or you can come in through one of the hiking tracks. People with properties nearby cut through the bushland all the time to walk dogs and go running and things. You can't drive in off the highway anymore, but the physical road still exists." They fell silent, waiting, and Falk tried to work out the best way to respond. He didn't know what the answer was, but he knew enough to tell that there was at least one real connection there, and that was grief and uncertainty. He didn't blame them. It was a lot for anyone to take on. Zara sighed with the disappointment of someone realizing they may be wasting their time. "We're just saying it's not as straightforward as—" She stopped. They had all sensed movement on the track below. Falk shifted, and together they peered down through the gap. He could see a shadow cast against the trail. Someone was down there, hidden on the far side by the bushland. All three of them had felt the additional presence immediately, Falk noted with interest. Okay, it was daylight and there was no rowdy party going on behind him, but still. Maybe Zara had a point. He stood next to the two teenagers in silence, watching, and after a minute the figure came into view. Sergeant Dwyer. "Oh," Zara breathed out, her interest immediately evaporating. "It's him again." The officer stood for a moment, his back to the bushland and his palms flat against the safety railing, staring out at the water. Whether he sensed the scrutiny or not, Falk wasn't sure, but suddenly he straightened and turned, his focus directed up towards them. Like Joel, Dwyer seemed to know exactly where to find the break in the trees. He could see them, Falk could tell. No one moved for a second. Then Dwyer raised his arm, pointed, and beckoned. A request, but a clear one. "Come down here, please." Zara frowned, and next to her, Joel lifted a hand and pointed at his own chest. Dwyer shook his head slowly, adjusted his arm a fraction. "You." Falk blinked, then lifted his own hand and pointed to himself. Dwyer nodded this time. He paused, long enough to check he'd been understood, then turned back to the water to wait. "You've been summoned." Zara's voice had an odd note. "Looks like it," Falk said. "See you later, I guess." Zara nodded but didn't move as he made to leave, her eyes still on the officer. Falk stepped back into the clearing, then stopped at the sound of footsteps following. "Hey!" Joel paused to clip Luna back on her lead. When he stood again, he and Falk were almost eye to eye. "So listen, Dwyer won't help you with anything," he said matter-of-factly. "Just so you know." "No?" Falk kept his tone neutral. "No. He only comes across as okay at his job because there's no real crime around here. But when something big happens, my dad, Kim..." Joel shrugged like it was obvious. "Then he has no answers." Falk said nothing. Investigations he knew from bitter experience were often less straightforward than they appeared from the outside. Joel picked up on his hesitation. "I mean, you asked me and Zara what we think happened to her mum, and yeah, of course we don't know." The boy nodded down to the reservoir where Sergeant Dwyer was waiting. But he should know. He should definitely know. That's his whole job, right? That's a fact. Joel's voice was low and steady. And here's another fact for you. It took nearly 6 months to find my dad in that water, but in the end they still found him. Take a guess how many people in the past 50 years have drowned in the reservoir and never been seen again. Go on. Kim would be the first. Chapter 16. Falk knew Zara and Joel couldn't see him as he left the clearing and navigated his way down through the bushland, but he sensed their eyes following again as he approached the drop. "G'day." Sergeant Dwyer was waiting by the safety railing. He introduced himself as Falk joined him. "Lucky to spot you up there and cross you off my catch-up list." "Right." Falk squinted back up towards the trees. He couldn't see any sign of the teenagers, but felt sure they were still there. "A little higher." Dwyer squinted himself, then pointed. He looked older in broad daylight than he had last night, his hair silver in the sun. "Find the fallen tree, you see it? There. Looks darker from here. And straight up from there. Got him?" Falk suddenly did. The blue of Joel's jacket, the shadow of Zara's hair by his shoulder. Wasn't easy, though. The benefits of local knowledge, he supposed. "Anyway, thanks for coming down," Dwyer said. "I would have come up, but I try and show a bit of respect for the kids' territory when I can, at least. Not sure they'd agree, but there you go." Falk was tempted to believe him. Fit and wiry, Dwyer wouldn't have had any trouble making his own way up that narrow path to the clearing in a matter of minutes if he'd wanted to. "Like I said, just wanted a quick chat," Dwyer said, in a tone very similar to one Falk often used himself when saying that exact phrase. "We didn't get the chance to meet last night, or last year, obviously." "No," Falk said, curious rather than concerned. "That's right." He leaned against the safety barrier. Screwed into the wood between him and Dwyer was the small brass memorial plaque he'd noticed the previous evening. "In memory of Dean Tozer," Falk was able to read now in the sunlight. "Loved and missed." The paintwork along the railings on either side had been freshly graffitied. It was the mindless scrawl of kids with a black pen and too much booze and time on their hands, rather than anything targeted, Falk could see, but still unpleasant. Sticky food remnants were smeared on the wood, and there was a series of dirty boot marks next to the plaque where someone had tried to balance on the railing. Falk suddenly pictured Joel standing there earlier. His shoulders stooped as he presumably took in the sight of his father's memorial plaque surrounded by all this mess. "This all would have happened last night." Dwyer followed Falk's gaze down to the vandalism, his face set. "Kids come here every year, get carried away. Not my favourite annual event by a long way, but—" He gave a deep shrug. "Being a cop here, it's a balancing act. You're AFP, I hear?" Dwyer seemed neither threatened nor particularly impressed as Falk nodded. "In town for the christening, that right? Godfather to Greg and Rita's youngest?" Dwyer looked over. "So you must know the family well? Part of that circle?" "Not really. Greg and Rita, yes, I've known them for a few years." "How about the others? Charlie? Shane McAfee? All their mates? Naomi Kerr, she's godmother, isn't she?" "Yeah, I just met them, though. Don't know them well." Falk could tell his answers were being appraised. He just wasn't sure why yet. He pictured Dwyer at the appeal the night before, and the way he had run his eyes over Kim's family and friends. Falk shut his mouth and waited. But Dwyer simply nodded, considering, then glanced back up to the bushland, his eyes following the downed tree up to the break where Zara and Joel had been. There was no sign of them now. "Those two aren't happy with me." Dwyer reached out and rubbed a thin strip of dirt off the memorial plaque, then used his thumbnail to pick out a dead leaf caught between the metal and the wood. "They tell you their connection theory? Looking to link Dean Tozer and Kim?" "They mentioned it, yeah." "They tell you I don't take them seriously?" That seemed to be the feeling. Dwyer didn't seem put out, simply resigned. "It's not that I don't take them seriously, it's more that I think they're wrong on that specific point." He found a cleanish spot on the barrier to lean against. "You ever had any call to police a small town?" "No, but I grew up in one." "Like Marilee?" "More run down, doing it a lot harder. But the same where it matters." So you'd probably get it. Place this size, you can get lucky for years and years dodging those big incidents, but not forever. And when they happen, they hurt us all. Not least because most people know each other, so when two separate things happen to two separate people, they can feel closer than they are. Falk thought he probably agreed with that. He looked out at the water. There was... The recurring realization always presented itself as new. So much of it. Joel said Kim would be the first person in a while not to have been recovered from the reservoir. Falk said, and next to him Dwyer nodded. Yeah, and look, he's not wrong technically, but what's the catch with stats? They can show anything. The light bounced off the water, reflecting ripples across the sergeant's face. We haven't lost anyone in the last 50 years because in the last 50 years we started putting up railings and warning signs. And there's better education about wild swimming, and kids all learn water survival at school. And if a drowning does happen, we've got better boats and techniques for recovering the body. Go back another 100 years when this was just a lake and a glorified watering hole, and it's a different story. Dwyer ran a thumb over the edge of the plaque. More than 5 months it took us to find Dean Tozer's body. A bloody eternity for Joel and Gemma, believe me, I know. But we found him in the end. No luck getting the driver? Falk said. No judgment, just interested. Dwyer sighed through his nose. You know how it is, he said eventually. Sometimes you just don't. Falk nodded. He did know. But we found Dean, Dwyer said. And I haven't given up hope on Kim either. She was a really nice woman. She deserves better, and I don't like not having answers. Falk sensed that was true. Dwyer seemed both personally and professionally dissatisfied that this whole distressing episode was not neatly, if sadly, squared away. Anything come from last night's appeal so far? Falk asked, and Dwyer gave a non-committal shrug. One or two things. Had a few people come forward, a couple of potentially interesting sightings. One near the stroller bay looks promising. A mum who was getting her kids' bikes out. Timing would work, so we're checking that out. We'll see. He frowned. Info's never really been the problem, though. The issue's always been more sorting through what's useful. Woman in her late 30s or early 40s, average height, medium build, brown hair, wearing dark pants and a light top. Got a dozen people who saw someone matching that description at a dozen different places over the same hour. They can't all be Kim. He sighed. But you never know. New things do come to light. They have before. Falk heard the change in his voice. The bushland towered behind them. You're talking about the attempted assault? He asked. When Kim was a teenager. Dwyer's grey eyes flicked over. You heard about that? Naomi told me this morning. Well, yeah, that's one example. That took absolutely everyone by surprise, so it seems. The odd note was unmistakable this time. Naomi said she never told anyone about that until Kim went missing last year. But what? Falk watched him. You think that's not true? No, I think that probably is true. And I can believe Kim never told anyone herself. Dwyer frowned. Just interesting to see reactions when it came out. Everyone's so shocked. These men who were hot and heavy 18-year-old boys themselves, not so long ago. Now all clutching their pearls at the suggestion one of their drinking mates might see a young girl worse for wear and try to take advantage. He made a noise of disbelief. I'm not saying they knew, but no one's that naive, or in that much denial. Neither spoke for a minute, watching as a small brown bird hovered and came to rest on the water, sending ripples across the surface. When I said new things came up, I was actually thinking of Kim's mental health. Dwyer said eventually, and Falk looked over. The postnatal depression, or pre-pregnancy as well as it turned out. She'd been on medication for more than a year, apparently, kept it to herself. But yeah, that assault allegation wasn't something I saw coming. He rubbed a hand over his chin. Still not sure what to make of that. Like I was saying, two separate events can sometimes feel connected. He turned away from the water, staring up at the deep silence of the bushland for a long time. Jesus, I bloody hate that opening night party, he said quietly. His eyes were still on the trees. And whatever Zara and Joel think, I know what they've gone through. My wife and I lost our daughter last year unexpectedly. It's bloody hard. That's why I wasn't around when Kim disappeared to take care of the initial investigation myself. I wish... Dwyer stopped, frowned. Well, we can only play the hand we're dealt. Zara's kidding herself if she thinks that any of those kids up there would have noticed one woman walking alone down this track. Every year I break up that party, and every year I climb that trail with a couple of officers, and not one of them looks up from their drink long enough to notice until we're chucking water on their campfire and checking IDs. So yeah, I also think Zara's wrong about that. Dwyer's gaze dropped back to the railing and a dirty boot print near his hand. Thing is... He was silent for a long minute. I don't think she and Joel are wrong about everything. Falk hadn't expected that. In what way? He asked. Dwyer's grey eyes narrowed. He seemed to be considering his answer. Then he nodded back in the direction of the festival. You headed up? Yeah, I suppose. They pushed away from the safety rail and started along the track. Dwyer waited until they were past the hidden turn-off to the drinking site, the small trail naturally concealed once more by the overgrown shrubbery, before he spoke again. Tell me this. He glanced at Falk as they walked. When it comes to Kim, I reckon something is bothering your mate Greg. What do you think? Falk thought about the thick file back at the Rakos guest house. He had agreed when Zara had suggested the same, and he privately agreed now. But Rako's reasons were usually sound, so Falk just shrugged. What makes you say that? Yeah, fair question, Dwyer said as Falk fell into step behind him. They'd left the wide reservoir track and begun making their way up the thinner trail leading to the grounds. Falk had been right. The sergeant was fit and the pace was fast. Greg and Charlie's dad trained me. Did they tell you that? Dwyer continued. Good bloke, Les Rako. Great bloke. Excellent officer. My first real posting was here in Marralee, working under him back in my early 20s. I went elsewhere for a while, then came back 10 years ago or so when Les retired. So I've known Greg since before he was Zara's age. Kept half an eye on his career out of interest. What happened with the two of you over in Victoria a few years ago? Dwyer gave Falk a tight nod of understanding. Tough business, that. So knowing Greg as I reckon I do, he's not the type to waste a lot of time raking over old ground and gathering documents and such without good reason. Dwyer looked back to get Falk's reaction. Falk shrugged, then nodded. That was demonstrably true. Rako was practical and reliable. He didn't create problems where there were none. Satisfied, Dwyer turned and kept walking. Up ahead lay the fence and the festival's deserted east exit. The sound of the crowds and the music beyond was growing louder. So you may not know Greg's wider family and mates well, Dwyer said, but I do, and the thing about them, the thing about a lot of people around here, is that those circles are close-knit. Once you're in, you're in. They care about each other. They look out for each other. And I'll tell you, what's bugging me is the same question that's keeping your good friend and mine awake at night, I reckon. And what's that? Kim had come back home for the first time in more than 2 years. She's here, surrounded by heaps of people she knew, this tight, extended family, friendships that go back decades. And yet not one of them admits to having a conversation with her all evening. Dwyer stopped as they reached the top of the track. He lifted the rope so Falk could duck under, watching his face as he did so. What are the odds of that, do you think? Falk considered this as he stepped back onto the festival grounds. A different first aider was in the chair now. She was engrossed in a novel and did not look their way. It's not impossible, he said. No, not impossible. But it doesn't smell right either, Dwyer said. So when I look at our Sergeant Rako having a dig around, I can't help wondering if he's maybe heard something in that inner circle of his, knows something more than he's shared. Falk stared at the officer. I really couldn't say. Would he tell you? Would he? Falk thought of Rako, the way their friendship had evolved over the past few years, growing from the vulnerability of initial trauma into something steadfast and solid. Yeah, he would. Dwyer gave a knowing smile. And what are the chances you'd tell me? Well, exactly. Falk flashed a knowing smile of his own. I trust the bloke, completely. So I'd obviously be having a good long one-on-one chat with him before I did anything like that. But honestly, if it was something relevant, I think he'd already have told you himself. Even about... Sorry. Dwyer broke off as his phone buzzed from his pocket. He checked the screen, lifted it to his ear and listened for a moment. Yep, be right there. He hung up and turned back to Falk. Sorry about that. So you reckon Greg would speak up, do you? Even about his own family and friends? Falk didn't really need to think about it. Even then, if he really felt it was the right thing to do, yeah. He was preaching to the converted, he suspected. As I think you already know, mate, Greg Rako's moral compass points true north. He's not the kind who keeps secrets easily, not about something as serious as this. It's not in his nature. Perhaps not, but... Dwyer's phone buzzed again. He glanced down and exhaled something close to a sigh. All right, look, I'd better keep moving. We'll talk again. He didn't move immediately, though, instead squinting across the grounds at something Falk couldn't identify. For the record, I happen to agree with you about Greg Rako. Whether I can necessarily say the same for the rest of them, though? Dwyer lifted his shoulders in a light shrug. He raised a hand in farewell, and without waiting for a response, turned and headed off. Falk watched the officer walk away, growing smaller across the field. Then he stood there alone in the mild spring warmth for a long while, mulling over that very same question himself. Chapter 17. The vineyard was quiet as Falk pulled up and parked next to Rako's car. He walked through Charlie's house, finding the kitchen empty now, and then stepped out onto the veranda. He could see no movement among the vines, but across the dirt driveway, the door to the vineyard's office stood open. The slam of a desk drawer and a muffled swear word floated out into the still afternoon air. Falk looked around once more, then wandered down the steps and towards the noise. "G'day!" Falk leaned against the open office door and looked inside. "Ah, g'day!" Shane McAfee glanced up, then down again. He was behind a desktop computer, his bulky frame crammed into an office chair, and his face flushed despite the air conditioner rattling full tilt in the corner. He was looking at the screen like he was staring into an abyss. "Thought you might be Charlie." "No." "Is he out there?" "Haven't seen him." "Right." Shane tapped a couple of strokes on the keyboard and swore again, under his breath this time. He ran a hand over his chin and wiped the sweat on his shorts, then sat back heavily. "Don't suppose you know anything about spreadsheets?" "A bit," said Falk, who knew an exhaustive amount. "You need some help?" "Charlie needs these latest invoices added to the winter quarter figures, but the accountant started us on this new system and..." Shane pointed to the screen as Falk edged past the filing cabinet to see. "Here. The column spacing's blown out, but when I tried to fix it, I lost a whole bloody section." "It won't be lost." Falk leaned in and immediately recognised the accountancy program. He'd recently spent a whole week using it to trace several $1 million in disguised income. He reached over and moved the mouse a few times. "It's usually still in there somewhere. You just do this, and then this, and... yeah, there. That what you needed?" "That's the one, yes." Shane breathed out. "Oh, thank God for that. Cheers, mate, I owe you one." "And look, you're importing the hard way. It's a lot easier if you go here and then drag that over..." "To where?" "There. Yep, that's it." Falk spent a couple of minutes showing him, then stood back and watched as Shane completed several rounds himself. The guy frowned as his weathered fingers coaxed the mouse across the desktop. The other hand was idly massaging his left knee joint. "That's so much bloody easier," Shane said. "You do this for work or something? Thought Greg said you were police too." "Financial division with the AFP," Falk said. "So yeah, I do this quite a lot." "You like it?" "Working with spreadsheets?" Shane smiled. "The job." "Yeah, I do," Falk said truthfully. "It's interesting." He could tell Shane was expecting him to say more, but both the conversation and the spreadsheet had triggered a well-worn sequence in Falk's head. He could immediately feel the virtual heft of unanswered emails weighing down the phone in his pocket. He hadn't thought about or communicated with work for at least 24 hours, which was something of a record lately. He was on leave, he reminded himself, but it was already too late. He was thinking about it now. "It's good that you like it," Shane said, bringing Falk back into the room. "Lucky to find something you enjoy." He seemed to mean it, which was somewhat rare. Most people went out of their way to slide in a backhanded comment about the perceived dullness of Falk's chosen field. Falk watched him for a minute, working away at the computer. "When did you retire from footy?" "Earlier than I wanted to." Shane gave a rueful smile. "Not long after I turned 24. Only got to play one more full season after that grand final you were at." Falk nodded, because all of a sudden he was back there again, sitting with his dad and watching this guy play what probably ended up being the peak game of his career. "Injured out?" "Yeah, third quarter of the second game the year after. Against Collingwood, that one was. Tore my ACL." Shane's hand dropped to his knee again. "The physio and recovery techniques are better now, but back then," he shook his head. "Game over. Never got back." "That's a real shame." "Yeah, I thought so too." Shane shrugged. "Happens though." "What did you do afterwards?" "God, everything at first. Went a bit nuts for a while. I was at a loose end, but I had a fair bit of money, or it felt like it at that age anyway. And the bouncers at the VIP nightclubs all recognised me, so..." Shane stopped, pointing at the computer. "Sorry, do I copy these figures to here or here?" "The first one." "Yep, exactly." "Great, thanks." He nodded. "Yeah, so it was all a bit of a blur for a while, but at least it was fun. And then..." Shane paused. He shot a glance up at Falk, the faintest trace of humour in his face. "Then, I don't know if you remember, but there's one photo kind of surfaced of me in a pretty compromising..." And just like that, all at once, Falk did remember. That's right, that had been Shane McAfee. The image had been everywhere for 5 minutes, and all these years later Falk could instantly conjure it in his mind. Not the frequent photos of Shane stumbling red-faced and sweating out of a nightclub and into the early hours with a string of different women on his arm, or the few of him in front of an unidentified white powder smeared across a grubby glass coffee table, but that single very unfortunate one, involving a bottle of his own urine and a dare at a dinner table at a Sydney black tie function. It took a significant mental leap to reconcile this large, softly spoken man with that guy, disgraced former footy star Shane McAfee, captured in notoriety in newsprint and online, and Falk scrambled for an appropriate response. Shane just shrugged and gave a small, self-deprecating smile. "Don't worry, mate. What can you really say?" "For what it's worth," Falk said, "I'd completely forgotten about that." "Lucky you," Shane grinned. "Although, to be honest, I couldn't remember a thing about it myself either by the next morning. Other people definitely could, though, and the photo was right there. So my commercial endorsements and media work and everything were gone. Club distance itself, which wasn't surprising really." For the first time, he sounded a little sad. "I apologised, obviously. Went for a stint in rehab." "Then you came back here?" "Yeah." Shane moved the mouse and clicked. He was getting the hang of it now. "It was a bit shit at first, but I couldn't think what else to do. And everyone knew I'd left with this golden chance, and then here I was, back again with a dodgy knee. But Charlie was still around. Kim too. So that was good." Shane added, but his face clouded at her name. "They were together again, and Charlie had just bought this place. Kim got pregnant with Zara not long after, so Charlie couldn't really afford to take me on, but he did anyway. And yeah, been here ever since." On the computer in front of Falk, Shane dragged the final file into place, then reached across the desk for a pen and a piece of paper. "Anyway, this," Shane nodded at the clear screen, "was really useful. I'd better write it down so I'll remember next quarter. I can send you a link that'll help, especially if your accountant updates again, which is possible. This system isn't a great one, to be honest." "Yeah, wouldn't put it past him. He's always changing things around. Reckons it's more efficient, but..." Shane grunted in dismissal. "Maybe for him, I guess." "You can't get Charlie to use someone else?" Falk said. "This doesn't need to be hard." "Maybe. It's tricky, though, because this guy's the local operator, and we all try and support each other around here." Shane hauled himself up, and the desk chair squeaked with relief. He went over to the small fridge in the corner and took out a bottle of water and a couple of glasses. He held one up to Falk, who nodded. Back in the day, the local accountant used to be this mate of ours, so he used to do everything for us with the books. He was really good. Like you just then, he knew all the tricks. Shane passed Falk a glass, then took a long swallow from his own. Made it all make sense. You can't use him anymore? Falk said. Shane examined his water for a moment. Nah, he died. It was shit. Hit and run. Dean Tozer? Falk said, and Shane looked up in surprise. Yeah, did you know him? No, but I was out at the reservoir with Zara and I met his son. Charlie mentioned him last night too. I didn't realise he worked with you though. Shane nodded. Not just with us, he did the books for most people in town. He was a smart bloke. Worked for some big accountancy firm in London for a while, so knew what he was doing. Then when he moved back here to look after Joel, he started up on his own. It was good, you know, he understood the businesses around here and everyone liked him, so we all used him. Shane concentrated harder than he needed to on refilling their glasses. He took another deep drink before he spoke again. So Joel was out at the reservoir, was he? How did he seem? Falk pictured the tall, subdued boy. A bit sad, I would say. Right. I might go round and see him later. Don't know if he mentioned it, but Dean died during festival week. 6 years now, but it's still hard, especially this time of year. Shane paused, swirling the water around in his glass. The man seemed to want to talk, but stayed silent. I saw Dean's memorial plaque, Falk said eventually, on the barrier near the drop. Yeah. Shane looked up. You ever attend accident scenes, as a cop? Not for a long time, but when I was younger, yeah, a couple. Falk still remembered them though. One in particular, where neither the driver nor passenger had been wearing a seatbelt. The inside of the car had looked like a pizza. Not something I'd be keen to repeat. No, me neither. Shane's soft voice dropped even further. It was me who found Dean. I mean the scene, really. Dean wasn't there. Rita said something about that, Falk said as Shane studied his own hands, frowning. Yeah, I'd sometimes jog around the reservoir track, try to keep the fitness up, you know. Not that often, or not as often as I should, but every few days or so. Dean used to walk his dog down there most mornings, but earlier, so I'd usually miss him. The creases in Shane's face deepened. Then on that day I saw Luna, Dean's dog, and I remember thinking he must have been running pretty late. But I knew straight away something was wrong because Luna was in the middle of the bloody track making this... He cringed at the memory. Howling noise. Never heard her do that. I thought she was hurt, but she wasn't. Just shaking, circling and yapping. Shane shook his head. The safety railings were a mess. Posts all broken and the middle section gone like it had been completely torn out. When I looked over the side, there was a big chunk of wood hanging down, all splintered. And Luna was there on her own and Dean was nowhere. No sign of any car. You could tell that's what had happened? Falk said. I guessed, from the damage to the barrier. Shane was quiet for a long moment. I had a smash myself once, years ago, not long after I retired, back when I was still drinking. Hit a fence. No one else was involved, but... He shook away the thought, didn't look at Falk. Down at the reservoir, it had that same feel about it. Hard to describe. Falk knew the one. He'd felt it at accident scenes himself years ago, as though the air itself absorbed the moment of impact, pulsing with it like an echo. I actually tried to call Dean while I was standing there. Shane seemed faintly mystified by that. God knows why. Maybe in case he'd been thrown clear or something and was injured. He didn't answer, of course. I couldn't even hear his phone ring, but Luna was bloody howling and barking, so who knows. I remember looking down into the water again. Couldn't see anything. Didn't know how long it had been since the crash. So then... Shane drained his water glass, put it on the desk with a sharp tap. I called Gemma. I called her instead of Sergeant Dwyer because... Shane's usual soft-spoken rhythm was undercut by a streak of anger. Jesus, I really don't know. Because I was hoping she'd say Dean was at home or at the hospital, but that doesn't make any bloody sense because Gemma and Joel never would have left Luna like that. So I can't even remember exactly what I said, but that was how they found out that Dean was gone, which wasn't great. Shane exhaled and rubbed a hand over his face. His voice steadied, returning to something closer to normal. I used to think I did some bloody stupid things back when I was playing, but sometimes I wonder. I wish Gemma and Joel had found out in a better way. Sometimes there is no good way to hear something. Maybe. There are bad ways and worse ways, though, aren't there? Shane managed a small smile, then nodded at the computer. Anyway, so that's the story of why I'm sitting here now stuffing up spreadsheets requested by some accountant who thinks I'm an idiot. He paused, his mood lifting a notch as something occurred to him. He'll be absolutely shocked I'm not calling asking for help this time. I reckon he enjoys it, actually, the way he talks to me. People like to pigeonhole, you know. That's very true, Falk nodded. Do it to ourselves even, eh? Shane picked up his empty glass and tilted it at the computer. Okay, you're good at this stuff, but reckon you can't play footy. Falk smiled. Well, that's a fact, mate, not an opinion. You don't play. That's not the same thing as can't play. Shane cast an appraising eye over him. What are you, around my age? You look fit enough, and height like that. I spent years looking at blokes on the field and working out how good they were, and I reckon you could be okay. He considered. Or okay for around here, anyway. Falk had to laugh. Which is saying what exactly? Not a huge amount true. Shane grinned as a shadow passed outside and Charlie appeared in the doorway. But not nothing. They'll be in the drawer here, I'll just... Charlie was saying to Reiko as they came in, 5-year-old Eva clattering behind them. They stopped when they saw Falk and Shane. Hey, you're back. Reiko smiled as Charlie squeezed past to rummage through the desk. How was the festival? Yeah, okay, Falk said. Guess what we're doing? Eva interrupted. She held up Duffy, the doll Falk had sent her when she was born. Its features had partly worn away through love and handling, giving the doll a slightly grotesque appearance, but Eva didn't seem to mind. We're taking the tractor for a ride. Oh, great, sounds like fun. You can come too, she said, with beaming benevolence. I don't know, mate, I should probably... Falk's phone was feeling very heavy again in his pocket. What he should do was go to the guest house, dig out his laptop and blast through the most pressing of the messages. But Eva had already taken both him and Reiko by the hand and was leading them outside. Charlie slammed the desk drawer shut, keys jangling in his palm, and followed them out into the sun. Falk looked back, raising his free hand in farewell to Shane, then gave in for the moment and let Eva lead him down towards the vines. He breathed in the deep, fresh air, soaking in the sense of spring leaves and fledgling fruit all around. Was the festival site busy? Charlie asked as they walked. I called the station earlier to see how the appeal went, and they said Rob Dwyer was already down there. Yeah. Falk hesitated. I ran into him. He said a few new reports came in. Reckons a couple are worth chasing up. Right. Charlie frowned slightly. That's good. Something at least. He glanced at his brother for confirmation and Reiko nodded. After a whole year, any new information's good, Reiko said, then turned to Falk. You mentioned anything else? About the appeal? No. Falk met Reiko's eye, kept his voice neutral. Sounded like he might have one or two thoughts simmering away, though. Rob? Yeah. Reiko flashed Falk a knowing smile over his daughter's head. I'll bet he does. They exchanged a silent look of understanding. They'd talk later. Eva dropped their hands suddenly and ran ahead to the tractor that was parked in the large shed at the far end of the vines. She placed Duffy carefully up on the seat, then climbed in herself, positioning the doll on her lap. You know what would be so fun? She said, as though the idea had only just struck her, even as she fixed Falk firmly in her crosshairs. If you drive us. Me? Falk laughed. No, Eva. Aw? Her face fell. Why not? For starters, I've got some work I need to do. Mum says you're on holiday. That's true. So why do you have to do work? That doesn't make any sense. Also true, Eva. Falk smiled. The kid made a good point. Still, I think this is something I'd better leave to your dad or uncle. Oh? She looked immediately devastated. "Okay," she managed, bravely.
"Don't be dramatic, kiddo."
Charlie grinned and hefted a bag of what smelled like fertilizer clear of the wheels. "It's different from a car. Not everyone can drive one of these."
"Although,"
Reiko said. He was leaning against the tractor watching the conversation unfold with amusement. "I'll bet you $1,000, Eva, that your Uncle Aaron can."
"Really?"
Eva and Charlie turned in unison to look at Falk, one in delight and the other in surprise. Reiko laughed. "I've seen the exact property where this guy grew up. There's no way he doesn't know his way around one of these things. You, hand him the keys." He pointed at Charlie and then Falk. "And you, leave the work for once. Give the kid a ride." Falk looked up at the machine. Reiko wasn't wrong. Falk had learned to drive a tractor before he'd learned to drive a car, and his dad had taught him both. It had been a long time, though, since he'd done this. He stood there in the cool of the shed, with the shafts of sunlight warm across the dusty floor, and all of a sudden it was 25 years ago and he couldn't wait another minute. Falk stepped forward and climbed up, feeling the long-forgotten but instantly familiar sensation of being in front of the controls. He took the key from Charlie and turned it. The sensation was immediate. He knew how to do this. Okay. Of course, he'd always known how to do this. "Let's go."
"Try to avoid the crop, preferably,"
Charlie called after them, but he was smiling. Falk pulled away, out into the bright light, the little girl beside him and the land and the sky huge ahead. Reiko and Charlie strolled along behind, and after a while, Rita and Henry came out and joined them, chatting as they wandered slowly through the vines. Falk and Eva sat side by side, and she sang songs and recounted meandering stories as they trundled along, drawing long, lazy laps in the afternoon sun until dinner time. Chapter 18. When Falk ran these days, it was alone on a treadmill, with earphones blocking out his surroundings. The windows of the 24-hour gym nearest his work looked out onto a tall, glassy office block tenanted by an investment banking firm, and Falk used to clock up the kilometres watching a shadowy figure stare at a screen in the building opposite. The guy seemed to work long hours, even longer than Falk. Or perhaps not. Perhaps just a different shift pattern that also kept him at his desk well into the night. Either way, that was where they both found themselves 3 to 5 evenings a week and some weekends. Once, about a month ago, the guy had stood up and stretched as he tended to do every now and again. This time, though, he'd walked to the window and raised the sun blind that had stopped being useful hours earlier and stood there, a middle-aged man with a late-night cup of coffee in his hand. He and Falk had stared at each other through 2 panes of glass 10 floors up, the dark sky a sliver above them and the lights of the city streets far below. And then Falk had dialed up the volume on his headphones and the guy had turned away and gone back to his desk. For reasons he couldn't articulate, Falk didn't use that treadmill anymore. This evening, though, Falk tied his laces and pulled the door of the guest house closed behind him. The sky was pink and orange and the air still thick and warm. The kitchen lights glowed from the cottage. Dinner had been cleared away and Reiko and Rita were putting Eva and Henry through their regular bedtime routine. Falk jogged to the end of the driveway, then turned right. He hadn't been this way before, and went where his legs took him along the empty country road, paying enough attention to be sure he could find his way back. He ran for a while before the road turned a gentle corner, and up ahead Falk saw the lush green of the vineyards give way to an open park. Falk slowed as he heard the familiar sound of a distant football bouncing against the ground. He stopped, leaning against a playground fence to catch his breath. Beyond the slide and swing set, a figure was running an unhurried length of a community football oval. The player was too far away for Falk to make out his face, but he recognised him simply by the way he moved. Shane. It could be no one else. Even with the extra years and a few extra kilos, Shane McAfee still had it. He bounced the ball as he ran, control and grace in every step. At the 50-metre line, he drew his leg back and kicked in a smooth, sweeping motion. The ball sailed through the centre posts clean and clear. It was beautiful to watch. Shane stood for a long moment on the silent oval in the growing twilight, hands on hips. At last he ran a palm over his face and slowly walked across the empty field to retrieve the football. Falk suddenly felt like he was intruding on an intensely private moment and he turned away, picking up speed again and continuing down the track before Shane saw him there. Falk clocked up another couple of kilometres and was just wondering whether it was time to turn around when he spotted the old reservoir track. He hadn't known there was access along here, but suddenly there it was, a subtle break in the bushland. He'd run past it even as his eye snagged on the faded sign. East Reservoir. No public vehicle access. Hiking permitted. Falk dropped his pace to a walk, his breathing heavier now, and went back to look. The geography in his head shifted and slotted into a new position as he tried to get his bearings in relation to the body of water that he realised must be hidden behind the trees. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the soft hum of the country highway. The reservoir entrance was wide enough for a single truck or car to pass through, but was barred by a waist-high metal gate. The gate was padlocked to a post that didn't quite meet the bushland at the side, so walkers over the years had simply stepped around, wearing the packed earth smooth. Falk checked his watch, then the sky. There was still plenty of soft light left in the evening, but that could disappear fast, and he didn't know his way well. Still, the path was clearly marked, and if he kept the water on his... He consulted the sparse map in his head. On his left, he should eventually end up at the festival grounds. He could find his way back from there if it came to it. He stepped around the gate and ran a few paces along the dirt path, emerging sooner than he'd expected from the trees. Right in front of him lay the reservoir. It stretched out ahead, almost black now the sun had gone. How many stadiums worth of water had Reiko said? Whatever the number, Falk could believe it. From this angle it looked vast and deep in a whole new way. Falk dragged his eyes back to the trail and started running again. The bushland on his right hummed and sang with late bird call, and the track ahead was wide and smooth with a gentle gradient, and he soon fell into a rhythm. He was focusing on his breathing and trying, somewhat unsuccessfully, not to think about work when he spotted the figure up ahead. It was hard to make out any detail amid the deepening gloom, and whoever it was had their back turned. They were standing at a safety barrier that, Falk realised with a jolt of surprise, was guarding the drop. How far had he come? He looked at his watch. Judging by his pace, he could only be a kilometre or so from the gate. The distance was less than he'd expected. Up ahead, the figure was hunched over, doing something to the railing. Falk pictured Dean Tozer's memorial plaque, and more specifically, the mess and graffiti left after the previous night. "Hey!" His voice was sharp, and the person startled and dropped what they were holding. Shit. It was Joel, Falk realised straight away. Tall and lean, the boy frowned into the poor light, relaxing only a fraction when he saw who had spoken. He bent to retrieve the item now rolling around by his feet. Luna was at his heels, tail twitching, watching them both. "Sorry, mate." Falk raised his arm and slowed to a walk for the final stretch, catching his breath. "I didn't mean to scare you. I saw someone had made a bit of a mess last night." Falk stopped as he reached the drop. In Joel's hands, he could see now, were a damp cloth and a bottle of cleaning fluid. Falk looked up and their eyes met, almost level. The young bloke shrugged and looked away, embarrassed. "It's not like anyone else is going to do it," Joel muttered, turning back to the railings. He sprayed the solution on the woodwork around his dad's plaque and scrubbed hard at a black mark near one corner. Falk nodded slowly. He ran a hand over the barrier nearest him. It was clean and damp under his palm, the crusty residue from earlier wiped away. Joel looked to have cleaned about half the length of the railings. "How often do you come out here and do this?" Falk asked. Another shrug. "Dunno. Whenever it needs doing." Joel took a water bottle from his backpack on the ground and poured a little on the cloth. "Otherwise it stays like this for ages. It's owned by some business group, so they don't give a shit. They'd leave it like this all year." In memory of Dean Tozer, loved and missed. The plaque near Falk's hand was now gleaming. The dirt and boot prints were mostly gone, but the graffitied pen markings remained stubbornly scrawled across the woodwork. "You'll need terps or something for these," Falk said. "I know, we've run out at home." Joel sprayed some more cleaning fluid on the wood. "This was better than nothing for now." Falk nodded. It was growing dark. The kid still had a bit to do. "You got a spare cloth?" Joel looked up in surprise. "You don't have to help, I can do it myself." "Yeah, I can see that." Falk leaned against the clean barrier and watched Joel for a minute. "My own dad died a few years ago now. Cancer. Drawn out. Expected, so no memorial like this. But he's got a grave back in Victoria, and I'll tell you, if some drunk dickheads left it in this state, I would be unbelievably pissed off." Falk nodded at the bag on the ground. "Seriously, let me give you a hand, mate." Joel didn't respond immediately, but Falk saw him run an eye over what was left to do. A beat passed, then he reached down and pulled another cloth from his bag. "Thanks." The word was almost lost in the soft rustle of the bushland. "No worries." They worked silently side by side for a while, as the sky over the water turned a deeper purple. They were on the final stretch when Joel rolled his shoulders, loosening his neck. "So what did Sergeant Dwyer have to say earlier?" Falk frowned as he rubbed the corner of his cloth over a particularly tough grey mark that seemed baked on. "He thinks you and Zara are on the wrong track." A short laugh. "No surprise there. What does he reckon the right track is then?" "Well, yeah," Falk said. "Be interesting to know." "He didn't say?" "Not to me." "Because he doesn't know himself. Not what happened to Kim, not who killed my dad. I mean, Jesus, how hard is it to find a car with that much damage?" Falk said nothing, but stopped scrubbing for a minute and looked around, more closely this time at the surroundings. The track, the bushland, the drop, the barrier. Falk didn't know anything especially useful about resolving traffic accidents. It was a world away from his day-to-day operations. But even supplying basic investigation techniques, he could appreciate that this scenario could be a tricky one. No witnesses, early morning, quiet roads in and out, hundreds if not thousands of agricultural sheds big enough to hide a damaged vehicle. Assuming it was a local vehicle at all, which felt like a pretty big assumption to make. Falk could hear the faint pulse of the festival music through the trees, and he pictured the size of the crowd. A lot of people, with a lot of vehicles. Jump on the highway, head home. A car could be across the border and into Victoria or New South Wales in a matter of hours. Falk looked at Joel, whose face was hard as he wrung out his cloth. "Does Dwyer know what kind of car it was?" "Blue Toyota, or possibly Holden." "And yes," he said as Falk took a breath, "before you ask, I do know how common that type of vehicle is. Sergeant Dwyer's made that point a few hundred times." "Right," Falk nodded. To be fair, Dwyer wasn't wrong about that. "But I was actually going to ask how he knows. CCTV somewhere, or—" "Oh, no, there was nothing like that." Joel examined the barrier in front of him. "From paint scratches left on the wood." "And they checked all the locally registered vehicles, I'm guessing?" "Apparently." Falk was still thinking about that when Joel spoke again. "Hey." The boy's tone was overly casual. "Was Zara okay when she got home? She was a bit down when she left this afternoon." Falk blinked, catching up with the change in subject. He pictured Zara at dinner. She had said very little, concentrating on her plate, seemingly miles away. "She seemed no worse," he said truthfully. "That's good." Falk looked over at Joel in the growing darkness. He took personal and professional pride in not jumping to conclusions, but at the same time some things were clear without having to ask. For example, it was as obvious as if it were written in the night sky above them that this kid had a serious thing for Zara, and she did not feel the same way. Falk watched Joel for a moment, tipping clean water onto his cloth. He could remember that feeling at that age, pining after a girl. The acute, sharp pang of longing that was both pleasant and painful. "Gemma, can I grab your number?" "I think... no." The memory flared without warning, and almost amused, Falk pushed it straight back down. "So what's the situation with you and Zara? Are you two together, or—" Falk knew the answer, but was interested in Joel's take. The kid was already shaking his head. "No, we're just friends." He was quiet for a minute. "But we're pretty good friends, I guess. Now, obviously, but even before this. Our parents were close, so we've known each other a long time." Zara was really good when my dad died, and then all this with her mum." Joel shrugged, and an edge crept into his voice. "So we kind of look out for each other, I suppose. Which is why I wouldn't make things harder for her by lying about not seeing Kim that night. For the record, again." "I don't get the impression people think you're lying, mate." Falk had nearly reached the end of the barrier he was working on. "I reckon honestly it's because they remember themselves at your age, how reliable they were, or weren't, more likely. Most people probably look back and think they wouldn't have trusted themselves to be sure, at your age and in that position." "What about you?" Joel looked over. "Would you have trusted yourself?" "No." Falk's answer came so quickly even Joel smiled. "I did a couple of pretty stupid things as a kid, like everyone. I wouldn't have taken my word for it." The boy nodded. He doused a scrawl of graffiti with cleaning fluid and lifted his cloth, but didn't move, paused mid-thought. He seemed to be debating something. Finally, he started to clean, but more slowly now. He glanced sideways at Falk. "So that night last year..." Joel was hard to hear. His head was down and he was focused on the railing. "I was already stationed at that first aid post when I saw Zara go out of the east exit. She was with a couple of other girls from our school, but she saw me and came over and said hi. Asked if I was sure I didn't want to come, because a lot of our friends were going. But I really didn't want to because..." Joel tossed his cloth on the barrier and reached down to stroke Luna's head instead. "Because I couldn't face it or whatever. Being here at this time of year, drinking and having to pretend like it's all fine." He frowned in a way that made him look suddenly younger. "And anyway, I was already working by then. I'd told Gemma I'd do the whole shift, so I couldn't just leave." Joel scratched his dog's ears as he stared at the scribbled graffiti, still stark and legible despite all their work. "Anyway, we all knew Dwyer wasn't going to be around to shut things down that year. So there was already this feeling that things could get a bit crazy out here. And Zara said she might not stay too long because her dad was giving her grief about needing to spend some time with her mum." Joel paused. "I thought there was maybe a chance she'd end up coming back before my shift was over, so..." He stopped again, for longer this time, then shrugged. "So I was kind of half looking out for her, at the exit, in case she did come back early or something, you know?" "Yes." Falk looked over in the dim light. Yes, he did know what Joel was trying to tell him but didn't want to spell out loud. There was no need to anyway, because Falk could picture it now with vivid hormonal clarity. To be that age, watching a girl he liked leave with her friends, trailing the faint, tantalizing promise of return. Falk knew that feeling well, and he also knew without a shadow of doubt that he himself would have had one eye glued to that exit for the entire night too. "Okay," he said, and gave a small nod. Even in the growing dark, he could see a flush creep up Joel's face and neck as the boy picked his cloth up again and busied himself scrubbing the last few marks. Falk gave his own barrier a final wipe, and they both stood back to inspect their handiwork. The painted wood shone white in the early moonlight. "What do you reckon?" Falk said. "Yeah, good. Heaps better." Joel seemed as close to happy as Falk had seen him, and reached out to take his dirty cloth. "Thanks for..." He stopped as they both heard the movement along the track at the same time. Falk listened, footsteps against the packed dirt, coming from the direction of the festival. They turned together, but it was Joel who recognised it first. "Oh, it's just my stepmum." He raised his hand. "Gemma?" "Joel! Oh, good, you're here." Falk remembered her voice even as the figure was still taking shape, and then all at once he could see her for himself. He straightened, suddenly a little self-conscious in his sweat-damp running gear, and watched Gemma Tozer come along the track. She was wearing jeans again, and her shirt was creased at the elbows. Her hair was up, Falk noticed, like the first time he'd seen her, 16 months ago in the packed South Bank bar. Gemma's relief at seeing Joel morphed into baffled surprise as she drew closer, absorbing more of the scene in front of her with each step. She blinked, her eyes moving from her stepson to the barrier to the memorial to the cleaning cloths in their hands and then finally coming to rest on Falk. "Hi," he said. "Hello again." He smiled at her, automatic and impulsive. He couldn't help it. And there in the dark, with the evening sky huge overhead and the water still and calm below, she smiled back. He breathed out. They stood looking at each other for a drawn-out beat. Then Gemma glanced past him to Joel, who was busy zipping his cleaning stuff into his backpack. "This looks really nice," she said, running her hand over the shining wooden barrier, pausing only briefly at the scrawled graffiti. "Great job." Joel shrugged and waved his free hand towards Falk. "Aaron helped. He's Zara's uncle's friend." He stopped as Gemma nodded. "Yeah, we've met once, actually." "All right." Joel shrugged, his stepmother's social life clearly of limited interest, and swung his bag onto his back. He was taller than Gemma, and had to look down to make eye contact with her when they spoke. "Are you coming home too?" "Not yet. I'm on site until close tonight. I just came to check if you were down here because..." Gemma's voice was light, but Falk caught the undertone. "You know, sometimes you're down here." They all glanced at the plaque. Then Joel crouched and clipped the lead onto Luna's collar. "Yeah, well, all done now," he said, in a tone that was probably meant to be reassuring, but just made Gemma press her lips together in a line. He noticed and gave her a small smile as he turned to leave, raising a hand to Falk. "Thanks again." "No worries." "Text me when you're home," Gemma called after him, and the boy nodded without looking back. Falk stood beside her and they watched him disappear in the other direction down the track. The night suddenly seemed very big and quiet, and Falk took a breath. "Listen, I hope I wasn't Thank you, that was..." They caught each other's eye. "Sorry," he said. "You go." Gemma hesitated. She glanced again at the memorial plaque and the clean barriers, then looked at Falk and nodded back towards the festival. "Let's get a drink, please, if you have time." "Yeah, great. That sounds..." Falk stopped. His hands fell to his pocketless shorts. "I actually don't have any money." They both looked down, taking in his running gear, then back up where their eyes met again. Gemma looked faintly amused. "You're okay. I've got 1 or 2 connections up there, and I'm pretty sure I owe you anyway." She turned, but not before Falk caught her smiling, just a little to herself. "You know, from last time." Chapter 19. The caravan that served as the on-site headquarters was empty, Falk could see as he followed Gemma across the grounds. The lanterns in the large tree overhead bathed the area in a soft glow, and she nodded to the folding chairs underneath. "Grab a seat." Falk settled into a striped fabric director's chair that was surprisingly comfortable as Gemma unlocked the caravan and went inside. She reappeared in the doorway a moment later, holding up a range of drink options in turn. Falk's earlier run was starting to catch up with him, and he could feel the pleasant warm burn building in his legs as he pointed gratefully at the cold water. "Me too," Gemma said, coming out with 2 glasses and a filled glass bottle. She pulled up the chair opposite and then reached into her jeans pocket and put her phone on the table. "Sorry, I'm still on duty, so I have to keep an eye on it." "No worries, I know that feeling. Thanks," he said as she poured the water for them both. "Well," she lifted her glass. "Welcome, Aaron Falk." "Thank you." They looked at each other as they drank. He took a long, deep swallow. Where to start? "Hey, I used the diary, by the way." That seemed as good a place as any. He'd been kind of wanting to tell her that for a year. "One you bought at the station." "You mean the one I randomly forced on you?" Gemma laughed, a little embarrassed. God, I couldn't believe I'd done that later. The wine went to my head a bit. "So how did you find it?" "Useful," Falk said, truthfully. "For all those reasons you said. Made the work chaos feel a bit calmer. I bought a new one this year, actually." "Oh, yeah?" she said lightly, but looked quite pleased. "And how is the task force going? Is the chaos manageable?" "Just about." Although Falk suddenly, maddeningly pictured his phone. Lying on his bed back in the Reiko's guest house, heavy still with calls to return and emails to be answered. He gave himself an invisible mental shake to clear the image. "Speaking of work, though, Gemma, this festival is..." He waved a hand effusively to indicate the entire complex operation. The night air was soaked with music and the steady hum of laughter and chatter from people enjoying themselves. Benefits for local producers too, Falk guessed. Not to mention jobs created and money generated for the town. He could only imagine the amount of work it took to make the Marilee Valley Annual Food and Wine Festival a success. "It's a serious achievement," he said. "Amazing. You don't need me to tell you that, but congratulations, really." "Thank you. Yeah, we're all pretty proud of it." She smiled. "I'm happy you got to see it." "Yeah, I am too." Falk watched Gemma across the table. Her hair looked darker under the low light from the caravan and the trees. She hadn't taken it down this time, he noticed. He'd vaguely wondered at times what it would look like if he ever found himself in this situation with her again. They'd spent one evening together 16 months ago, and Falk was acutely aware that he'd probably airbrushed and edited at least some of it without meaning to. But here in the warm spring air, sitting in front of each other in the flawed flesh, he felt the same as he had on that cold, wet Melbourne night. Stay. She was watching him too. He sat there in his running clothes and drank his water and tried to read her face. They both blinked as her phone suddenly buzzed loudly against the table. Gemma leaned forward. "Joel's home, good." She sat back, but her face showed a trace of tension now. "Listen, thank you for helping him clean up the plaque. It means a lot to him, and me as well." She paused. "I guess Joel told you what happened to Dean." Falk nodded. Shane McAfee brought it up as well. "Right." Gemma sounded sad for a moment. "Yeah, they both find the festival difficult, with the anniversary of Dean's accident." "Do you?" Falk asked, curious. "Being so involved here?" "Well," she hesitated. "The anniversary itself's never my favourite day, obviously. But the festival, no, I don't feel the same way they do. I don't have that association, I guess, maybe because this is a year-round job for me, and..." She glanced out across the site. "I mean, we already lost Dean. It was a huge, important part of life for me and Joel. I really didn't want to lose this as well." "Yeah," he said, "I can understand that." Grief hit people in different ways, though, and Falk found himself picturing Joel once more. Down there at the reservoir on a Friday night, a lonely figure with his cleaning cloths. From Gemma's frown, he suspected she was thinking the same. "Joel had actually been doing pretty well for a while," she said. "I mean, it's 6 years now since Dean died, and he seemed to be going okay. But then last year, God, that whole nightmare with Kim." Her voice was tight, and she picked at her thumbnail. "Were you and Kim close?" Falk asked. Gemma's nod was automatic, but then slowed. "We definitely used to be when we were at school, and then again when I moved back. Dean and Charlie were friends, and Zara and Joel were around the same age. Did you know her?" "No," Falk said. "We never met." "Kim was the first one who said I should go for this job as festival director." Gemma smiled a little at the memory. "Really?" "Yeah, I didn't think I had any real chance when it came up. But one night Dean and I were at the pub with her and Charlie and Naomi, and we were talking about who might go for it, and then Kim went and got a piece of paper from the bar. She made us all sit there and list everyone and then compare my strengths and experience against theirs. And we were laughing and everything, but by the end of it, it made me feel like, yeah, I could actually do this. And she was right. But if it weren't for Kim, I probably wouldn't have applied." "Good on her," Falk smiled. "And you." "Thanks." She was always doing things like that. Well, she used to anyway. Gemma's smile faded. We'd grown apart in the last few years, so I hadn't seen her for a while. She examined the glass in her hand, and Falk could hear the guilt. "Rita said something similar," he offered, not sure if it would help or not. She gave him a small smile and nodded. "It all got a bit tricky for a while after Kim and Charlie split up and she moved away. It's no excuse, but time passed and we lost touch a little. But she was still my friend. What happened last year was..." She struggled to find the right word. "God, so disturbing. And then Joel got dragged right in. He was only 17 then, so it was a lot at that age. Any age, really. Losing Dean was bad enough, but this left him feeling very..." Gemma shrugged sadly. "Alone, I think." Falk nodded. "Is his mum in the picture?" "Not so much." Gemma refilled their glasses and sat back in her chair. "It's not bad blood or anything, but she got married a few years ago and lives out near Port Pirie. Has 2 little kids now, so it's hard for Joel. She definitely does her best, but she and Dean got together pretty young, and Joel probably came along before either of them was ready. Now he's this awkward teenager and his mum has a whole new family that she was ready for, and I'm not saying she doesn't love him, not at all. She shook her head. But it's different. And whatever you say to Joel, he's smart enough to... Gemma stopped as they both suddenly sensed movement from the dimly lit patch of ground behind the tree. She leaned forward and craned her neck to see. "Just me," a voice called, and an older man wearing a festival t-shirt appeared out of the gloom. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder and was frowning at a dull metal bolt in his oil-stained fingers. He raised his free hand and Gemma settled back in her chair. "Bloody canopy pins coming loose on the Chardonnay revival tent again," the man said. "I'll replace it for now and take a proper look in daylight." "Great. Thanks, Kev," Gemma said, as he paused in front of the caravan and held the bolt up to the light to examine it. "Do you need anyone to help?" "No, you're all right, Maddie's already over there." The man went inside and they heard the sound of rummaging. He emerged a moment later with a toolbox and smiled at Gemma. His gaze moved to Falk, where it lingered for a moment and cooled. "I delivered Charlie Rako's signed waivers to you last year," Falk said, answering the man's unasked question. The guy snapped his fingers. "That's right, you did." The curiosity on his face flickered again, now laced with mild suspicion. "All right, well..." He kept his eyes firmly on Falk. "I'm on the mobile if you need me, Gemma." "No worries, thanks, Kev." The bloke nodded smartly, then lifted a hand in farewell and headed off across the grass. "So wait a second." Gemma laughed and leaned her elbows on the table as he left. "Does that mean you were the intense bloke that he warned me was acting a bit strange?" "Yeah, apparently so," Falk said, but he was smiling too. He watched the man disappear into the night. Kev's words, not mine. "He can be a little dramatic. The festival brings out some odd types occasionally, though, so he's just watching out for me." "Fair enough. And look, maybe I was a bit intense." Falk shrugged. "I was just conscious it was a pretty transparent attempt to see you." Gemma tilted her head. In the tree above, the lantern swayed as the night air breathed through the branches. "Is that right?" "Yeah." "Well..." They looked at each other for a moment. She seemed about to say something more, then changed her mind, reaching for the water to top up their still full glasses. "You know, I thought I did see you last year, actually." She put the bottle back on the table and checked her phone again. "Near the Ferris wheel?" Falk said. "No, it was by Charlie's stall. But I was quite far away, and by the time I got nearer, you were gone." She frowned a little. "I don't think I saw you by the Ferris wheel." "It was around the children's fireworks. You were talking to Naomi. She looked kind of serious, so I didn't want to interrupt." "Ah." Gemma smoothed a strand of hair off her face as she thought back. "Yeah, I remember that, actually. She'd walked in along the reservoir track and was worried the kids' party in the bushland was already getting out of hand. She wanted me to get the officers on duty to go and check." "Did they?" "I asked them to, but no, I found out later they didn't go. Sergeant Dwyer normally stamps it out before too long, but he wasn't around. No one else did. Sounds like Naomi's pretty keen to see the party stopped altogether." "She is. She'll get her way too, just watch," Gemma predicted. "You've met her, have you?" "This morning. She's Henry's godmother." "That's right, of course. She's a great choice. Lot of fun, very smart too." Gemma sipped her water. "And you've met Shane as well?" "Yeah, I knew who he was already, though. My dad and I followed the footy. We saw him play in a grand final years ago. Great day. Amazing game. He was incredible." Gemma nodded. "So I've heard. I was always at uni or in the States, but the others used to go and watch him when they could. Charlie and Kim, Naomi, my parents as well, they were big fans. They were at that grand final too." "Oh yeah?" Falk said. "Are they still around?" "They live in Stirling now, near my older sister and her 3 girls, so not too far. What about your dad?" "No, he died a while ago. He would have loved to have met Shane, though." Gemma smiled. "Dads do love meeting Shane. You know, he would have really liked all this as well." Falk shifted in his chair to look back at the grounds. The sounds and the lights and the aroma of food and wine had sparked a memory Falk hadn't known he'd had. "The festival?" she asked. "Yeah. We had sheep at our place back home, but once, when I was about 14, we had to transport some to Clyde, which was a couple of hours away. He paused to let the memory rise to the surface and take shape. They had this local produce festival on. Nothing as good as this, much smaller, but we spent the rest of the day there and it was pretty fun. Then the whole drive home I remember Dad going on about how someone should set up something like that in Kiwara. Diversify, attract visitors to the region. He reckoned people would love it, that it would breathe life back into the town. Falk couldn't believe he'd forgotten this. It was funny, he said. He was so keen that for a minute I thought he was about to park in front of the council offices and roll up his sleeves and demand the permit forms or whatever. He didn't, obviously. I mean, he had to work so hard at our place he didn't have time for anything else. But he never stopped bringing it up either. We only lived in Kiwara for a couple more years, and every autumn we'd make that trip out to Clyde and check out the festival and bring home some organic cheese or whatever. So yeah. Falk smiled to himself as he remembered. He would have really enjoyed this, maybe even more than meeting Shane. Well, that is high praise. Gemma grinned. It's nice that you and your dad were close. Oh. Falk blinked, the memory suddenly blurring a little. No, we weren't really, unfortunately. No? Oh. Gemma seemed genuinely surprised. Sorry, just sounded like you were. Going together to the festivals and the footy or whatever. And you obviously got how Joel was feeling down there tonight with his dad's plaque. Anyone would understand that, though, Falk said. They really don't. Gemma shook her head. That stupid vandalism shows they don't. Falk didn't reply, but found himself thinking about what she'd said. He'd never considered himself and his dad in that light, but the way Gemma had said it made it feel... what? Sort of true. Maybe. The phone buzzed again on the table between them, and Gemma leaned forward and tapped the screen. Oh well, all good things, she said with a rueful smile. That's me summoned, I'm afraid. Issues at the Chardonnay revival tent. Right, no worries. Falk tried not to sound disappointed as he drained his glass and pulled himself out of his chair. Far be it from me to hold up Chardonnay's comeback. Is that really a thing, by the way? Oh my God, yes, absolutely it is. What is it they say? Wait long enough and everything comes around again. Gemma paused. She was looking at Falk in a way that reminded him a little bit of Melbourne. Speaking of which, it's been nice to see you. Yeah, you too, Gemma. She was poised to go, but still didn't move. Above, the lanterns shone in the dark and the soft beat of music floated over from a distant stage. The sounds of crowds were all around them, but outside the caravan, they were alone. Listen, They both stopped. Gemma smiled and her eyes fell to her phone, silent in her hand. Falk could tell from her face that she was considering something. What exactly he wasn't sure, but when she looked up again she seemed a little awkward. Aaron, I wanted to explain about last year. You really don't have to. I know, but I want to. Because I had a really nice time with you. Back then, and again just now. She shifted her weight, but didn't come any closer. And when you asked for my number in Melbourne, it wasn't that I didn't want to see where things could go. She gave a small shrug. I just think it's pretty obvious where that would be. Is it? Falk was genuinely surprised. Yeah, it really is. Gemma looked at him in the low light. I mean, tell me, what does that diary of yours look like? He pictured it. The pages were creased and thick with meetings, appointments, reminders, deadlines. Busy, right? She read his face. It has to be, with the kind of job you do. 7 days a week, probably. She waited, as though hoping Falk might contradict her. But he had to nod. So what happens? Gemma said. We exchange numbers and then what? Even with the best will in the world, we're not going to be chalking up regular visits and 3-day long weekends. Realistically. We could try. He wanted to, he realised. He would actually try. Give it a go. Yeah, true, we could, she said. But say it actually works. Then what? The long-term situation's even worse. You've worked hard to get where you are. I have too. I don't want to leave here. And last I heard, Marilee's a long way from an AFP hub. Well, yeah, okay, but... Gemma waited. Falk tried to think of an answer to that. He couldn't. 10 years or so ago, she said when it was clear he wasn't going to go on. Her voice softened. Look, Aaron, I wouldn't have been saying any of this when I was younger. You wanted my number back then, you would have got it, no question. But that's not where I am now. And I've got Joel to think about too. So I don't know exactly what the right relationship looks like, but I know it's not an interstate romance. It's just not. I'm sorry. She did sound it, he thought. But the regret seemed matched by resolve. I've done the whole will-he, won't-he, wait by the phone thing in the past, Gemma said. And it's not for me anymore. I don't need snatched weekends and champagne and sunsets. I want help bringing in the supermarket shopping and someone to talk to and watch TV with. The day-to-day stuff, you know? They looked at each other and finally Falk nodded. Yeah, look, I do know. And that makes sense, he said at last. I just wish... She waited, but eventually he had to shrug. He managed to find a smile despite himself. I wish I had an answer, though. I know, me too. Gemma's phone buzzed again in her hand. You'd better go, Falk said, and she nodded. But... He stopped. He wanted to say something more, but couldn't think what. Thanks for telling me. No, that's okay, she said. Thanks for understanding. Because it's really not you or anything you did. The opposite, if anything. I just know myself too well, and when I look down that road... Gemma shook her head, a small smile on her face as she turned to leave. Honestly, in the best possible way. I could see myself wasting so much time on you. Chapter 20. Rita and Reiko were sitting outside the guest house when Falk trudged up the vineyard driveway. They had a bottle of wine open on the small table between them. Rita was reading a novel, while Reiko had his head tilted back with his forearm across his eyes, possibly asleep. Falk smiled, glad to see them. It had felt like a long walk home, not least because whichever way he turned it, and he'd tried a few different ways, he thought that ultimately Gemma had probably gotten it right. That was a long run? Rita called softly as she saw him. She pulled the third chair closer, and Falk sat down gratefully. Drink? Why not? Thanks, he said as Reiko stirred and rubbed his eyes, blinking hard. I haven't been running the whole time. I bumped into Gemma. Oh, yes? Rita threw her husband a smug look. And we had a drink, talked a bit. And unfortunately, Rita, that's all there is to report. For now? For good, I think. Falk kept his voice light. But for a few very valid reasons, so, yeah, it's fine. He braced himself for a string of questions or reassurances or romantic plotting, but instead Rita simply reached out and rested her hand gently on his. Her palm was warm and comforting against the back of his hand, and Falk suddenly felt his throat constrict. Out of absolutely nowhere, for one very long, very real moment, he actually thought that he might start to cry. He focused hard on the glass in front of him and swallowed twice, 3 times, until the sensation passed. Neither Rita nor Reiko said anything, just sat with him, surrounded by the hushed sounds of night. Mate, I have to tell you... Falk cleared his throat noisily. Sergeant Dwyer thinks someone in your friends and family circle is lying about not seeing Kim that night. Abrupt, he was aware, but at least it moved the conversation on. He thinks it's unlikely no one spoke to her, given how close you all are. That's what he was saying to you this afternoon. Reiko reached up, cracking his shoulder joints. He exchanged a glance with Rita, but neither seemed shocked nor even surprised. I thought something new might have come out of the appeal. No, he was asking about you. All of you, I mean.